Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Sound.
First item on the order paper is member statements. So to apply, I call Philip McGuigan.
Con Collier. On average, over the last 10 years, over 200 people have lost their lives to suicide. In my own constituency of North Antrim, we are talking between 10 and 20 families each year devastated and heartbroken in these circumstances. And as we all know, a disproportionately high number of suicides are among young men. Again, unfortunately in North Antrim, this has been the case recently, with a number of families and friends trying to come to terms with the loss of a young son, brother or uncle. November marks Men's Health Awareness Month, and I want to highlight two events organised by Dunloy Stronger Together, a community and voluntary organisation doing great work across all aspects of community support, but in particular creating the space for conversations of achieving better mental health, not just in Dunloy, but for citizens right across North Antrim and beyond. The first event is on tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. It is a conversation led by Zest, which will focus on understanding suicide and bereavement. This is open to everyone. The second event is on Friday, 22nd of November, again at 7 p.m, and this is a men's night, discussing men's mental health issues with special guests including Oisin McConville, Keith Gillespie and Joe Donnelly. Both events are free and both take place in Dunloy Parish Centre. Details can be found on Dunloy Stronger Together's Facebook page. In conclusion, Con Collier, I want to commend those involved with Dunloy Stronger Together for their work and for hosting these two important events, and encourage people from wherever they may live to come along and attend.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And from the outset, could I be associated with the congratulatory remarks towards President Trump on a historic second term in office? Whilst I was very convinced that President Trump would win the election. I think what did come as a shock about is the scale in which he has done so. A decisive victory at the Electoral College, some 312 votes to Kamala Harris's 226. It's a historic victory, and it's a historic victory in spite of a media liberal elite who attempted to deride his campaign, a worryingly corrupt legal system that attempted to have him removed from the campaign, and it's a victory for everyday Americans, some 75 million of them, who chose not to be blindly led by celebrity endorsements, but yet follow the convictions of their heart to elect President Trump for a historic second terms. History will record that in his first term of office, President Trump showed a very warm affection for the United Kingdom. And that was in spite of some very derogatory terms that were put his way by some senior politicians within the United Kingdom. So it is my hope that President Trump will continue in the vein of a strong, warm relationship towards the UK in his second term of office. And can I be the first in this chamber to extend an open invitation to President Trump to come to Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland has had a great history of interaction with US presidents, some 20, no fewer than 20, with Ulster Scots descendancy coming from this place. So whether they've been Democratic presidents in the past or indeed Republican presidents, Northern Ireland has a special place in their heart, and I would hope that this second term can continue in that vein. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to just congratulate yourself on a very fitting and dignified Armistice Day service yesterday in the Senate chamber. I think for all members to pause and reflect upon those that have lost and paid the supreme sacrifice is hugely befitting of this place, and I congratulate you in that vein. Mr. Speaker, I also want to raise a worrying statistic that I revealed via written question to the Health Minister just yesterday. In the last 5 years, 2,341 sexual assaults have happened in our accident and emergencies and hospital estate across Northern Ireland. It is hugely concerning to us all. I want to raise some of the numbers. Western Trust 37, Belfast Trust 1,482 sexual assaults in the last 5 years. It has trebled, members. Northern Trust 255, Southern Trust 333 and South Eastern Trust 234. There is huge concern, and I would hope that the Minister will hopefully explain what is this trend in the very near future.
I would remind members that in member statements is one issue that is supposed to be raised. Call Emma Sheeran.
I raised today to highlight the case of a constituent of mine, Jacob Fullerton, who is well known across the broader Marifelt area. Jacob suffers from a condition called Kleefstra syndrome and previously attended Kilronan Special School and is now at the transition to campus in Marifelt, and has wrote to myself and other members in the past week or so, raising some concerns that he has around some behaviour that's happening on the campus and safety concerns that he has for himself and fellow students. I forwarded his correspondence on to the Economy Minister and just wanted to raise his case in the chamber and congratulate Jacob on the work that he's doing and send him the very best wishes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a couple of weeks ago I was sitting in my constituency office and it was raining and it was just before recess, and a number of children came in to shield from the rain. They must have been 13, 14 years old max, and they spent about 20 minutes in my office. And then they left, and there is a vape shop just around the corner, and I noticed some of them going in, and so I went out and I looked through the window and I saw these young people who were, 15 years old maximum, buying vapes, which we know is illegal. I'm genuinely very concerned that this is happening, and the Audit Office report earlier this year highlighted that 9% of local 11 to 16-year-olds were vaping, with 6% doing so regularly, and this is a marked increase since 2019. 24% of Year 12 children currently vape. And there was a motion in this assembly which Cathy Mason brought, which I think was very important, and it talked about the role of education within this and the role of information, and the report from Asthma and Lung UK talked about marketing promotion of vaping amongst young children, but I don't think we've talked enough really about the regulation and enforcement around it. And the police were very helpful. I rang the police after I had gone in to tell the shopkeeper exactly what I thought of his practice of selling these to younger children. And I think it's a role for trading standards to take a more active position in. It's not, for a first time in Northern Ireland, Belfast City Council in early November granted a restricted sales order to prevent an individual from selling tobacco and nicotine inhaling products following the sale of a nicotine inhaling product to a child under 18. I think we need to see more of this. I think we need to see more of an active role from the councils and from trading standards. And after witnessing that happening right next to an MLA's office, I can only imagine how much is happening across Northern Ireland, and this is something that I will be pursuing. Thank you.
Hunter.
And I rise today to speak about something that matters greatly to my constituents, which is ending violence against women and girls. Over the past number of weeks, we have seen a disgusting increase in attacks towards women, particularly in the northwest area. And last week, I stood shoulder to shoulder with some of my constituents, and from men, women and children across the wider northwest area at the Guildhall Square, when we joined together in a rally to stand up against this disgusting behaviour. It was an emotional and thought-provoking moment. All speakers spoke of the power and the importance of encouraging healthy relationships with women at a young age and ensuring that we are uplifting and empowering young men in our communities to be part of that conversation and to make the right decisions. So what can be done to support young boys in our society as they become men? To dig a little deeper on this topic, this important topic, I've been chatting with PhD researcher Nicole Devlin, who is based in Queen's University Belfast. Nicole conducted research in America regarding projects that can help build up young men and help them establish early on in their lives healthy relationships with women. I thought I would use my speech today to give a platform to one of the answers that are out there when working with young boys, and which can be utilised here in the North if funded correctly. High levels of misogyny and violence towards women and girls in our society cannot continue. And when Nicole was on her trip, she met with Futures Without Violence, coaching boys into men, which is a really incredible project I think we can replicate here. Within this programme, there is training which is delivered by a male coach or teacher that is known to the student, and so that they are trusted, a trusted role model figure. And that's what makes it so successful, is young boys are receiving information from someone that they trust. They can open up and discuss sensitive issues in what is a safe and trusting environment. This programme is evidenced, it's had a worldwide impact, and studies show that it is highly effective. It's trauma informed, and it underpins how we understand young people and those coming from significant deprivation, dysfunctional family homes and communities with a lack of resources. I think key investment into projects and programmes like this are absolutely fundamental at attacking violence against women and girls, and I think we have some fantastic sports groups. We have the GAA, rugby, football clubs, they do incredible work locally, and I really think that this is something we can tap into. This project doesn't only address misogyny or disrespectful attitudes towards women and girls, it also discusses other issues that young people face, and boys in particular. Many boys come from homes without a strong father figure or male figure or role model guiding them, and it's so important that we as an institution here within the Assembly, we must stand up, end violence against women and girls, and replicate models and programmes which have been utilised in other countries to ensure that each and every woman and girl in the north of Ireland feels safe to walk in the streets that they were raised in. Thank you.
Martin.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight the work of the Clannyboy Nature Rangers who work in my own constituency and Northern Ireland Forest Schools Association more generally. Clannyboy Nature Rangers was established in 2018, and just like any other plant or tree, they started small with 12 children attending their preschool. But over time, that seed propagated and steadily grew, with now over 78 families using their facilities on a weekly basis. and in summer 24 there were 3,500 children on their programme. Within the Clannyboy estate, children can take full advantage of the woodland, exploring and investigating the natural environment. They can take part in activities like arts and crafts, using the natural resources around them, participate in den building, campfire cooking and tool making, all of which particularly appeal to me. In addition, the Rangers hold a variety of training and development opportunities for teachers, schools and the wider community to promote outdoor learning across Northern Ireland. And we all know the studies have shown that there are significant benefits in engaging in this sort of activity, both for physical and emotional health in children. And this organisation does an amazing job in re-engaging children with nature. In turn, forest schools in Northern Ireland also play a very positive role in shaping a young person's experience of nature, helping them cultivate imagination and develop creativity. My youngest son and I dug some clay out of our garden last week, and we are in the process of fashioning it into a volcano, and we then cook it in the oven. I suppose this is a sort of creativity I'm talking about, although I'm not completely sure my wife agrees. The Forest School programme works alongside nurseries, schools and universities across Northern Ireland, helping more than 5,000 students learn about nature. Not only are they changing the lives of young people, but the Forest Schools has worked with over 500 teachers and classroom assistants, all who are now qualified as Forest School leaders, equipping them with the skill to develop their own projects. I think there are 13 forest schools in my own constituency. So this morning, I'm incredibly proud to speak in support of the Clannyboy Nature Rangers and also the work of the Forest Schools Association in Northern Ireland and their work engaging young people with the amazing environment around them and also the direct benefit it delivers for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, good. Councillor, I want to take this opportunity to raise the issue of road safety, especially in the run-up to the festive season. As we all know, the nights are dropping in, the weather conditions are changing, which in turn leads to challenging road conditions. As of the 10th of November, there have been 57 fatalities on our roads, deaths that have lifelong impacts on families, friends and communities. And I wish to send my deepest condolences to the family of a young man who lost his life tragically on Sunday morning in West Tyrone. This Sunday, the 17th of November, is World Day of Remembrance for Road Traffic Victims, a chance for us all to reflect and remember those who have tragically died on our roads and support their families, their friends and their communities. I wanted to commend those people who have long campaigned for road upgrades which improve road safety across these islands, particularly to those who have campaigned for years for the upgrade of the A5, the most dangerous road on this island. They have played a vital role in ensuring the A5 goes ahead, and I welcome the recent announcement from the Infrastructure Minister on this project. Mr. Speaker, the message I want to relay today to all road users is the PSNI's own key Fatal 5 strategy. Don't drink and drive, slow down, don't get careless, belt up and stay off your phone. I urge all to adhere to this message. In closing, I ask all road users to respect the vehicle you drive, respect the road you drive on, and respect all road users, be it drivers, cyclists or pedestrians.
David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently we've had a number of remembrance-related motions, but as the traditional period of remembrance draws to a close, I just want to take a moment to recognise and express our sincere gratitude to the Royal British Legion poppy sellers, who serve as the heart and hands of remembrance. Their dedication, whether in rainy streets or our supermarkets, petrol stations or organised events, keep the memory of our veterans alive. Every poppy is a reminder of the sacrifices made by those who served, as well as a commitment to maintain the support for those affected by the wounds of their conflict through the donations received. It's no small task to volunteer your time and energy, but the impact can be immeasurable. The poppy sales help to fund vital services, providing comfort and care to support veterans, their families and their communities. And in doing so, you make sure that we don't just remember in passing, but that we actively contribute to their well-being. This year we had a small glimpse of that work as our East Belfast DUP Constituency Association undertook to man a stand at one of our local supermarkets this weekend. We done so for all of the reasons mentioned and in remembrance of the fallen, but also for us it was a way to remember one of our own number who sadly passed away earlier this year. Aileen Graham, BEM, was a former Belfast City Councillor, herself a proud UDR veteran, but anyone who knew Aileen would have known that one of her passions was the veterans community and that she volunteered faithfully each year with members of her own RBL branch as a poppy seller. As we remembered our fallen servicemen and women, this year for us Aileen too was in our thoughts. But Aileen's dedication was not unique. It is seen in many veterans and volunteers across Northern Ireland and across the UK. To every poppy seller, we offer our heartfelt thanks. Thank you for being there, for carrying forward the torch for this most universally British of traditions, and for reminding us all of the importance of remembrance and compassion for those who have served us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Matthew O'Toole.
I rise to speak on the subject which was discussed in the Chamber yesterday, which is climate change. This week is COP29, which is happening in Azerbaijan, and we know that the international context for climate change is threatened. It is threatened because we are globally missing our targets, though there is an extraordinary amount of desire among the public, particularly young people, including young people in Northern Ireland, and in societies in the developed and developing world, which are already facing the impacts of climate. In the last couple of weeks, we have seen tropical storms in the southern United States. We've also seen huge devastation and loss of life in Spain, specifically Valencia. Climate change is here. It is damaging not just property, but it is uprooting people's lives, and it's causing loss of life. In Northern Ireland, we have been a laggard in terms of dealing with climate change. That much is clear. We also have been complacent about biodiversity loss and ecological breakdown. The most shocking example of which is, of course, in Lough Neagh, the largest body of water in the UK or Ireland. People have seen over the last couple of summers, in shocking, almost sci-fi terms, the appalling breakdown in terms of what's happened at Lough Neagh. Meeting our climate targets, recovering lost nature and biodiversity is something that should be right at the top of the Executive's agenda and something that should be our focus here at the Assembly, but progress thus far has been painfully slow. Though it is true that we passed a Climate Change Act in 2022, we are far behind delivering on the commitments in that. We aren't just far behind the curve in terms of meeting the targets around decarbonisation and net zero for 2030 in that act, but we are far behind even delivering the plans to get to those targets. The Climate Change Act called for example, a set of carbon budgets to be enabled by a climate action plan. We're a year overdue on both of those things. We had an update from the Environment Minister yesterday, but a lot of what we got was plans, discussions, the hint of something in the coming weeks that might be placed before the Executive. Now, I think the Environment Minister is serious about this agenda, and I think he wants to deliver on it, but we need more progress. We need these plans to be brought before the Executive, agreed, and then brought before the Assembly. And where there are difficult questions, where there are challenges, whether there are people who need to be brought with us, whether that's industry, consumers or agriculture, we need to be honest with them, but we also need to establish a just transition, which is why I do welcome the establishment of the Commission announced yesterday, but we need to pick up the pace and we need to start delivering. Thank you.
This month we may see an increase in the number of moustaches, beards and more facial hair in the Assembly and society itself. Many people will be campaigning and fundraising for November. November challenges men to grow a moustache each November, creating a visible platform for raising awareness critical issues affecting men's health, especially mental health, suicide prevention, prostate cancer, and testicular cancer. November serves as more than a fundraiser. It is a call to action for men to take their health seriously and for society to give them the support that they need. Here in the North, those questions are all too real. Men here face significant mental health challenges, with rates of suicide alarmingly high, particularly among young men. Israel reports that the north of Ireland has some of the worst suicide statistics across these islands. November addresses this by encouraging open conversations about mental health, helping to remove the stigma that so often prevents men from preventing help. As our society promotes November, it is an opportunity for us to consider how our policies can improve men's health outcomes across the north of Ireland, from enhancing mental health services in rural areas to improving access to cancer screenings. November reminds us that men's health should not be neglected, and that our efforts to improve health services must include initiatives focused on prevention, raising awareness of men's mental health, and to taking the stigma away from men discussing their health.
Today I want to raise the critical importance of community transport. Last week in my constituency I met with South Antrim Community Transport, and it was quite clear that they are more than just a transport service. They provide a lifeline to people within rural areas. Whilst they're based in South Antrim, they cover my constituency of East Antrim, the likes of Ballycarry, Islandmagee, Whitehead, Carnlough and much more. This provides affordable but accessible transport for people from the age of 16 plus. South Antrim Community Transport ensures that all members of our community can maintain their independence and they can access healthcare and engage in social activities. Now, this is more than just a door-to-door service. This actually improves collaboration, building relationships and reducing social isolation. The South Antrim Community Network is committed to serving elderly and people with disabilities and those based in rural areas who without regular public transport cannot get to vital services or to vital appointments. Their services are provided mostly by volunteers, and it is critical that they have an increase in volunteers to be able to provide this service. Tomorrow they will be in the Whitehead Library from 10:30 to 12 o'clock, and I will be there, and I hope many more people will be able to attend. As transport is a critical factor, what they're finding is that demand is increasing, but volunteers they're struggling to get. So if anybody is free, and I hope if anybody is watching, they will be able to come down to Whitehead tomorrow to provide some support to this vital charity. I would just like to say, speaking to them, I was taken away by not only what they provide, but what they have achieved within the area. They are reducing social isolation and building friendships, and it is much more than just a transport service. Their funding continues to be cut, the demand continues to increase, and I hope that we can all come together to support this service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday we remembered the sacrifice for freedom in 2 world wars, and the many who, in spite of the absence of conscription, served with distinction on the battlefields of Europe, Africa and Asia. We remembered the fact that the rights to freedom of speech, free elections and freedom of religion had to be earned by the blood, sweat and tears of a former generation. In this year, 2024, we particularly remember the events of that pivotal year in world history, 1944. The invasion of D-Day, the bravery of the men involved in the ultimately disastrous Operation Market Garden, and the revelation of the true horror of the Holocaust as the Nazi death camps were revealed. The starkest evidence that the Allies were correct in taking the fight to the evil Nazi regime. Sadly for many, Remembrance Day also reminds them of more recent events. Perhaps nowhere is more common than in Northern Ireland. There have been many who have commented favourably on the acts of the First Minister in recent days. Some have even suggested she deserves praise. I, however, recall the events of the 8th of November 1987, when, in the memorable, chilling words of one Fermanagh man who, on having a microphone thrust in front of him and asked for comment, said, "At a time we came to remember our dead, we did not expect to be digging them out." Until such times as the First Minister and her party can tell what they know about the events which filled 12 graves in Fermanagh that day and shattered so many others right across Northern Ireland, I will treat their attendance at remembrance events with the contempt it deserves. Yesterday, as well as thinking of 2 world wars, it is appropriate that we remember Dermot Hurley and Walter Moore, 2 RUC officers, one of them a fluent Irish speaker, murdered by the IRA on the 11th of November 1971. I think of Winston Churchill McGahey, an off-duty UDR soldier shot by the IRA beside his car outside his home in Corray, leaving his 8-year-old son to seek help from a passing motorist on Remembrance Day 1976. I recall Patrick Shields, a Catholic father of 10, murdered in an IRA bombing on the 11th of November 1977 because he decided to bomb the offices of a newspaper which had been critical of the IRA. I remember Owen McQuaid, a soldier shot outside Altnagelvin Hospital waiting for a colleague whose wife was in the maternity ward on Remembrance Day in 1980. I think of Cecil Graham, who died on the 11th of November 1981, 2 days after the IRA shot him as he visited his wife and 5-week-old baby. There is always an alternative to the murders of those men and all who perished at the hands of the IRA.
Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to disassociate myself from all the positive platitudes meted out to Donald Trump on his re-election to the White House. Trump is a racist, sexist, bigot and only gives a damn about himself and the American ruling class. And executive ministers in this building shouldn't operate a cosy, business-as-usual approach to Donald Trump for these reasons and more. And recent concerns about tariff wars really show how it's counterproductive, futile even, and damaging to have a whole economy, north and south, based on and catering for US corporations and their mega-rich. We need a new economic strategy that breaks with Trump and all the policies he espouses. Walls need torn down, the rich need to pay their way, and I hope the working class people in America of all backgrounds can begin to fight this administration. The other obvious observation, Mr. Speaker, about the US election is the complete and utter collapse of the Democratic Party and its vote. They lost tens of millions of votes in this election. People stayed away, and I believe they stayed away for a number of reasons. First of all, Harris and Biden were unconditional supporters for Israel and its genocidal war in Gaza. Harris was also a continuity candidate who had nothing meaningful to offer people, tens of millions of people in America. Inflation and debt is riding roughshod through communities in America. The Democrats and Republicans are completely immune from all these pressures, the spike in food and fuel prices. The Liberal centre had nothing to offer people bar we're not Trump. There's an important lesson, Mr. Speaker, on this for anyone wanting to fight the far right, racism and so on. Run-of-the-mill politics, which maintain the strength of the rich and capital, doesn't cut it. We need a new type of politics across the world based on international solidarity, working class independent action and liberation movements from below if we can push back against this administration. Thank you.
Thank you. I received notice from the Deputy First Minister that they wish to make a statement. I call the First Minister.
Concordia, in compliance with Section 52C of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to update the House on the 13th institutional meeting and 28th plenary meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council. These meetings were held in Dublin Castle on the 13th September 2024, and the Deputy First Minister and I have agreed that I will provide the reports. Institutional meeting. The first element of this statement relates to the institutional meeting at which the Deputy First Minister and I represented the Executive. The Taoiseach and the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Micheál Martin TD, represented the Irish Government, and this meeting was chaired by the Taoiseach. The institutional meeting began with an update from the Joint Secretaries, during which we noted that meetings had been held in all 12 of the NSMC sectors since April of this year. The Council welcomed that the challenges of climate change and biodiversity loss have been discussed at all meetings and looked forward to a further update at a plenary meeting later that day. The NSMC welcomed that outstanding corporate governance decisions for the North-South bodies were being taken, and also noted that work is underway to finalise the 2025 business plans and budgets. Plans to mark the 25th year since the establishment of the NSMC and the North-South implementation bodies later in the year were also noted. The next item on the institutional agenda was disaster risk reduction and emergency planning. During this item, Professor Caroline McMullen of Dublin City University gave a presentation on public safety messaging in border communities. The NSMC noted the civil contingency and resilience arrangements in place, including those relating to cross-border health emergency planning and response. The regular and ongoing collaboration between officials in both jurisdictions on civil contingencies, resilience and preparedness was welcomed. Ministers also welcomed the All-Ireland Disaster Risk Reduction Conference Series, which is organised by the Irish Government, and noted that it had provided an opportunity to encourage networking, promote dialogue, commission research and also deepen cooperation on strategic emergency management matters. The Council then considered developments in the wider policy environment. The NSMC reaffirmed its support for the Peace Plus programme and welcomed the contribution of the programme to promoting peace, reconciliation and prosperity. The British Government's association to the Horizon Europe research programme, which represents an opportunity to advance research, investment and collaboration across the two jurisdictions, was also welcomed. Ministers acknowledged that student mobility is mutually beneficial to both jurisdictions and invited stakeholders to continue to explore options for students. Government funding that enables the Northern Ireland students to avail of the Erasmus Plus programme was also welcomed. The Council noted that a general election in Britain and the elections to the European Parliament had taken place earlier in 2024, and also that cooperation on North-South basis will continue in the context of the evolving nature of EU-UK relations. This position will be monitored in both jurisdictions, and the NSMC will be apprised of recent developments. The Council then discussed a number of matters relating to the North-South bodies. It was noted that the finance departments have developed a framework that will allow some flexibility when preserving the use of funding ratios as the primary funding mechanism for the North-South bodies. The NSMC also noted that the CEO posts of the North-South bodies were last reviewed in 2004, that the Joint Secretaries will explore with finance departments when or whether a further review is necessary. Ministers also noted that 2 amendments to the North-South pension scheme are being developed, and these will be brought to the NSMC for approval when the necessary processes are complete. The NSMC then appointed 2 board members to the board of Forest na Gaeilge and agreed that appointments will be made to fill the remaining vacancies on this board and on the boards of other North-South implementation bodies at future meetings. At the close of the meeting, the Council agreed to meet again in institutional format in 2025. Mr Speaker, that concludes the element of the statement that relates to the NSC institutional meeting, and I will now update the House on the NSMC plenary meeting, which was also held on the 13th of September. At the plenary meeting, the Deputy First Minister and I led the Executive delegation, and the Taoiseach led the Irish Government delegation. This meeting was chaired by the Taoiseach. At the outset of the meeting, the Council extended its congratulations to the athletes from both jurisdictions who have participated in the Paris 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games. The skills, commitment and dedication of these athletes who were competing at the highest level was recognised. The Council then had a substantive discussion on business and trade-related matters. Promoting economic growth in a sustainable and balanced way is a priority for both administrations, and are committed to supporting businesses and growing trade. Ministers went on to discuss their own plans on how to achieve this. The Council noted that, where appropriate, the NSMC sectors will continue to consider how agreed collaborative approaches will contribute to the promotion of economic growth. Ministers then considered a report from the Joint Secretaries on the activity that had taken place since the last plenary meeting in April. It was noted that ministers had met across 12 NSMC work sectors and that institutional meetings had also taken place. Ministers welcomed the engagement between both administrations on a wide range of policy matters across all of the NSMC areas of cooperation and noted that the NSMC will be updated on progress at future meetings. The NSMC also welcomed that work programmes had been updated to reflect the emerging policy priorities and also noted that the ministers had discussed climate change and loss of biodiversity at all meetings. The positive engagement on these shared challenges was welcomed. The next item on the agenda related to the various New Decade New Approach commitments with a cross-border dimension. The Council noted that the AFI Western Transport Corridor Scheme had been discussed at its meeting in the transport sector on the 27th of June and that the Minister for Infrastructure would be submitting further paper shortly for the executive agreement on progression of the AFI project. Ministers welcomed that site works for the Narrowwater Bridge project began in 2024, in May of 2024, and that commencement of construction was marked in June 2024 at an event attended by ministers from both jurisdictions. Ministers welcomed that Phase 2, Clonus to Clonfad, of the Ulster Canal Restoration Project had been completed and officially opened at an event attended by ministers from both jurisdictions in June 2024. It was noted that a strategy for completion of Phase 3 as a whole would be finalised by the end of 2024. The NSMC welcomed the final report and associated environmental assessments of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review, which were published by Minister O'Dowd and Minister Ryan in Dundalk on the 31st of July this year. Both jurisdictions will continue to work collaboratively to explore the review's recommendations. In relation to higher education in the North West, it was noted that pre-application planning consultation has commenced regarding the construction of the new Teaching and Student Services building at Ulster University's Magee campus. Funding commitments from the Department of the Economy for this financial year were also noted. The Council also noted that 2 research partnerships have been supported and under the Co-Centre programme, and successful recipients of the Shared Island Bioeconomy Demonstration Initiative funding call, which will be announced in autumn of 2024. The NSMC agreed that commitments under New Decade New Approach should remain on the agenda of relevant meetings, that further updates will be provided to future NSMC plenary meetings. Ministers then had a good discussion on the topic of climate change and loss of biodiversity. These topics had been considered across all of the NSMC sectors, and the cooperation already underway across both jurisdictions to address these shared challenges was welcomed. The NSMC agreed that relevant sectors should maintain a focus on these topics for future meetings. The Council specifically welcomed the focus of the Climate plus Diversity plus Water Quality Co-Centre on science to support fair transitions to net zero, reversing biodiversity loss and restoring water quality for a sustainable economy. Ministers noted that this co-centre supports the coordinated science efforts in our executive Lough Neagh Action Plan. The Council then had a discussion on mother and baby institutions, Magdalen laundries and workhouses. The NSMC noted the important progress that's been made by the Executive in relation to mother and baby institutions and Magdalen laundries. The Irish Government's implementation of the Action Plan for survivors and former residents of mother and baby and county home institutions. In light of the cross-border nature of these institutions, officials from both administrations will continue to work closely on issues of commonality. At the end of the NSMC meeting, it approved a schedule of future NSC sectoral meetings, a meeting in institutional format, and the next plenary meeting in spring of 2025. That concludes the report on the NSMC plenary meeting, Mr. Speaker.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, First Minister, for that update. First Minister, the October monitoring that was published yesterday by the Finance Minister includes 2 reduced requirements that relate to matters that were discussed at NSMC plenary. One is the graduate entry medical school at Magee, the other is the A5 transport corridor, which specifically relates to money given by the Irish Government. Those are money which is now being handed back to the centre because it hasn't been spent in this financial year. Now, there may be reasonable explanations for that, but can I ask whether there are live discussions about better communication north and south in terms of shared priorities and whether multi-year funding can be agreed, including in relation to Shared Island?
I mean, I think that the Finance Minister was just setting out a factual position and of course it doesn't detract or take away in any shape or fashion from those projects going ahead. It's just a matter of profiling. But certainly we did stress at the NSMC that the importance of communication And clearly we, as an executive, want to get to the point where we have a multi-year budget situation. That should then in turn allow us to invest in a multi-year way. We obviously have financial rules around how we fund the NSMC bodies and institutions, but I would like us to get to a point where we actually have that multi-year budget approach both within our own public services here, but I think also in terms of our approach to the NSMC bodies themselves.
Paula Bradshaw.
And thank you, First Minister and Deputy First Minister, for this readout of the two meetings. It seems that you did cover a lot of ground, which is to be welcomed. I just want to focus in on the discussion around the mother and baby institutions and the working closely on common issues. We at the committee remain concerned around the sharing of information, especially if the religious orders, are based in Dublin. And I'm just wondering if that came up as an issue that they're going to explore. Thank you.
Mr.
Yes, and this is an issue which we have raised on a number of occasions, but we did raise it again took this opportunity because of the commonality that we have, and particularly given how in that jurisdiction they have come through inquiries, and we need to learn lessons of things that work and things that don't work, so that we're being best informed in terms of how we support those people with the horrible experience and the shameful experience of Magdalen laundries and workhouses and the mother and baby institutions. So we had agreed that both at an official level, but also as we advance our own plans, that we continue to engage to make sure that we learn those lessons, and where we need to work closely in particular is around issues, for example, of investigative records, memorialisation, social security benefits, which I know the member has also raised previously, in terms of how we can ensure that no one is disproportionately impacted because of compensation that they perhaps might receive. So these are issues which we will continue to raise at this level, but I can assure you that on an official level it continues to be an ongoing piece of work.
Concorla, and I thank the First Minister for the statement. First Minister, the NSMC communiqué noted the commencement of works at Narrow Bridge in May 2024, and those of us local to Warrenpoint will know the pace at which those works seem to be progressing on the ground. And I'm wondering, is the First Minister in a position to give a progress update on the delivery of Narrow Bridge?
Mr.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, this is one of those projects. It's another strategic project for us, and there's no doubt that it will create and facilitate greater connectivity and mobility. It's also going to be such a great boost to the local economy, which we all very much are welcoming. The Irish Government is meeting the construction costs via the Shared Island Fund. They're also working closely with the Department of Infrastructure, Newry, Mourne and Down Council on what is very much a shared project. But for all those years of campaigning, isn't it great to see the work actually happening on the ground? So this was something that all ministers were very pleased to discuss in terms of the progress that has been made. So it is great news to say that with the project now progressing on schedule, it is expected to be completed by late 2027, with the bridge handover and opening expected in 2028. And I think we all look forward to that after many years of campaigning to get to this point.
Brian Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, and emergency planning is vital, and an added level of complexity is created when we discuss border communities. Will the First Minister outline what work is being undertaken to ensure that border communities are prepared for all eventualities?
Minister.
Yes, this was an area where, it just makes good common sense in which we would cooperate, and particularly in relation to emergency planning, and also our own lived experience of coming through COVID and what that meant, particularly for people who lived in border counties. We received, in the first part of the meeting, we received a presentation around a lot of that planning, and also how people receive communication messages, particularly in times of disaster, which was really, really helpful to inform how we would perhaps communicate with people in border communities going forward. But I think that the conversation that we had was in relation to officials in Civil Contingencies Division and our southern counterparts working together in terms of emergency planning. And I think what we reflected certainly as a meeting was that when it came to the issue of the tragedy and the terrible events that happened in Creeslough, how our emergency services were able to assist, and that was very much a joined up effort to respond to what was a horrible situation in Creeslough. So it's at times like this whenever we need to work together, and we need to have the strongest possible protocols, and so I welcome very much the conversation that we had in relation to advancing that area of work.
Nicola Brogan.
I want to thank the Minister for her statement here today.
Minister, while there has been further developments since the last NSMC meeting in September, does the First Minister agree that the announcement of the A5 road upgrade will not only make the road safer and promote economic opportunities for the North West, but is also a good example of what we can achieve by working together on an all-Ireland basis?
Minister.
Yeah, I think, again, this is one of those huge strategic priorities for us all, and the delivery of the A5 was very much a joined-up effort. So I'm very pleased that even from the meeting itself that our Infrastructure Minister has been able to announce that he intends to proceed with the construction of the first stretch of the A5 early next year. And I think that's a huge step in the right direction. This was an executive flagship project, and the member will know only too well the tragedy of this road in particular. This is a road safety issue. This is ultimately about saving lives, but it's also about the economic benefit that comes with the building of and the construction of the road in terms of regional balance, creating jobs, benefiting the economy and improving journey times for daily users of this route.
Jonathan Buckley.
Mr Speaker, under business and trade matters at the plenary meeting, was there any discussion surrounding the comments by the Chief Executive of Invest NI, who said that there was no evidence of dual market access in attracting any foreign direct investment? And do these comments, coupled with the continued barriers to trade east-west, not also compound the fact and bust the myth that dual market access doesn't actually exist?
Well, I know that we now have new leadership of the Economy Department, and that Minister in particular will want to work towards all of our strengths, and we have a unique selling point. It's a selling point that we would actually repeat when we go out in terms of trying to drum up trade and investment here. We have unique market access. We have access to two of the biggest markets. It's our job now as political leaders in this Assembly to try to maximise those opportunities, to create more jobs, to create more investment, and do everything that we can to drum up things that will actually benefit the people that we all collectively represent.
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the First Minister for her statement. Can I ask what work is being done to promote opportunities via the Erasmus Plus programme, and just to offer clarity that this will be available to Northern Ireland participants? Thank you.
Yes, I think we've made some progress on that because there was some fear that perhaps we wouldn't have a chance to be part of it. It does come under the remit of the work of the two economy ministers. Perhaps I could provide you with a bit more information on that, but we talked about students' movement across the island, which was important, and there's some barriers there in terms of student mobility, and the two ministers are going to collectively continue to work on that area, because I think that we've all something to gain from keeping all of our students on this island, whether they choose to study here in Belfast or in Dublin or Cork or Galway. I think it's important that we maximise these opportunities and keep our talent, our homegrown talent here on the island. But I'll reflect if there's any more additional information in terms of Erasmus and provide the member with that.
Linda Dillon.
I thank the Minister for your statement. Minister, I know that you are well aware of the hurt and pain and loss experienced by so many women and girls and their children who were in mother and baby institutions, Magdalen laundries and workhouses. So can you give us some detail in terms of any conversation around, we know how important it is that cross-departmental and working together, both governments, is to the delivery of truth and justice, particularly given that we know that women and girls and their babies were moved across these jurisdictions. That was human trafficking.
Absolutely agree with the member, and there's no doubt that there's a very clear and distinct all-island dimension to mother and baby institutions, Magdalen laundries, workhouses, and we should absolutely do everything we can to cooperate on this, to learn from each other, and make sure that the historical ill-treatment and discrimination against women and girls, it's a source of shame right across this island. So it's particularly true that we need to do everything we can to ensure that we are joined up, that we're working together, and also that we do everything we can to provide access to truth for so many women that were impacted. So we will continue to keep this on the agenda of the North-South Ministerial Council meetings, both in institutional and plenary format, and I can assure you that we will continue to, as I said, the issues that I raised earlier with the chair of the TO committee, that we will continue to reflect on all those issues, investigative records, access to records, the impact of social security benefits, more memorialisation, and also that we learn from things that hasn't worked in terms of what they've done and make sure that we actually do better.
Harvey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. First Minister, And the chapter Disaster Risk Reduction and Emergency Planning on point 9, it mentions a conference series. Have any of these conferences taken place as yet? And if they have, how do they look? Thank you.
Yeah, this was a really important area of work, and the Irish Government continued to deliver a series of conferences on disaster risk reduction. And the thinking behind them, the concept behind them, is that they provide practitioners with an opportunity to network, to discuss and share best practice, opportunities to encourage dialogue, share lessons, deepen that cooperation, just to make sure there's strong partnerships there, that as and when we need to come together, that the ability to do so is there. So there was a conference on Friday of last week, actually hosted by the Irish Government, which the Permanent Secretary of our department attended with others, and I think that's important, that we continue to learn and share lessons, share information, share planning, and make sure we're ready to respond in the event of, God forbid, that we find ourselves in a situation, an emergency situation.
Emma Sheeran.
I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Minister, I noted in your report you referred to the commitment to the Peace Plus programme, which we know has brought an awful lot of investment, particularly to your own constituency. Could you give an update on that?
Yes, we mentioned and focused on the area of Peace Plus programme and welcomed the contribution of the programme to peace, prosperity, reconciliation. We know that the implementation of Peace Plus is well underway, and the majority of the 22 investment areas have now opened for applications. We've had some positive news last week in terms of game-changer announcements that will really make a huge difference. But you look at everything that we have in terms of driving jobs and growth, stimulating development and regeneration, boosting access to services and education. We've had the commitment to 25 projects so far, and these are right across like youth programmes, youth mental health, shared education, local community peace action plans, victims and survivors, enhancing cross-border cooperation. There's just so much there, and we need to continue to build on this, and I really look forward to this investment really being felt strongly in communities right across the island.
Dorothy Galston.
Mr. Speaker, First Minister, following on from the earlier question from the Chairperson of the Executive Office, has there been any discussion about addressing the needs of those who have been missed by the scope of the historical institutional abuse inquiry, including those who suffered at the hands of clerics who operated on both sides of the border?
First Minister.
This wasn't discussed directly at the NSMC, but I can say that this is something that we are looking at in terms of clerical child abuse, and it's something that we have our research underway in terms of looking at this area. This is something that we committed to some time ago, and I'm committed to making sure that we bring this forward in as quick a manner as we possibly can, and that we get it right.
Cara Hunter.
I don't have a question at this time.
Dave Egan.
The First Minister and the Deputy First Minister for their commitment to the North-South Ministerial process. Minister, Horizon Europe research and the need for getting more R&D funding to come into Northern Ireland and to this island as a whole. Was there any discussions about greater cooperation between the universities in Dublin and Belfast, but also with those within the Golden Triangle, particularly my old alma mater, Cambridge, Oxford, and of course Imperial College?
Minister.
Well, I think one of our unique points is that we want that strong competitiveness and our strong connectedness right across our island and between our islands, and that's the same whether it comes to trade, whether it comes to our universities. I think we need to have collaboration. I think we'll all benefit from that. In terms of Horizon Europe itself, we welcomed at the meeting the opportunities available because of the association with Horizon Europe. I think that will bring many benefits, and we're keen to boost participation and seize the opportunities that are available through the programme. I know that this is an area that both the economy ministers across the island will continue to work on.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We see that there were 2 further appointments to Forest na Gaeilge, but many vacancies remain. Can the First Minister outline what the precise timescale is for filling all of the vacancies on the boards of North-South bodies?
Yes, so as you said, we were able to make 2 appointments, and we're actually going through a process at this moment in time which will involve all executive parties who have the ability to nominate. I'm hoping that we can get that done in the immediate future, so that we can get these bodies properly populated and they can get on with doing their work, particularly now that they've been refreshed, now that everything's back up and running again. Obviously, with the election in the south, there will be some delay now in terms of some of these north-south bodies, but it's important that we get back to that as quickly as possible and that we do our work in terms of the nominations.
Stephen McLaughlin.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. Can I ask you for specific details regarding the discussions in and around business and trade, in particular about promoting a balanced regional growth? And was the North West cross-border city region featured in that balanced growth discussion?
Sure.
Yes, so the plenary discussed a wide range of business and trade opportunities facing the island and the value of continuing to share our knowledge, our experience, our best practice. I've touched earlier just in terms of some of the conversations around universities, student mobility. We in particular talked about the North West, about regional balance, about our plans around that. We talked about higher education in the North West because obviously there's been some really good advancements there and we want to continue to build upon them. I think that the volume of work between our economy ministers in terms of promoting the island as a whole in terms of a great place to invest is something that we should be very much welcoming. And I think we talked about McGee, as I said, we talked about education in the North West, we talked about the School of Medicine, all of these things that we believe are vitally important to ensure that there's a fair, everybody gets their fair share in terms of prosperity and that is spread regionally right across.
That brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister on the statement. I would remind members that those members who are in late will be called later, and those members who are not in for the statement won't be called at all. Members who are standing who haven't been in for the statement won't be called. Thank you. Will members take their ease to resume the chair?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion for the Committee for the Executive Office. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly condemns ongoing racist incidents in our community and calls upon the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to urgently carry out a comprehensive review into the racist attacks of July and August 2024 to include what happened, why it happened and who was involved, and to bring forward proposals on how to prevent it happening again.
Thank you. I call on the Chairperson of the Committee for the Executive Office to move the motion.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow for 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. You will have 10 minutes to move and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I call on the Chairperson to open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At the beginning of August, this Assembly was recalled to condemn the incidents of racism that occurred over the summer period. This motion is not about repeating those words of condemnation, much as it may warrant it, but to seek to understand what happened and to show some urgency about doing something about it. It has become clear in the evidence the committee has been hearing that racist intimidation had been happening before the summer and has continued since the summer. Racist violence was not simply an isolated seasonal series of events, but an endemic in our communities. Unfortunately, PSNI records show that the trend is worsening, not improving. On the 18th of September, the committee heard harrowing evidence from stakeholder organisations of racism and Islamophobia. We heard of attacks on their businesses, criminal damage to their places of worship and places of support, violence and intimidation against them, their fear for the safety of their children, and their feeling of helplessness that such things were not stopped by the authorities. However, the committee also heard that this is not new. It has been part, over time, of a pattern of ongoing racism and xenophobia, damage to property, everyday microaggressions against people who are different, and experiences of institutional racism. On 2nd of October, the committee heard from the Department and the police how they responded to the events of the summer and how they were tackling the ongoing issues. Members put questions to them about what we had heard from the stakeholders, including about paramilitary involvement in racist attacks, police standing idly by while minority-owned businesses were attacked, and police advising victims to engage with community representatives known to be involved with paramilitary organisations. It was also noted how ludicrous it was that authorities argued over whose responsibility it was to remove racist posters rather than getting on and removing them. So I have to say there remain many unanswered questions. What were the factors that led to circumstances where so many people assembled to attack our most vulnerable communities? Who were these people carrying out the attacks and who organised them? Why were the authorities so unprepared? Why was it allowed to go on for so long and so many properties allowed to be damaged or destroyed? On the 11th of September, the committee considered correspondence from the Commissioner-designate for Victims of Crime. I also met with her separately on the 9th of October to discuss her proposal for the Executive Office to carry out a rapid review of the racist incidents in the summer. The committee agreed to support her call for such a review. This review is necessary because we need to get to grips with the causes of why these things happened and are still happening. We need to understand who was involved and why. We need to find out how prepared the authorities were, how they responded and what impact they had. And we need to make sure we create the conditions so that this doesn't happen again. The review needs to be carried out by the Executive Office because of the multi-dimensional, cross-cutting nature of the issues and the potential solutions. Some of the solutions may need changes in legislation. The Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination recently observed that we need a clearer definition on racial discrimination and a particular statutory offence of hate crime in Northern Ireland. I personally also have met with the Committee on the Arbitration of Justice, who raised very similar issues. As part of its inquiry into gaps in equality legislation, the Committee for the Executive Office can look at some of the potential changes to the law. However, this goes beyond just adjusting statutory protections for minority ethnic communities. A review can look at these things in the round. The tragedy is that valued members of our community who contribute to our economy, provide essential services and enrich the cultural diversity of our society have been left to feel that they do not belong. On the contrary, the committee broadly and consistently restated the view that we are privileged that people from diverse backgrounds have chosen to make this place their home. We can do something about it. A concerted, targeted, rapid review of the events of the summer can go some way to make people who were targets of hostility, make them feel that they belong. The committee calls for this to happen without delay. Mr Deputy Speaker, I would now like to make a few brief remarks in my capacity as a South Belfast MLA. It has long been my party's view, in fact stated publicly on many occasions including the week before the racist attacks in early August, that progress on renewing the Race Relations Order, on the Racial Equality Strategy and the Refugee Integration Strategy have not proceeded as quickly as they should. Tied to this is the reality that racism and sectarianism are ultimately two sides of the same coin. It is increasingly recognised internationally that they are ultimately the same thing. Where you have an us and them, you will always end up with sectarianism and racism. We have to get far more serious about challenging sectarianism, overcoming division, reconciling genuinely and ending paramilitarism, the core principles of our proposal for an additional peace-building mission within and indeed to underpin the programme for government. While we should not be prejudicial about what a comprehensive review of the ongoing racist attacks, including those of late July and early August, may determine, we already know that the PSNI identified paramilitary influence. There is a tendency for the Executive Office to put what it does into different silos, but fundamentally the evidence is clear. Ending paramilitarism, promoting good relations and delivering racial equality are ultimately the same silo. Mr Deputy Speaker, in closing, this motion is for a rapid review. We are now 4 months on from the worst weekend of the summer, and we should agree to this motion today and get on with the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. I'll call on Emma Sheeran.
Raised today, and whilst not happy to do so, I think this is a very important debate, and it has been said before by myself in this chamber. Racism is another issue that, unless we talk about it and identify the root causes, we're never going to deal with it, and we're never going to eradicate it. So commend the proposers of this motion for bringing it before the House, and think that this is a conversation that we absolutely need to have. We know that none of us are born with hate in our hearts, and that nobody is born a racist or sectarian or a misogynist or any of the other discriminatory mindsets that prevail throughout society and cause harm to others. But that these things are fostered, these attitudes are learned behaviours, and that they ultimately manifest themselves in what we've seen during the summer in the most ugly examples of violence and bullying and intimidation and aggression towards the most vulnerable within our society. So it is right that we have a conversation about that that's open and frank, and that we address these causes and work together to eradicate them. And to that end, I do recognise the good work that's began in terms of the scoping exercise in September with those involved and with the minority ethnic community, and the cross-departmental working group that needs to listen to the experiences of those who are victims of this violence and take on board the learning from that. We can see across the world, and we've seen it very clearly in recent days, what happens when the working classes are pitted against each other, and when scaremongering and misinformation wins out. And we know that the enemy of the working classes does not arrive by dinghy, it arrives by private jet. And there's a responsibility and an onus of us who have a mandate in this House to call that out and to speak to those who are falling victim to misinformation and blaming other people who are in worse off positions than themselves for the situation that they're in. We have to address racism at its core, and it all comes from the same supremacist mindset that some parts of community are better than another just because of the colour of your skin or the religion that you practice, or whether you do at all. And we have to call that out. So commend this motion to the House, and hope that this starts a period of very intensive engagement, so that we don't see the same disgusting scenes next summer as we did this year.
Thank you, Emma. I call on Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And this motion has been brought to the Assembly floor by the Committee for the Executive Office through its chair, and I rise as a DUP member of the committee along with my colleague Harry Harvey in support of the motion. The racially motivated attacks witnessed over the summer were shocking, unacceptable and unjustifiable. We support the proposal for a comprehensive and rapid review of how and why this transpired. The proposal for a review, as has been mentioned, was raised with the committee by the Victims of Crime Commissioner-designate. The Democratic Unionist Party is committed to building a safe and inclusive society in Northern Ireland. No one should have to live in fear because of where they were born, the colour of their skin, or their religious beliefs. The targeting of homes, businesses and places of worship is and always has been absolutely wrong. In this matter, the focus is rightly on the actions of a minority who spread misinformation, anonymously called for protests and orchestrated violence and wanton destruction. However, let us not lose sight of the fact that the vast majority of people in Northern Ireland do value and appreciate the positive role that members of newcomer communities play in our society, in our public services, including health, and in a host of vital sectors in our economy, including manufacturing, IT services, agri-food and the fishing industry, and I thank them for their contribution. Northern Ireland is becoming more ethnically diverse. We can see that statistically in the census figures, as well as in our workplaces, our schools, in local communities and on our streets. In some areas, the rate of change has been challenging for some people. The scale and nature of immigration into any country is a legitimate topic of political and public debate. However, without question, some people with a racist agenda have exploited other people's concerns, and we saw the tragic and destructive outworking of that this summer. Those who come to Northern Ireland ought to be welcomed and supported. Many voluntary groups assist with that, but so also should the full apparatus of government. It is equally important that the needs of people who have lived in an area for generations should continue to be met. Ensuring that balance is struck is key to ensuring there is community cohesion and good relations. As we said during the recall debate on these disturbances on the 8th of August, the DUP wants to see meaningful dialogue with affected communities. Violence is never justified, nor should it be an excuse for public bodies and politicians to ignore concerns which are legitimately expressed. Any review led by TEO must meaningfully explore community relations in areas where there is currently significant ethnic diversity, or indeed where demographics are projected to change moving forward. That includes issues of access to housing and public services. We need to be able to identify areas where tensions exist at an earlier stage as part of existing tension monitoring processes. Acts of hate crime must have their consequences for those responsible. However, just strengthening hate crime laws will not resolve all the challenges we face where tensions have arisen due to increasing ethnic diversity. Let us remember that race is already a protected characteristic under hate crime legislation. Of course, the PSNI and courts must have adequate powers to crack down on racially motivated crime. However, that alone will not be the silver bullet to the challenges we face. Elected representatives have a responsibility to promote tolerance, good relations and the rule of law, but not just to preach from afar. We have a responsibility to engage with local communities and to work with them and statutory and voluntary agencies to address local needs and concerns. Ultimately, we must do all we can to address these issues proactively, not just rely on the criminal justice system. This will include challenging and changing attitudes and mindsets in families, in workplaces and at community level. For many years, Good Relations in Northern Ireland has focused understandably on our sectarian divisions. And in my final sentence, I hope that this review will provide an additional focus on the need to support community cohesion and awareness in areas and communities where ethnic diversity has increased. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Brian. And I call on Sinead McLaughlin, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that everyone in this chamber will agree that the events of the summer were profoundly disturbing and deeply troubling for our communities, and particularly for those in our communities from ethnic minority backgrounds. This debate today is about action and not about warm words. My colleague Matthew O'Toole raised this question with the Deputy First Minister yesterday, and he asked why that there had been precious little action from the Executive to date, and that was very disappointing. A surge to the far-right hatred and racism spilled onto our streets with devastating consequences on August last. I also want to express our solidarity with all those that were intimidated by the violence and who feared for their place in Northern Irish society as a result. Those attacks had one main objective: to sow fear, distrust and hatred in Northern Ireland and intimidate members of our shared community who have built lives, who have built their families and their businesses here. Everyone here knows that such incidents are far from spontaneous. They are the products of years of dangerous rhetoric and anti-immigrant sentiment. They are also the product of paramilitary influence that still looms large in the lives of many, many of our young people. It was right that politicians from across different parties condemned those attacks during the summer, and it is right that we repeat those condemnations today. But condemnation is not enough. In the aftermath of the riots in the summer, we saw thousands of people coming onto the streets to protest against racism and violence. But too often we have felt that government here has been far too slow to react and demonstrate the same kind of solidarity. Today's motion is a chance for this Assembly to come together, to commit to making changes that are required and to ensure that lessons are learned. Such lessons can only be learned in the context of a comprehensive review. This review must be thoroughly examine what took place, why it happened and who was involved. It must also go further, providing us with proposals and real actionable measures to prevent these horrific incidents from happening again. In addition to addressing the events of the summer, we must work proactively to combat racism at every level. This includes making progress in the current outstanding areas of the Executive Office's area of responsibility that can help to build a culture of respect, understanding and inclusivity. The review product produced by the Executive Office as a result of this motion should also seek to give a fulsome update on the racial equality strategy and the refugee integration strategy. We need appropriate and meaningful legislation with a standalone hate crime legislation built in. Accountability is vital here, and we must see progress made and made without any further delays. Deputy Speaker, finally, to those affected by these racist incidents, I want to say again that you're not alone. You have a place and a role in our community. Racists do not and never will. We must ensure that each person feels that they have a place here and that they are valued as an integral part of our society. Let us unite in purpose and action, committed to making Northern Ireland a society that celebrates its diversity, respects all of its people and provides a safe and welcoming environment for everyone. Together we can create a future free from fear and free from division and free from hatred. Let this Assembly lead the way in demonstrating that we are committed to the values of inclusion, unity and respect for everyone. Let's have a rapid review, but please, please, let's have action.
Thank you, Sinead. I call on Deirdre Hargey.
Much, and I suppose just thank you to the TEO Committee for bringing this important motion today. I suppose over the last few months I've attended a number of anti-racism rallies in Belfast along with others in this chamber. This was on the back of a summer of racist attacks on families, on homes, on places of worship and indeed on local businesses that were burnt to the ground. Many of these took place in my own constituency of South Belfast and on the back of a hate march from City Hall towards the Belfast Islamic Centre, and we've seen all that unfolded after that event. Since these attacks, we have seen incidents of racism and attacks continue, as in the last fortnight, a young child and their mother attacked in their own home. A few weeks before that, another home attacked nearby, and indeed a family whose vehicle was burnt out just because they were identified on TV as having attended an anti-racism rally. But these incidents did not start this summer, and it's essential that we acknowledge this when tackling these issues. According to official figures, there were 1,411 racist incidents, including 891 reported racist crimes within the year ending June of this year. This was a full year before the recent summer incidents. There have been some who try to correlate the diversity in South Belfast as some kind of explanation for a rise in racist attacks, but diversity is never the cause of racism. Racism is fuelled by racist ideas and people who are willing to organise and to carry out attacks, and these must be condemned for what they are and challenged for what they are, racism and the flip side being sectarianism. We must all call out and deal with the fact that there have been a level of organisation to these attacks by paramilitaries, as was confirmed by the PSNI over the recent attacks during the summer. And indeed, an Equality Commission report on racism found that many people were reluctant to report hate crime due to concerns that it's linked or endorsed by loyalist paramilitaries. Yet despite these incidents, we have seen members of our communities speak out against racism and sectarianism, and they must be commended. I commend the residents of the Donegal Road who spoke out against the mother and their child being attacked recently. I commend the residents of the Lower Armour Road who I joined with over the summer when they drove a hate mob from their community and who then stood with local businesses that were attacked nearby. I commend those who have rallied on the streets of Belfast to say no to racism and no to hate. And indeed, Belfast and across this island, we have been the home of anti-slavery, of emancipation, of anti-imperialism, the home of civil rights, community and labour organising. We need to recapture these ideals through grassroots community organising, education, activism and community campaigning. And of course, all of this needs supported by policy, by strategy and by funding. But what is clear, we need political unity. We need our communities working together to root out the causes and the manifestation of racism and sectarianism. And we need to stand together to say yes to equality, yes to diversity, yes to building an inclusive society for all, and importantly, protecting our most vulnerable within our communities. So I commend this motion.
Thank you, Deirdre. I call on Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As has already been indicated, we will be supporting the motion before us. This is a motion on a topic which I believe we can all unite. Racism is wrong, and it is incumbent upon us all to both call it out when it raises its ugly head and work collectively to eradicate it from our society. Previous speakers in the debate have reminded us of the scenes which played out on our streets and across our television screens earlier this year. Totally unacceptable behaviour which caused untold damage to communities and individuals alike. In addressing the questions posed by the motion, I believe it is important that we drill down on specifics within individual communities. Broad brush approaches to this issue will avail little. I am hopeful that the recent cross-departmental working group involving the PSNI and Housing Executive, established following the summer disorder, will be able to identify similarities and differences in terms of motivations behind behaviours. The same can be said for any executive review flowing from this motion, just as the factors that drive racially motivated criminality are multifaceted. Any executive review should be cross-cutting. All relevant departments, agencies, community and voluntary organisations, elected representatives and members of the public should be engaged as part of this process. But above all, victims of the recent violence must be to the fore. It is widely accepted, and all the statistics around this issue and other similar instances of criminality bear this out, that such behaviour usually has a parallel interaction with high rates of poverty, deprivation and the influence of organised crime gangs, rather than simply labelling those who engage in such criminality as racist or fascist. Any review must lift the veil on what drives individual children, young people and adults to get involved in such disorder in their own communities. We must be prepared to really seek answers to that pivotal question within the motion: why? Only when we begin to address the why will we begin to effect change for the better. Not to condone violence, criminality or racism, but to eradicate it from our streets and communities. We must also bear in mind that no review or departmental intervention will provide the silver bullet which we would wish to provide. It must be acknowledged that contextual factors such as the prevalence of misinformation and hate manifested online and on social media platforms will not be captured or addressed within a TEO review or intervention. Ultimately, there needs to be a new UK-wide focus on tackling the risk that social media poses in terms of fuelling and coordinating public unrest that exceeds what is legitimate and free protest activity. Similar openness and transparency must be the watchword for government, law enforcement and state media in relation to how the public are engaged with on issues of public interest to ensure public trust and confidence is retained. Another point worth making, and what I believe should be a central aspect of any wider review on tackling racism, should be an assessment of how the PSNI responded, whether available resourcing was adequate, and the impact both physically and mentally on the officers who had the line against the unrest witnessed across Belfast and elsewhere during the summer. We cannot leave these dedicated public servants out of the equation, and I would hope that the Justice Minister would agree with me on this point and seek its consideration as part of any cross-departmental review. Mr. Speaker, it must be remembered that much good work has been done in the past and continues to be done to integrate communities, foster relationships and build capacity through many government-led initiatives, particularly TBUC and urban villages. These programmes have sought to direct interventions to where they have been needed most, particularly in areas of deprivation and ongoing community tension. Those within the TEO committee and beyond are aware of the ongoing efforts to bring forward a refugee...
Could the member draw his remarks to a close, please?
I will, and I'll finish with saying a refugee integration strategy which will undoubtedly be of great benefit in tackling the causes that have been manifested. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I call on Kate Nicholl.
Deputy Speaker, if we were gathered in the House today to talk about incidents of sexual assault or street violence, and anyone mentioned legitimate concerns, there would be outrage. We need to stop doing it. We have to stop doing it when it comes to racist attacks. There is no legitimate concerns when it comes to the racism that we experienced in our city in August. And if you want to have a discussion about housing or how people are struggling to cope, then that is for a cost of living or a housing debate. Please stop bringing it in when we're talking about racist attacks. It is totally unacceptable. And the impression it gives to the victims is that they are being prioritised over the perpetrators. It has to stop. Please, can we stop doing it? I really welcome this motion being brought forward, and I welcome the Chair's comments about how this is about review and what we got wrong and what we need to do right. I think it's so important. We had the recall, we discussed at length how it was outrageous, and I keep thinking about Mohammed Atif, one of the business owners who stood on the stairs, and he made such a dignified plea that we build a society that celebrates our diversity, that is future-focused, thinking of the next generation and what sort of society we want our children growing up in. It's not about minority ethnic people not feeling valued. It's about how, as a society, we treat anyone who feels different and making sure they feel valued and important. And the legislation has been raised, and that is a part of it. It doesn't feel like there's an urgency. Why do we not have a racial equality strategy and refugee integration strategy? Is meant to be coming for months. It's not here yet. And I think we are really good at condemnation, and we are really good at turning up and showing support when something awful has happened. But what are we doing in the meantime? And there's one area I'm very passionate about, and I talk about it a lot, and I feel that it's an area that is ignored, but it's around asylum seekers and refugees and the support for them. And as any part of a review, I really hope it looks into the governance of how we address these issues. I asked in a question months ago about a meeting specifically about children in a contingency accommodation, and I said, I am really worried that there is going to be a need for an inquiry at some point into how these children have been treated. Jerry and I go into the hotels fairly regularly and have met with people who have been living in contingency accommodation and what they're going through. And I remember shortly after I was elected, I went into a hotel, and there were a group, and hotel is misleading. It gives the impression that they're living in the lap of luxury. These are people who have been through unimaginable hell and have come here to start a new life, and it is our human rights obligation, but also our privilege to support people as they build a new life. And I remember there was a group of women, and they were waiting to talk to me at the end, and every single one of them had been through the worst that humanity can do to another person. What they had been through is just unimaginable to most people. And they just wanted safety and security for their children. And their children One child was 9 or 10 and had started wetting the bed again and was terrified and asked why they were in prison. What had they done wrong to be in prison? They were going into school and they were traumatized. They weren't getting support that they needed. We need to have a conversation about how we are doing this together. And I know that we had the Strategic Migration Partnership and it fell apart, and so TEO took it in, and I'm grateful there are officers doing amazing work within that, but there isn't an accountability, there isn't a transparency about how the different departments are feeding in to support, honestly, the most vulnerable people in our society. We need to have a discussion about how we protect them. So any review is going to be really important, but how we lead, how we discuss, and how we put in place mechanisms so that no one falls through the gap. And I am desperately worried about these children. I am desperately worried that they are not a priority because they're a tiny minority. But how we treat these people says so much about how we are as a society. And yesterday we met and we discussed the legacy of Anna Lowe. And Anna Lowe, when she was an MLA all those years ago, championed racial equality, asked for legislation on this, and we're still waiting. And if we're actually serious about showing that we're committed to it, then we'll bring it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. I call on John Stewart.
Deputy Speaker, and I want to start by thanking both the committee chair and the Executive Office Committee for their work to date on this and for bringing it forward. As I will know, we don't have a representative on that committee, but I am very grateful for the work that they have done. I have been watching intently along the way. I want to echo many of the comments made by the previous speaker and by other speakers as well, sending our solidarity to the many people who were affected in such a tragic way during the summer. We saw the most vulnerable in society being targeted in such a horrific way, with online rhetoric leading to intimidation and ultimately attacks on businesses, homes and places of worship. These are, Mr Deputy Speaker, as we know, the most vulnerable people in society who have come here for a better life, fleeing some of the worst places in the world. And many are making, and most are making, a very valuable contribution to our society. And there was nothing more saddening and despairing than to see members of our NHS or care workers crying after having returned home from a hard day's work to see their home attacked or burnt out. And that was utterly despicable and something that is etched in all of our memories. But at the same time that we saw that, we saw the true nature of the people of Northern Ireland across this country, hundreds of people coming in support of those people who had been targeted, whether it was in my constituency or in each of our constituencies. And I think that is the true nature of the people of Northern Ireland, and it is important to remember that true spirit, and that is the real Northern Ireland that we get to see. I do fully support the need for review, and as previous speakers have said, it needs to be quick and sharp and really focused. But one of the aspects I'd be keen to focus on, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the impact on the individual, on the victim specifically, and how they have been impacted by that, on the potential for the impact on the workforce, because we did hear tragically that so many people who are working in our health service or NHS and as care workers are thinking of leaving because of the impact, and it's important that the Executive Office engages with them and also on the groups and community groups that represented them. Also during these horrific scenes, I, and I'm sure many, dealt with local charities and community groups who were representing and working with these individuals on a daily basis, and their shared experiences and lived experiences are important to understand. So it's really important that the Executive Office engages with them to see what difficulties they faced and how best to overcome. Some of these charities who were working with people who have moved here from overseas were threatened and intimidated, and their premises were targeted merely because they were supporting them. That is despicable, Mr Deputy Speaker, and we need to learn from those experiences as well. The final thing I want to focus on is young people. Sadly, tragically, we saw far too many young people being dragged into this at the hands of faceless individuals because of online rhetoric. There needs to be much more engagement with young people through community groups, through schools, to ensure that they do not get caught up in this, so that they realise the impacts of the actions and the long-term impacts they could have on their life, and realise that this sort of activity is totally unacceptable. So, as I say, Mr Deputy Speaker, we support this work and are continuing to contribute in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I call on Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the fact that we are debating this subject today. I raised it yesterday with the Deputy First Minister, and I'm sure others in this chamber will keep raising the question of what we are practically, specifically doing to tackle the scourge and the growing scourge of not just race hate, but racially aggravated violence in this society. It's important that we back up our words with actions, because if we don't, then people will ultimately think that this is simply a Potemkin Parliament. It's simply a chamber where we come and talk and fill the air with words and nothing ever happens. And since we returned in February, we have done a lot of that. It's a cold day outside, but you could warm your hands on some of the words that we've used today. So let's hear about some specifics. I want first of all to talk about August. In August, we saw a violent mob rampage through the streets of Belfast, specifically South Belfast, and several of my constituency colleagues have spoken today about what happened. I was speaking at the rally, the anti-racism rally, where our numbers vastly outweighed those on the side of hate. People who, by the way, were brandishing both the tricolour and the Union Jack to display hate, which should be offensive to people who treasure both of those flags. But our numbers, the anti-racist numbers, vastly outweighed those of the racists. And it was frustrating to see not just frustrating, disgusting, to see the rampaging through South Belfast, my constituency, and specifically where my constituency office is, the most diverse part of that constituency, the University and Holy Land area, of people who had nothing but hate on their minds, people who had travelled up on the train from Dublin, people who had come from other parts of this island and the north to display their hate, not wanted in Belfast, rejected by the diverse community of South Belfast, and yes, rejected here days later when we came down. Also worth saying, as Deirdre Hargey said, rejected by the working class people of South Belfast, the communities who stood against that in the Lower Ormo, and also, it has to be said, in loyalist parts of South Belfast. But I'll come back to that, because those people are having their community spoken for by others. And I'll come back to that. We all came in here a few days later and we talked about how awful that was, and it was awful. But we're not just paid to talk. We're not a debating society. We're legislators, and people here are here to govern. So what did we expect to see in the aftermath? We expected to see an updated racial equality strategy. We haven't got it yet. We expected to see an updated refugee integration strategy. We haven't got it yet. We would have liked to have seen progress and urgency, including from the Justice Minister, on a standalone hate crime bill. It has already been said that we need to beef up hate crime legislation to give the police. This isn't just, by the way, about the theory of a kind of lefty woke thing of having hate crime legislation for its own sake. This is about giving the police the powers to apprehend and tackle people not just spewing race hate online, but doing what happened in my constituency in the past week, chucking masonry through the window of a terraced house, covering a child in glass. This isn't theory. This is the lives of people in my constituency and this community, kids of colour who are being targeted, families who are being burnt out. So words are great, but they're not enough. And let's come back to words, because Kate Nicholl, my constituency colleague, is right when she says the conflation of legitimate concerns, and working class communities across the city do have legitimate concerns about housing, economic opportunity, education. It's our job to come in here and deal with them. Conflating those with racial violence is an offence to those working class communities, and it's an offence to the people of colour who are facing violence and intimidation. Let's stop it. Let's also be honest about the ways in which this violence, the racist violence, intersects with paramilitarism, because there's a lot of double talk in this place and in this society about how those things intersect. The PSNI and the UN have acknowledged that loyalist paramilitaries were involved in facilitating that violence. Now, they've denied it at an organisational level, we're told, but I think it is pretty clear that from anyone with authority that loyalist paramilitaries were involved in facilitating those actions. Of course, their representatives still get meetings with ministers. What message are we sending? Let's get real. Let's get real. I welcome this motion, but the action plan has to be followed up, and the review has to be followed up with real action, legislation, updated reviews, and finally being serious about clamping down on all forms of hate in this society. I commend the motion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but let's have some action after the motion and the warm words.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. I call on Timothy Gaston.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to once again condemn the racist attacks which we saw during the summer months, and will be supporting the motion before us today. However, I trust this will not just be a matter of passing another motion which leaves this Assembly with a warm feeling. As legislators, we shouldn't just aim to say nice things, but to deliver change of real substance. Let's not forget that the responsibility for dealing with the criminal activity which we witness lies not with the Executive Office but with the PSNI. If we are looking for the Executive Office to act in this matter, it must be within its departmental remit to promote equality and good relations. That being the case, I trust they will look at the concerns which exist, particularly within working class communities, about legal and illegal immigration. It is undeniable that uncontrolled immigration is a contributing factor to the pressures public services are currently experiencing. We cannot deny that vital frontline services, particularly our NHS, are under pressure. Yes, we welcome the contribution which migrants make to the NHS, but we also need to consider the impact of a growing population on current waiting lists. Just yesterday, for example, I received a reply from the Minister, Mr Nesbitt, telling me that there are 722 people in Northern Ireland who have been waiting more than 4 years for a knee replacement. When we think back to the events of this summer, we also have to put the protests, the vast majority of them were peaceful, in context. When we do that, we have to reference events in Southport. It cannot be denied that there was a deliberate attempt to conceal the truth about the murders of 3 children and the horrific injuries suffered by 10 others, of which 8 were children. The suspect has since been charged with possession of an Al-Qaeda training manual and is being prosecuted under the Terrorism Act. I am yet to read an apology or even a fact check from the BBC who claimed he was a Christian. I am not for one moment suggesting that all immigrants are potential terrorists. The occupants of this chamber are evidence that Northern Ireland is well able to produce its own, but there is a need for truth and openness around this issue. Lack of transparency merely feeds suspicion and distrust. I must also say that we do a disservice to the victims of racism by accepting groundless allegations as gospel. Back in September, the Executive Office Committee heard from a witness who said that the Housing Executive was institutionally racist. In the aftermath of the Stephen Lawrence murder, a High Court judge heard evidence from 88 witnesses, considered 100,000 pages of statements, and produced a 350-page report to back up his findings that the Met Police was institutionally racist. In the Executive Office Committee, members seem to believe that we should accept the charge against hard-working and honest employees of the Housing Executive just on the basis of lived experience. Such an approach does a disservice to those on the receiving end of racism. Let us resolve going forward to ensure that we don't just scapegoat the working classes, but take their genuine concerns seriously. We demand honesty from our media and condemn racism in all its forms. I see no conflict in believing all of that is possible.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Gasson. Colin Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I do support the motion, but I have to say I do feel like it's a bit too little, too late. I think it also is worth saying, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Executive's disapproval of racist violence did not force the far-right and loyalist forces off the streets this summer. They were forced off the streets this summer by organised counter-mobilisations of tens of thousands of people in Belfast and beyond. I think that's important to say now, because at the time some people were warning and urging people to stay away from counter-protests and not take to the streets. And the violence was disgusting in August, but imagine how worse it would have been in the aftermath if there wasn't those counter-mobilisations. So anti-fascist mobilisation is key and crucial to giving people confidence and to pushing aside the far-right fascist loyalist paramilitaries. These counter-mobilisations were organised by groups like United Against Racism, Deputy Speaker, and many others who are determined to stand up to racism, Islamophobia and hatred. Anti-racist activists, community groups, trade unionists, ordinary people stepped in to take action when the Executive have failed time and time again. That should teach us a lesson in this chamber about where real power lies. It lies not in this chamber, but lies in the streets with ordinary, working class, decent people. Part of the review in the motion must involve holding the PSNI to account for their inaction, Deputy Speaker. The PSNI failed to explain how violent racists were effectively given the green light to rampage around Belfast, attacking migrants, their homes and migrant-owned businesses. I mean, it defies belief, but the PSNI were given ample warning about these inevitable attacks, yet people were left vulnerable neighbours were left to the mercy of the far right, and we're still waiting on answers from the PSNI as to why this happened. They simply cannot be trusted or depended on to protect migrants. And I note the evidence from the Northwest Migrants Forum, who basically told of their experience where the PSNI effectively pushed them in the hands of community leaders. We know what that means when it comes to dealing with racism, and I've been told that by public bodies as well. Community leaders, when referred to in reality, or paramilitaries, have no place in our society, never mind any place to tackle racism when many of them are involved in it themselves. Instead, what we've seen is groups of residents, local communities stepping in to protect their migrant minority neighbours when the state can't be relied upon. And the contrast, Deputy Speaker, between the way the police handled far-right rampagers over the summer, how they've cracked down on people taking part in Black Lives Matter protests, or how they police people who are racialised minorities every day of the week, is completely stark, striking, and such a contrast. And it's worth saying and repeating, but migrants are not to blame for welfare cuts, despite of what we heard from some people today. A deepening poverty is not caused by migrants or refugees or our housing crisis or the crumbling of our public services. The vast majority of us know this. Yet, Deputy Speaker, I have to say that executive ministers have played an active role, some of them, in stoking up racist mob violence, giving a wink and a nod. They talk about genuinely held concerns of far-right thugs, giving legitimacy to hatred. I repeat again, as the member for South Belfast said eloquently as well, there's no such thing as genuinely held concerns when you're talking about racism and far-right violence. I've appealed before, I appeal once again to the Deputy First Minister, stop using this inflammatory and dangerous language. The far-right is on the rise. They're whipping up racist hate and scapegoating migrants for the economic and social problems facing our society. They use fear to divide working class communities that have been repeatedly failed by the state. There's nothing legitimate about racism, Islamophobia, or the violent hatred of a bigoted minority. The attacks of the summer, Deputy Speaker, weren't isolated incidents. They're part of a pattern of racist violence, and many of the migrant-owned businesses that were targeted in South Belfast certainly have been attacked before on multiple times, on multiple occasions. The racial equality strategy is still outstanding. Lauren House is still open. Hostile environments still in operation. Asylum seekers denied the right to work and denied access to public services. The list goes on. Motions are important, but we need to see action on these points and many, many more if we're to push back racism, tackle the far right and tackle growing fascism in our society. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. I call on the Deputy First Minister, and Deputy First Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak once again about the criminal damage and racist violence that took place in our community over the summer months. I want to assure you that addressing the needs in all within our community is particularly important matter to us, and that must include everyone, no matter the colour of your skin, your race, your religion, your faith or lack thereof, or your identity. I believe it would be appropriate at this juncture to take real exception at the comments just made. Absolutely disgraceful comments just made. At every opportunity, the members of this executive have stood shoulder to shoulder and made absolutely clear that there is never any justification for racism, for hate, for violence or disorder or prejudice on that basis. I am on the record, I'm not going to take an intervention. I am on the record of saying many, many times my absolute rejection of any racism or prejudice or hate or violence and disorder on that basis. I believe your comments are utterly disgraceful, but I will say very clearly to this place, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that no one is going to put words in my mouth, despite the attempts by many, many people over the course of the last number of months. What I said very clearly is that in this role as Deputy First Minister, in my role as a representative, my message to people is very clear. I am on your side. I am here to listen to you, the challenges that you face, the hardships that you experience. I have said in this House that I recognise that for many, many people throughout Northern Ireland, indeed too many people throughout Northern Ireland, their lives are tough. Their lives are too tough. And if you actually listened, and if people actually listened to people on the ground, they would have seen that. They would have seen that tensions are bubbling, frustrations are high. There is that deep frustration because of a lack of affordable housing, the inability of people to live within their communities in which they grew up in, that they love, because of the lack of affordable housing, the lack of access to public services. But I have also said this very, very clearly, that that is a challenge for all of us in this chamber to address. That is a problem, and those are issues for democracy to address. But if democracy does not deliver, then we will see people becoming increasingly frustrated, and that is on us, and that is why we must step up. And I have said that time and time again. The Executive has no tolerance for the racial discrimination and violence witnessed in July and August of this year. It is in stark contrast to the values of equality and respect that we strive to uphold. We have all seen the devastating impact of these crimes on victims, their families, on communities, and our thoughts are still with all of those affected. I welcome this debate today, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome all of the thoughtful contributions, and indeed we will take those away in the work that we are doing. I want to take the opportunity this afternoon, to outline some of the work that we have been carrying forward, particularly from the summer, but of course the work that has been taking place within the department. We believe that important work will address many of the elements. Of course, this place cannot fix these problems, but we can certainly do what we can to help address what we can, working with communities and addressing those prejudicial or social attitudes that lead to the type of racism that very, very sadly and disappointingly we saw on the streets. It's also important to put on record that this was a very small minority of people. And the message that we must send to those from ethnic minority communities right throughout Northern Ireland should be a united one. It should be a positive one today, which is we are absolutely all united against racism and prejudice, that we are all united, that we want every single person in Northern Ireland to be able to play their part and to do so in the context without any hate or prejudice or discrimination. That is the message that this Executive is sending. That is the message that the First Minister and I have repeated throughout the summer and the autumn. And that is a message that I firmly stand by today. Of course, much of what has happened in the summer we have looked at, we have discussed, we have taken forward. There are a number of reviews ongoing, but of course we will take away this motion today and we will endeavour to take a look at what we're doing to see if we can do things differently, if we need to bring that together in a different way, if we need to increase the pace of what we are doing. But I did want to highlight a number of the key issues that the department is doing. So in that context, much of the learning from the summer's events is being built into the ongoing work which the department is leading in conjunction with other departments and agencies, specifically the Race Hate Cross-Departmental Working Group, which met recently on the 6th of November to consider strategically how to apply learning and to avoid a reoccurrence. One of our key priorities is to build a society in which racial equality and diversity is supported, valued and respected. I've heard reference before, I don't know why, I've said this and clarified this in the House a number of times, but we do have a racial equality strategy. That racial equality strategy is from 2015 to 2025. That is still in place. I've heard some calls for the racial equality strategy. We are currently looking at that strategy and preparing for the next strategy beyond 2025. Much of that strategy has been fully implemented, and those that have not been implemented are those that are a continuous application of the particular actions within that. But of course, we are looking at how that strategy was effective, what worked within that, what didn't work as well, and we're bringing that all forward, of course, into the new strategy. We hope to launch a call for views before the end of 2024 to support the development of the new strategic approach to racial equality. And as referenced yesterday in relation to a different debate, but in all of these policies and in terms of reviewing and reviving and revising all of our strategies, it is critically important that we listen to those that will be most impacted by that. So I do want to emphasise today our keenness to hear from people right throughout Northern Ireland about their views views of the previous strategy and what they want to see in the new one. And I have no doubt that the committee will want to participate in this important work as well. We want to hear from the key stakeholders, the minority ethnic sector and wider society, particularly, and it's been referenced here in this debate, about what they believe to be the root causes of racism and race hate. I would also emphasise that we will be looking internationally as well in terms of some of this work, or where there have been issues before, what has worked in terms of tackling those, and not just from a government and departmental agenda, not just in terms of our agencies and local government, but of course within the community, with schools, with families, with community organisations, because we recognise absolutely that we can only deliver that type of change by working in partnership with all of those organisations. We will use those views to help develop our future strategic approach to racial equality and to inform how we prevent such events from taking place again. As the current racial equality strategy acknowledged, we are under no illusion about the size of the challenge involved. It will take time, effort and resources, but it recognises that each and every one of us has a role to play in terms of combating racism and racial inequalities. We cannot do this alone, and full implementation will require the support and active participation of all sections of our community. And I also want to acknowledge the incredible work that happens out there with organisations, those organisations representing ethnic minority communities. I know many of you in this room will have worked with them as well. It was my privilege, particularly when I was representing South Belfast, to work with many of those organisations and seeing the incredible work that they do on the ground. But of course, many other community and other organisations as well, of course, also working. And I was really pleased to see in the assessment of our TBUC, Together Building United Community Good Relations schemes, such as our TBUC camps, but other projects and initiatives, a really good level of participation from those from ethnic minority communities in Northern Ireland. That is something we will want to mainstream, and that is something we can build on, because of course that review of Together Building United Community is currently underway, and I believe that that provides an exciting opportunity to really take into account all of that learning to make sure that these are absolutely inclusive. And I think that's one of the really good ways of tackling some of those attitudes that become and get set in that leads to problems later on at a very early age in terms of young people. I will indeed.
Can I join the Deputy First Minister in paying tribute to the work of community organisations, but would she also join me in paying tribute to the work of the Police Service of Northern Ireland? There have been disgraceful attempts in this chamber to say that the Police Service of Northern Ireland stood idly by and allowed criminality to take place. There were disgraceful comments undermining the work of the PSNI, saying that they police different sections of our community in different ways. Does the Deputy First Minister agree with me that day and daily the brave officers of the PSNI put on their uniform to serve every single member of our society?
I thank the member for his intervention. Absolutely. I think it's important to put on record our thanks to the PSNI throughout that period of time when there was a huge amount of disorder, particularly in South Belfast. The First Minister and I were in regular contact with the Chief Constable and with the PSNI to show them our support, but also to ensure that they had the resources that they require. The PSNI will make absolutely clear that they do not have the resources that they feel that they need. But in the circumstance where they were fighting an absolutely unpredictable crowd on multiple fronts, that they did everything that they could. Now, of course, it is right that the PSNI are scrutinised, but it is also absolutely right that I put on record in this House our thanks to the brave men and women of the PSNI that faced a mob of people going on multiple directions, it would appear without any overall direction, and trying to work to help and support people in that context. I'll give way.
Clarify, when we had the evidence session at the committee with the stakeholders, it was them who raised their concerns, especially those who had businesses in South Belfast, at their dismay at the police standing by. I think the videos are in the public domain, and you will know this. apologies, Deputy Chair, and we will have all seen that. And the Deputy Chief Constable, when he came to the committee, did acknowledge that there were lessons to be learned in terms of how they would intervene.
Could I remind you the interventions are to be...
But I think that needed to be clarified on behalf of the committee, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. I thank the member for her attempt to clarify, but I believe that your words will be very clearly on the Hansard record. You have repeated what was said in the committee, and of course the role of us is of course to challenge perhaps some of that as well. There are reasons for policing operations. Of course there are reasons for the way that police have to operate in difficult circumstances. But I do want to say that we want to recognise the incredible role that the PSNI did play in very, very difficult circumstances, and recognise, as the member has also said, what they do right throughout in terms of keeping the people of Northern Ireland safe. In 2023, we established the Hate Crime Legislation and Access to Justice Working Group was established, which engages with representatives of the Department of Justice, Hate Crime Delivery Group, the Hate Crime Advocacy Service, the Victims Support and PSNI. The working group is deemed improving reporting of hate crime, supporting victims of hate crime and reviewing and strengthening legislation as priority actions across statutory bodies. The need to provide the best possible legal protection against racism was highlighted as a key action of the Racial Equality Strategy, and following the 12-week public consultation that was held in 2023, the review of the current Race Relations Northern Ireland Order 1997 has been completed. The resulting report, which was published in early August, will inform the basis for any legislative change and will move us a step closer to a more equal society. I am very conscious that there is a lot more detail in that, and sadly we have run out of time largely in order to go through all of that, but I can assure you that the Executive Office and Department of Finance have worked with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government and the Northern Ireland Office to look at how best to utilise the £600,000 pot of funding which has been provided for here under the UK Government Community Recovery Fund. Belfast City Council, in conjunction with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, has drawn up a wide-ranging plan, and I have mentioned the Together Building United Community review. Unfortunately, the Leader of the Opposition spoke and ran, so he's not here to hear any of the response to the various issues that he has raised. But I have to say again, I think it's important to clarify that my understanding is the PSNI did not say that there was paramilitary involvement in the organisation of this. I think it is absolutely important, and I think it's key to say this, that it is important for us to take a look at the challenges and the underlying reasons for those issues, and to be accurate about that, to be evidence-based about that. We all in this House, I believe, want to tackle the scourge of racism. We may all have different views on this. I have to say, I thought the idea of our crowd is bigger than your crowd out on the streets at a time where many of us were working to keep people off the streets was foolish. But we do today, I believe, need to send a very clear message, a united message. We are all against racism. Racism is wrong. The disorder in the summer was appalling, and we will be working hard to do everything that we can to tackle that and to bring about an inclusive society that I know we all want to build. Thank you.
Minister, I call Carol McCullion to wind, and you have up to 10 minutes to wind.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And my first remarks are on behalf of the committee, given that there's a change with Connie and Stuart, so I'm pleased to do that. I will use some time on that, and then I will separate the time as a committee member and as one of those riff-raff anti-fascist protesters out in the street. I will be speaking about that as well. Anyway, the committee motion was and did enjoy and receive cross-community support. I think the concern, and particularly every member's mentioned this, after the recall in August, and what most of us have described as the summer of hate, we did have appearances from different minority ethnic groups as a panel, and others speaking about the need for legislation. They're all aware that there's a strategy there, they just don't feel it's working for them, and I think that's something we all need to look at. And as part of the scoping exercise, maybe that's something, when we talk about the lived experience, and those people did talk about their own experience, and I think there wasn't any of us who weren't impacted by it. that is something that we need to look at. Obviously, some of the people made allegations or claims and other members refuted those, but at the end of the day, that is their experience. Like everything in life, we're going to have to back it up with evidence, but that's not the case when it comes to someone who feels in their experience that certain things have happened with some of the statutory bodies, and when you look and you hear how it's impacted on them and their family, there's certainly questions that need to be asked. I also feel that the committee have been very diligent in trying to get beneath what else can be done. So there is the T-box strategy, there's the communities in transition, there's ending violence against women and girls, there's the racial equality. We're looking to know where things around refugees are. We're looking at equality and good relations. We're also looking at gaps in equality within our own remit as part of a committee inquiry. But given the size of the problem, and I think we all agree it just didn't start in the summer. The summer was an exploration or an expression of what has been going on for quite some time. But the summer was a point where many of us just went, enough's enough. We also heard from people from Derry and Foyle, North West, wherever you're comfortable calling it, who were referred to go and talk to community leaders. That did happen. I mean, even just individuals who came to us as part of these debates, but maybe not in front of the committee. So their lived experience needs to be heard. When we're referring people, and this came out very clearly in the committee, when we spoke to different statutory bodies, including the PSNI, about what happened in the summer, and including, what we all can do to prevent something like this happening again, time and time again resources do come up, but also our attitudes, particularly in this place, comes up as well. So I think it was important that the committee brought this motion forward. I think it's important that all those scoping exercises have a start, a middle and an end, and we know the conclusion of that very, very quickly. I think, without going through what such and such said and such and such said, we were all here, so we heard what everybody said. But I think the thing is that, on a positive level, I think we're all saying what happened in the summer can't happen again, and we need to look at interventions. So I'm just going to set that aside and just talk about what happened in the summer and even prior to that. So I think, this tone or the term legitimate concerns is being used to not only it's become a watchword for, yes, there was racism, but we have concerns too. I've never once heard the Tory government getting blamed for a lack of budget here, a lack of access to GPs, money coming here to help us with GPs, to help with housing. Yeah, sure.
For giving way, and I'm glad she raised that, and I'm sure she is sickened, as I am, by the dangerous and frankly false rhetoric by some in this House today. The NHS is under pressure because we have an ageing, sicker population coupled by decades of consecutive British governments gutting funding to the NHS. And despite what has been said, immigration is not the reason why people can't get a doctor's appointment. Immigration is precisely the reason why people still can get a doctor's appointment.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate your intervention, and it is quite timely. But I think there's actually something even more sinister in this. You see, I think it all depends on the colour of people who are migrating and have immigrated here. And I think we need to call that out. I know our working class communities, and I know you didn't mean it, but some of us would consider ourselves decent working class people as well, Jerry. But working class communities have been at the brunt of deprivation and at the brunt of starvation of money for decades. And they're the communities that constantly feel the worst impact. And what do? Rather than listen to those concerns that people have about their childcare, their schools, their housing, their community safety, their ability to feel free, their ability to grow and resource own areas, we get taken down a road where, because in working class areas there has been a concentration of people who have made this place their home, even by temporary standards. And it isn't the executive, it's the British Home Office through mayors and migrant support that, in my opinion, need to do more. Yes.
I agree with her points about that revision. Going back to her comments about genuinely held concerns, would she agree with me that that strategy, that comment, helps to often feed racism, where people think it's okay or legitimate to bash migrants or bash asylum seekers? And does she agree with me that ministers should challenge racist tropes and misinformation rather than giving a wink, a nod or any encouragement to it? Thank you, Member.
I do. So if you notice, I use the difference between genuine concerns around housing. This term, legitimate concerns, has been used as a catch-all for, not calling racism out. Frankly, that's a bottom line. I also feel that, indulging the LCC to hear about their legitimate concerns around housing and education has been nothing short of pathetic. And it adds to the complexion that there's access for some, but there's no access for others, and that needs called out. And are the LCC a legitimate group? Yeah, they absolutely are. But the police did say the loyalist paramilitaries were involved in the riots in the summer. They said it. They said it in public, they said it at the committee, and they said it at subsequent meetings. So let's not let on that they weren't involved. And the other thing that concerns me, regardless where it happens, and I think this needs to be said, very young children and young people were involved in those riots in the summer. And very young children and young people have been involved in riots and interfaces previously. And people our ages, my age, younger and older, are saying things, and those young people are being involved, and they're shafted, they're left to go through the criminal justice system, and nobody cares about them. And that is a fact. The people who are being terrorised, who are looking after us in our hospitals, our schools, are left devastated. Their lives are absolutely devastated, particularly coming from countries that have seen war and terror, and they are going through the most traumatic of experiences, and they come here and they get a brick through their window and they get their car burnt. And we almost say, well, there's legitimate concerns. That needs to be stopped. I don't care about full outrage from anyone in this House. You can't stand over that at all. So I'll just leave my comments there. Yeah, I've a little time, but I'm happy to give way.
I think when people talk about legitimate concerns, it's very clear to people that they're not trying to justify the kind of attacks that the member is talking about, which are repugnant and everybody would stand against. But I think in the past we've seen in other parts of the UK the rise of the far right whenever working class communities have felt that the politicians in other parties have not listened to them. And therefore there is a responsibility on those of us who represent communities, whether they be loyalist or Republican, to hear what is being said.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. And you have a right to hear what your constituents and others have. That's absolutely. But I'd also expect you to call any racism out, and I know you would. So I'll just leave it at that. So thank everybody for the debate.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Just take a few moments while we settle ourselves down. No, I'm still here. Minister, let me know when you're okay. Happy? Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of the business is a motion on holiday hunger and the high cost of school uniforms. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes with grave concern the significant impact of holiday hunger and the high cost of school uniforms and PE kits on families across Northern Ireland. Further notes that during the absence of a functioning executive, funding for the school holiday food grant scheme, which provided payments to prevent holiday hunger for around 100,000 children and young people, was withdrawn. Expresses concern over the continued lack of action to address these issues despite the restoration of the executive. Recognises that the ongoing rise in the cost of living, including the high cost of school uniforms, is pushing many families beyond the brink, and calls on the Minister of Education to provide an urgent update on the steps his department is taking to tackle holiday hunger and reduce the financial burden of school uniforms and PE kits on struggling families.
Thank you. I call on Robbie Butler to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. 2 amendments have been selected and are published on the Marshall list. So the Business Committee has agreed that 30 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Mr Butler, please open the debate.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And the purpose of today's motion is to ensure that as an Assembly we recognise the immediacy of the crisis and that we take steps to move beyond consultation and procrastination to address the serious issue of holiday hunger and the high cost of school uniforms and PE kits that place a heavy burden on families across Northern Ireland. We, the Ulster Unionist Party, are gravely concerned by the impact that the absence of a functioning executive has had on social support programmes. And that absence of government for 5 years out of 8 means that today we revisit matters like school uniform and holiday hunger, which we have debated at length back as far as 2017 in my terms, and again in 2020, and probably even before 2017. And one of the most impactful measures, which to my party was a critical loss, has been the funding for the school holiday food grant scheme. This scheme previously offered support to prevent holiday hunger for around 100,000 children and young people across Northern Ireland. This loss has left families facing deep uncertainty. The end of this vital scheme demonstrates a failure to recognise the reality of holiday hunger, a very real and present issue that affects, sadly, many children today. This situation is compounded by the rising cost of living, where costs for basic necessities, including food and clothing, continue to rise, pushing many families to the brink. The high cost associated with school uniforms, particularly branded uniforms and PE kits, add an extra financial strain. And there was a recent survey by Parentkind, Mr Deputy Speaker, which revealed that over 66% of parents in Northern Ireland are finding school uniforms to be a major financial challenge. This issue disproportionately affects vulnerable groups, including families with children who have special educational needs and disabilities, who often face extra uniform-related costs. Now, today we have 2 amendments. I believe that they are mutually exclusive. That means that we have to choose and read into them. The DUP amendment to this motion highlights my concerns, highlights, in my own estimation, concerns that holiday hunger relief could be further removed into the executive abyss, potentially ignoring the immediate needs of children and families. If we take that stance, it risks diluting our focus on this pressing issue. We know that our community and voluntary sector have filled this gap with groups like Children in Northern Ireland and Angel Eyes NI standing in this gap over the summer periods by providing hot meals, food vouchers and inclusive events for families, thus directly addressing holiday hunger. In the recent Angel Eyes report, Mr Deputy Speaker, 100% of families who received the support stated it had a positive impact, underscoring the importance of continuing such support on a formal level. And might I just add for the record, when families are responding in the manner that they are, they don't do so with any sense of pride. This is a deep hurt for any family, any parent, to face into this pressure. By contrast, the Alliance have an amendment, and it seems to take a more practical approach. And it does recognise the crucial and valuable motion that the Ulster Unionist Party have tabled today. It calls for a comprehensive review of eligibility criteria for free school meals and uniform grants and supporting measures to cap uniform costs. They at least recognise the dark comorbidity of poverty and its impact on many of our children. Their emphasis on removing branded items, such as compulsory PE kits and expanding access to free school meals, is an important recognition of the financial struggles faced by a growing number of families across Northern Ireland. The financial pressures faced by families across Northern Ireland are increasing at an alarming rate. They disproportionately affect disabled people and low-income families. Carers NI statistics show that 83% of disabled individuals in Northern Ireland have seen their financial situation worsen in 2024 alone. And this underscores the urgent need for policies that support all members of society, especially vulnerable populations. Angel Eyes NI, whom I mentioned before, had a recent summer programme which identified the ongoing and desperate need for holiday hunger relief. This programme provided meals, food vouchers and family outings, had a significant and positive effect. It was a holistic strategy that they employed. The results speak for themselves, where I've stated 100% of families felt the food vouchers and free meals alleviated financial pressure, and over 99% reported the events positively impacted their families. Programmes like these should be backed by government support and scaled to meet the demands across Northern Ireland. In response to these challenges, today we are calling upon the Minister for Education to do a number of things. They're captured within the bulk of the motion, but I'll take the opportunity to read them into the record and perhaps expand a little bit. So we're asking for the Minister to provide an urgent update on holiday hunger relief, to inform the Assembly about the steps being taken to restore or replace the school holiday grant scheme and to ensure continued support for our families. Mr. Speaker, immediate action is needed to prevent children from experiencing hunger during school breaks. We're asking the Minister today to provide an update on the steps taken to address school uniform costs, and I know that he is working on this and I'm grateful for that, but I'm asking for an update in terms of the pace of the departmental work in this regard. I know the Department of Education's recent consultation on uniform price caps and exploring legislative potential is in train, but we do need to see further action to ensure that it doesn't just slip further down the priority line. We would ask the Department also consider mandatory removal of branded items in PE kits and to lower the costs. We would also seek the Minister's view on widening free school meal access, to develop a plan to widen access across the estate, targeting perhaps larger groups of families in need, perhaps expanding the criteria to provide support for children who are currently ineligible and who struggle with food insecurity, which is actually an issue which is very much in our sights at the moment. I think a great start would be to provide a single universal free school meal at primary school, and to ensure that the impact that this would have on learning, health, well-being and childhood poverty is captured, and that we build upon it and that we don't just do it for the sake of doing it. I do believe that additional support for special educational needs families is paramount to what we do. That is providing supplementary support for families with children who have special educational needs or disabilities. As we know, these families face unique and often higher costs related not only to school uniforms but other educational materials. The National Parent Survey from Parentkind has revealed troubling statistics, Mr Deputy Speaker, where 41% of parents in Northern Ireland have had to ration heating and nearly 1 in 5 are accruing monthly debt. Furthermore, 1/3 of parents are struggling financially, with many skipping meals to make ends meet. The value of providing a school meal cannot be overlooked in terms of the further benefits that this may provide to families. The cost of school uniforms and the pressures of school-related expenses, such as uniforms, trips and voluntary donations, are taking a significant toll on many families across Northern Ireland, where more than one in 3 parents have reported a major financial strain due to school uniform costs alone. And as much as we would love to think that education is free at the point of access, inevitably in some schools that is not the case. This Assembly has an obligation to respond to these issues with immediacy and compassion. We must look beyond consultation and begin implementing policies that relieve families from the constant financial stress related to schooling expenses. A holistic anti-poverty strategy that prioritises basic needs, food security, adequate, affordable and available clothing and a safe learning environment must be at the forefront of our educational agenda, which actually will have a knock-on benefit for health and well-being outcomes in later life. So supporting this motion signals a commitment to providing vulnerable families with the resources that they need, ensuring that no child faces hunger or the stigma of inadequate clothing simply because their family cannot afford it. We urge the Assembly to take decisive action to support our children and build a society where access to basic needs is no longer a barrier to basic education. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Butler. The Business Committee has agreed to meet at 1 p.m. today, and I propose therefore by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The debate will continue after question time, when the next member to be called will be David Brooks, who will be moving amendment number 1. The sitting is by leave suspended. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly.
Order. Move to questions to the Minister for the Economy. And I call Paula Bradshaw. Minister.
My Good Jobs Employment Rights consultation sought views on the proposals on flexible working and carers' leave to help address barriers to employment for carers and to enable those with disabilities to enter or remain in work. This consultation closed on the 30th of September and responses are being analysed. In addition, we know that a lack of suitable post-school provision for those with special educational needs causes many carers to consider leaving work or reducing their hours to support the young person. That is why I have asked tasked officials to review the position in relation to both skills and training provision and the relative legislative protections and to bring forward options for improvements.
Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer. So, when I met with Orchardville, you'll know they're an organisation in my constituency and operate across the province. You know, they are concerned that there's not enough mention of support for people with learning disabilities and how barriers are going to be removed. And I suppose they would be looking to see how you are going to ensure that their needs are met, but measured that they actually are met in terms of the implementation of the action plan.
Minister.
Well, I have met with groups campaign on this issue of post-19 and the lack of provision for people with learning difficulties and other challenges, and I agree that it is an area that has been left for far too long without any provision being made or without perhaps indeed any responsibility, and I'm determined to work with other ministerial colleagues and other departments in relation to seeing where it's a complex issue and it's in relation to seeing where the responsibilities lie, what we can collectively do together. It undoubtedly is a gap in provision. It has been for some time, and I commend those who've been campaigning for that. I think we do have an opportunity over the course of this mandate to scope that out and see what actions are required, and I would hope that we can make progress on this issue and in collaboration with other departments who have responsibility over the course of this mandate, so we can have a plan in place as quickly as possible.
Thanks, Minister, for that. Can you outline what your proposals are around the important issue of carers' leave, please?
Sure. The Good Jobs Employment Rights consultation proposed to introduce a right up to 5 days of leave for unpaid eligible carers over a rolling 12-month period to provide care for a family member or other dependent who has longer-term or otherwise significant care need. It remains my goal to introduce paid carers' leave entitlement. However, this would be subject to Executive and Assembly approvals and the identification of necessary funding by the Executive. The Ulster University's Economic Policy Centre have been engaged to consider the potential cost of paid entitlement. In addition to the annually recurring costs of providing paid carers leave, there are other implications, such as the availability of funding for any HMRC system changes that would be required. These changes would require considerable set-up costs, and the ongoing costs could be substantial. In parallel with this, I have asked a cross-departmental senior officials group on carers to look at options available to support our unpaid carers.
Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 2.
Minister.
The expansion of Ulster University's Magee campus is a commitment in the new decade, new approach, and a priority in the draft programme for government. It is therefore my focus at this time. I have no plans for a similar task force for the Coleraine campus. However, I fully support and recognise the benefits of Ulster University's 3-campus model. Over the last 10 years, my department has provided £16.5 million in capital grants for investment in the Coleraine campus. My department is also working with Causeway Coast and Glens Borough Council and Ulster University to develop proposals for a centre for food and drug discovery at Coleraine as part of the Causeway Coast and Glens growth deal. I will continue to collaborate closely with Ulster University to support the sustainability of all of its campuses.
Mr. Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. But in reference to the Minister's regional balance strategy, I look at recent funding allocation by the University supplied to my colleague Philip Brett. Capital spend within the University for 23-24 was Magee 4,183,000, Studio Ulster 7,658,000, Belfast Cross Digital 1,252,000, Jordanstown 1,880,000, Coleraine 122,000. These figures are stark, although not specific, Minister. Therefore, does the Minister think it is time this Executive look at establishing an oversight body to monitor and regulate our universities to ensure equality of opportunity and equality of development?
Minister.
Well, our universities rely on funding from ourselves largely, and of course they're challenged in as much as we're challenged in providing funding. And I'm sure, had we more funding available, we provide more funding across all of our university campuses. But Ulster University have a commitment to all 3 of their campus. That's the prospect of the proposition of the university. Of course, there's a particular focus on Magee because there's a recognition that it was an all-party support for expansion there. There's an actual target set in relation to the number of students, and Ulster University are working closely with the department and indeed the Magee Task Force to achieve that outcome. That's not to say that any other campus will be neglected, and certainly there will be opportunities for Coleraine. I know additional courses have been brought there as well. As I said, over the last year, £16.5 million worth of capital investment there. So obviously, in terms of how the university itself divides up its resources, that would be a matter of their own autonomy, and it would be a matter for the member to discuss with them. But I'm confident that the university is committed to all of its campuses.
Hello, Brogan.
Thank you, Orla. Agus Bruhish Lesh and Ira Fosta. Can the Minister confirm if it is still the intention to publish the Magee Expansion Action Plan before Christmas?
Minister.
Yes, it is. We received an interim plan with a number of asks in relation to not just a number of departments in the Executive, primarily our own, but also in a number of asks in relation to Southern Government, and we have communicated with other ministers and indeed with ministers in the South in relation to that. We hope to compile answers to those questions in relation to the task force's work fairly quickly. It still is their intention to publish a final report this side of Christmas, and I look forward to receiving that.
Timothy Gosson.
Hey.
Minister.
As autonomous institutions, universities are responsible for their own policies and procedures, including recruitment and retention. Regarding the recent appointments of co-directors to lead Ulster University's new Strategic Policy Unit, I have received assurances from the Vice-Chancellor that an established process was followed and exercised appropriately.
Mr. Gosson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The public believe that it is at best highly questionable that a former Minister for Universities who has produced no academic research of note should be promoted via an exceptional talent pathway which disregards the regular appointment process. What will the Minister do to ensure this doesn't happen again, that there is an obvious conflict of interest in this case, to ensure that it doesn't happen in future?
Minister.
Well, as I said in my original response, the universities have autonomy in relation to the recruitment and retention procedures. I have communicated with the university, and they have provided me a response assuring me that these recruitments were carried out in accordance with their own processes, and that then is a matter for themselves. So there is no further role for me to play in that regard.
Peter Martin.
I want to thank the Minister for his answers thus far. He just mentioned that he'd received assurances from the University of Ulster Vice-Chancellor that an established process was followed and exercised. To quote from that policy that he referenced in his answer, it can only be used in a very small number of cases where the potential exists to recruit a truly world-class academic. Can I ask the Minister what assurances were provided to him by the Vice-Chancellor Paul Bartholomew that both the former Alliance Party Deputy Leader and former Special Advisor to the Alliance DAERA Minister were truly world-class academics?
Minister.
Well, that is a judgment that the university itself would make. We are not in the business of making that judgment. What we wanted to ensure, given that there was a public element to this appointment process, that they were satisfied that the processes that they have for this particular recruitment were followed in accordance with their own procedures, and that's what we were assured in relation to. We didn't ask any questions in relation to the status of the candidates.
Emma Sheeran.
Question 4, please.
Sir.
Research indicates that due to our large agricultural sector, we have significant potential to use biomethane to support our path to net zero. Biomethane can provide locally produced, sustainable source of energy which could help to decarbonise the gas network and transport while enhancing our energy security of supply and improving waste management practices. Biomethane could present significant economic opportunities for the rural economy in the creation of good jobs, raising productivity and addressing historical regional imbalances. There is also potential to develop new revenue streams from byproducts of the production process, such as digestate and biogenic CO2. My department is currently working towards a policy framework to support the development of an economic and sustainable biomethane sector.
Thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, can I ask what actions you are taking to support the development of the Mid-Ulster Biorefinery cluster?
Apologies. I recently visited the companies involved in the Mid-Ulster Biorefinery cluster to discuss their plans to create a nutrient, energy and carbon services sector based on a centralised agricultural feedstock biorefinery. I was very interested to hear about the project and both the opportunities and the challenges it is facing. As such, I have agreed to schedule a meeting with the biorefinery cluster and senior officials from my department, the Department for Infrastructure and DAERA, to facilitate a roundtable discussion on a range of issues, including planning, single farm payments and nutrient management policy. I was also pleased to see that the project was very recently awarded £4 million by DAERA under their Sustainable Utilisation of Livestock Slurry Phase 2 project, which will fund mobile slurry separators to produce feedstock for anaerobic digestion.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers. There is huge potential with biomethane, and it's encouraging to see such innovation, particularly in the Mid-Ulster area and further afield. Does the Minister anticipate any specific clauses within the new regulatory bill that will come forward from the Department which will deal specifically with biomethane direct injection to the grid?
Minister.
Well, there already has been use of biomethane in the gas network. I think in the Dungannon area there are targets to increase that usage. I think it up to about 30% over the coming years. So I think we're already on the way in terms of how biomethane is developed and used. We see it as a key element, one of a number of key elements in terms of our drive towards net zero, or also our drive towards sustainable and secure energy supplies. And so we will, I'm sure, in terms of any consideration of regulations or any other matters that the Department is dealing with, make sure that that is in line with our desire to see this economy grow in a very sustainable way around biomethane.
Edmund Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers. We recently got a briefing at the Economy Committee by Professor David Rooney, your critical expert in net zero. He suggests that at the current rate, net zero will only be reached by 2118 if we continue to work at the pace that we're doing. That's 68 years after 2050. does this concern you, and what are you doing in order to ensure that we are within target?
Bit of a distance from the original question, but I'll leave it in your hands, Minister.
Well, I might take up the rest of the question time, but can I say it is a recognition that it's a huge challenge. It is also a warning to us that we have to proceed at a much greater pace than has been proceeded to date. It is a whole of executive challenge, and that's why in relation to biomethane, when I did the meeting with them, what I wanted to do was arrange a meeting with DERA, with infrastructure, to make sure that it's no point in one department giving people support to advance our objectives towards net zero, and other departments then either being a hindrance or not at the same level of support. So it is a whole of executive project, and it will only reach the targets that the ambitious targets that we wanted to reach if there's a whole of executive buy-in, and we need departments working at pace and working together to try and achieve that.
Kelly Armstrong.
Please.
Minister.
Our apprenticeship system has been growing, and we now have over 13,000 apprentices. However, women, people with disabilities and people from disadvantaged areas are underrepresented. I want to address barriers to participation in apprenticeships for these groups. The Apprenticeship Inclusion Challenge Fund will drive collaboration across the education, business and voluntary and community sectors to develop and deliver innovative solutions to these inclusion challenges. I am pleased to update that the fund, worth more than $600,000, opened for applications on Wednesday the 30th of October. This fund will connect more people across our communities with good job opportunities, promote regional balance and inspire lifelong learning in line with my economic priorities. Projects will commence in January 2025.
Ms Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, can you outline what proactive engagement you will be undertaking to promote the Apprenticeship Inclusion Challenge Fund amongst those businesses and individuals in order to meet your targets?
Minister.
Well, there has been a significant engagement already before the fund itself opened. I think there's been over 200 sessions with over 200 stakeholders across education, training, employers, industry and the voluntary and community sectors. And these sessions were intended to help raise awareness of the fund and encourage participation. As I say, the fund has opened. The application window will be open for 6 weeks, closing on the 6th of December. So I would encourage all of those who have an interest in this area among our public elected representatives to make sure and spread the word among their constituents.
Cathal Boyle.
John Corley, and could I thank the Minister for his answers so far, but could the Minister expand on who is eligible to apply for the fund? Cormail Margaret.
The Minister expand what, sorry? The funds. Well, the apprenticeship. If the funds would be delivered, that, as I say, there will be 600,000 that has been put into this fund. There will be the application is open from the 30th. It will be closed in 6 weeks. And what we're encouraging people who are in the have an experience or an interest in the apprenticeship system, but also in organisations not directly involved in current apprenticeship delivery, but who have an interest in becoming involved in that, to apply, because we certainly want to expand the proposition in relation to our apprentices and try and get as many people as possible involved in that.
Philip McGuigan.
Yes, Deborah Shea, question 6.
Sure.
Since its launch in November of last year, Go Succeed has established itself as a key part of our economic infrastructure. It's clear that it is having a positive impact on our local entrepreneurs and businesses. To date, Go Succeed has provided start-up support to over 4,300 individuals across the north. Over 3,200 businesses have been provided with advice and guidance on how to grow their businesses. Almost 650 grants have been allocated to local entrepreneurs and their businesses. I want to commend our local councils on Go Succeed's progress to date. I look forward to working in partnership with them to support businesses across the north in the future.
Mr McGuigan.
And thank the Minister for his response. And further to that, can I ask the Minister for his response to the British Government's proposal to reduce Shared Prosperity Fund?
Minister.
Well, firstly, we had pressed for some time to ensure that the Shared Prosperity Fund was continued on, and that was a part of the budget announcement. And I mean that was welcome, because what we were heading towards was a cliff edge in relation to funding for the Go Succeed project. As part of that announcement, there was a caveat, if you like, in that the Shared Prosperity Fund was to be reduced by 40%. We want to ensure that we have to obviously analyse that in terms of what it means for the Go Succeed programme, which, as I had outlined, has been very successful, and we want to see it continue at the same level it's been at. I will be in London tomorrow. I'm having a range of meetings with ministers in relation to this and a number of other matters, so I intend to raise this directly with the British Government tomorrow.
David Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer and the answer to this on Go Succeed. Can I just ask, just to further, you talk about the success of Go Succeed. Can we give your assessment when you benchmark that against other similar schemes in GB or in the South? Thanks.
Minister.
Well, I think we're constantly assessing, when the programme has come to an end, there is an assessment. It's not only in terms of what it has achieved, and I outlined some of the statistics in terms of that. There's obviously feedback from those who operated in the councils and enterprise agencies and others who are involved, but also there will be benchmarking exercises against others. So the determination, I suppose, over the last number of months, because of the uncertainty that hung over it in relation to the funding, was to make sure that the funding was there to allow it to continue. As I say, we have largely secured that. There's still a question mark over the full level of funding, which I intend to pursue tomorrow. But that is a measure, I think, of the belief in its success, in that there was a very strong focus to try and get the programme continued. Of course, we will continue to assess its effectiveness as it goes along.
Guy Middleton.
Speaker, the Minister will be aware that Invest NI are going through a series of reforms, and obviously there's a look at sub-regional offices and what that will mean for the local areas. Does he see Go Succeed continuing in its current format, or will that also be looked at in terms of fitting in with those sub-regional plans and the plans of Invest NI?
Minister.
Well, Go Succeed comes from a funding stream which was provided directly from London, and it was important, given our challenged financial circumstances, that funding stream would continue to support that, because that's a very significant chunk of what Invest NI and Regional Balance would be looking to do in terms of securing start-ups right across the whole region, the growth of businesses across the whole region, advice and support to businesses to allow them to grow, to improve productivity and good jobs and more regional balance. So in the first instance, we will be looking to continue to secure that programme. The outworking of that will obviously be aligned to the priorities that we have set and Invest NI's priorities, and the idea of councils then and groups, partnerships within, supported by councils, coming together to decide their own economic priorities. I have no doubt that the idea of start-ups, business support, support for growth will be very much part of every area's regional prioritisation in terms of where they want to go with the economy. So it's going to continue to be an important programme, and of course we will try and align it into our own priorities in relation to regional balance.
Pádraig Largy.
Question 7.
Minister.
Tourism is incredibly important to Ireland. It's a major part of our economy, and it helps to spread prosperity right across the island. In 2024, Tourism Ireland completed an analysis on the return on market investment. For 2023, they have calculated a return on investment of 25 to 1 for the top 4 markets of US, Britain, Germany and France. The market delivers the greatest return on the investment based on total investor spend in the US, which was 48 to 1, confirming it as a particularly important market for us. It's vital that we build on these impressive figures and support our tourism providers in showcasing Ireland's tourism offering. As part of this, I recently attended engagements with global tourism operators in Chicago, Toronto and in London, having previously attended meetings with them in New York earlier in the year.
Mr. Largy.
I thank the Minister for his answer. And Minister, what will be the impact of the additional £6 million in Tourism Ireland's 2024 business plan?
Of course, any additional money for Tourism Ireland will have a significant impact. And this morning, Ministerial had just released Q1 tourism statistics, which for the first time includes an estimate in day trips taken to the north. I think that shows, in terms of that and overnight stays, shows the extent of the growth of our tourism business over the course of the last number of years, and we want to continue to encourage more growth. Promotional activity which is undertaken by Tourism Ireland has £2 million spent on consumer advertising, £3 million on e-market and almost £1 million on targeted cooperative marketing with air and sea carriers. And based on that recent return and the statistics that have just been produced this morning, that is a growing success, and we want to try and continue to encourage that.
Brett. Speaker. Minister, the York Aviation report commissioned by your department highlighted the agnostic nature of the location of airlinks onto this island by Tourism Ireland as having a disproportionately negative impact here in Northern Ireland. Can you advise the House then when you will bring forward your route development proposals as highlighted within that York Aviation report?
Minister. I don't share that view. I think that the promotion by Tourism Ireland of the whole island has been increasing in terms of strength. We have ourselves benefited significantly. As I said, figures released this morning show that 5.4 million overnight trips have been taken to North between March 23 and March 24. That includes 1.2 billion of spend. About 10% of those have been from outside, or actually 37% when you take Tourism Ireland promotes tourism off the island, 30% of those trips are from outside of the island. There are 16.3 million day trips taken as well, and that's about another 1.1 billion spent. So we can see that investment in promotion, in advertising and in targeting markets, and I've been present at some of the engagements that have targeted tour operators both in the States, in Canada and in London. And you can see that that promotion, which is run by Tourism Ireland, has become very effective in terms of providing visitors to here, and a very significant spend, which of course is vital to our tourism and hospitality industry.
Justin McNulty. Minister, you will know for years now, I, alongside my SDLP colleagues, have been campaigning for inclusion of counties Armagh and Down in Ireland's ancient East. Can you provide me with an update on what efforts you have made with the Irish Government and with tourism bodies to support this campaign becoming a reality?
Well, I can assure him he's not been alone in terms of that campaign. I'm not surprised that he speaks on his own behalf in this matter. What I've done is I've overseen the joint arrangement between the three tourism bodies on the island and both departments to sit down together and to come together, on, particularly in relation to a number of issues, but very particularly in relation to the Fáilte brands. There already has been investment in terms of the Fáilte brand in relation to the Causeway Coast. There has been significant progress in relation to Ireland's hidden heartlands involving Fermanagh and Omagh Council in joining that brand, and we are in discussion in relation to Ireland's ancient East and the benefits that it undoubtedly would bring and that tourism branding brings to the east coast of Ireland. So much work has been undertaken since I came into office, and we have, as I said, put together both departments and all three tourism agencies for the first time to work together specifically on this project.
Diana Armstrong.
Speaker, Minister, the introduction of the electronic travel authorisation is being seen as a barrier to those international tourists arriving into Dublin and transiting on into Northern Ireland. What steps are Tourism Ireland taking to mitigate against that, to prevent any damage to our local tourism industry?
Well, it's actually a matter for myself as the Minister responsible to take action. Tourism Ireland does promotion and advertising, but the tourism industry as a whole are very, very much aware of this. 70% of our international visitors come through Dublin. If there are barriers to be presented in that regard, then that will have a significant chilling effect in terms of the amount of those people who come north of the border. And that has been a very, very important, particularly when you look at the statistics for the US market and the spend and the return on the investment and advertising that we get from there is very significant. So we have continuously raised this. I wrote to the Minister responsible in London seeking an urgent meeting, and I'm pleased to say that I'll be meeting them tomorrow to press this case in relation to the proposed suggestion of electronic travel authorisation position, which I think will have a very negative impact on tourism here.
Alicia McHugh.
Cash to Huck, number 8.
Sir.
The McGee Expansion Task Force interim report outlined a series of asks for the key stakeholders required, including executive departments, Ulster University, Derry City and Strabane District Council and others. The task force is progressing to address these asks, engaging with stakeholders to secure their commitment and action in advancing the expansion. I am pleased to report that progress remains on track. The task force will present its action plan in December, which will outline a clear roadmap toward achieving the target of 10,000 students in Derry at the earliest possible date. This year, I already allocated funding for an additional 500 undergraduate places at Magee and recently announced plans to offer tuition fee loans for graduate entry medical school students.
Mr. McHugh.
I thank the Minister for his answers thus far.
What engagement has there been with other departments regarding the expansion of Magee?
Minister.
Well, as I said in response to an earlier question, Magee expansion wasn't just a New Decade New Approach agreement among all of the parties and both governments. It is now a priority within the programme for government. So, given the clear message in the interim report that the Magee expansion requires collective support of the entire executive, I have shared the interim report with executive colleagues seeking feedback on their commitment to the expansion. I have received several responses. The task force will now consider these responses and determine what further information is required. Officials from my department have had discussions with their counterparts in Department of Health and Department of Infrastructure regarding Magee expansion. Additionally, a representative from Department of Health is a member of the task force, and DFI officials presented at the last task force meeting on the 9th of October.
Cummins.
Case Shaver and E. Let the whole question number 9, please.
Minister.
I recognise the importance of trade missions and their contribution to delivering my own economic plans. In September, I travelled to the US and Canada with 12 innovative technology companies receiving universally positive feedback. I met business leaders and politicians to strengthen transatlantic relationships and launched the Canadian Advisory Council to support the North's trade and FDI strategy. Recently, I returned from a technology mission to Singapore with 7 fintech companies collaborating with Enterprise Ireland and the IDA, which led to positive business opportunities. This mission reflects my commitment to fostering collaboration across the island for greater economic impact. Last month, 8 companies also participated in a successful multi-sector mission to Mexico with InvestNI, marking the first mission since the new office opened.
Ms. Cummins.
I thank the Minister for his answer, and I understand, Minister, that EOS IT Solutions were on the Singapore trade mission last week. Can the Minister say any more about this company?
Briefly, Minister.
Well, we had the opportunity with AOS, of course, yes, we're on that visit. They're a very successful and growing company in the Banbridge area, and we had the opportunity with them to visit one of their client companies there, Meta, in its Singapore office, and was hugely impressed, not just with the work that they've been carrying out and the opportunities they've been creating overseas for their business, which is based here, and the employees which are based here, but certainly the professionalism and the high regard with which they're held by very, very significant global companies. So I think that they are a company which is on a very significant upward trajectory, and I look forward to continue to work with them in the time ahead.
Moving to topical questions, and call Sinead McLaughlin.
Speaker. Minister, did you make a specific bid in the budget monitoring rounds for monies to support small businesses in light of the current economic challenges and arising operational costs?
Minister.
Well, there are a number of programmes that are run by InvestNI to support businesses. Support for small business in particular comes in a number of factors which relate to other departments, including rates relief and other measures. So no, there was no specific bid from the department because this was a return on money which would be spent over the course of this financial year, which would not be allow the development of new processes to start to deliver money. But what we want to do in terms of the bids for funding that we have, in terms of supporting business through other measures, through skills, through provision of a talented pool of employees available to them, to supporting our colleges and our universities and providing skills and training opportunities for young people. So there are many ways to support businesses rather than direct cash grants, and this wouldn't have been the process to apply if the department had in mind any other programmes like that.
McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Well, obviously the pressures of cost and inflation have not gone away, and businesses are really, really struggling. Many business organisations have said it's sometimes difficult to meet with the Minister. Will you commit to meeting representatives of small businesses, FSB, Retail NI, Hospitality Ulster, or local regional chambers as a collective, so that you can together meet some of their challenges?
Minister.
Well, I think all of those organisations that you have mentioned, I've met several times over the course of the last 6 or 9 months. Well, if they want to meet as a collective, if that's your suggestion, I very much would invite them to write and ask to meet as a collective, and I'll arrange it as soon as we possibly can. But the sense that, I have to correct this sense that it is difficult to secure a meeting. I have met all of those organisations, many of them many times over the course of the last 9 months that I've been in office, and I will continue to meet them in the time ahead.
Sorry, Carl.
Tried to ask 5 different ministers about the use of US military planes in Belfast International Airport. I wrote to you about the issue. To my knowledge, there's been at least 24 landing and departures of US military planes in the last few months from Belfast International Airport. What's your department's assessment of the frequency of those flights and what's on those planes?
Sir. Well, we don't have that information. To be quite honest, we're charged with supporting the economic routes and development of routes with airports. Therefore, we don't gather information in relation to that.
Carl.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate you may not have the information, but I want to ask what has you and your officials done to try and get that information. I don't think it can be a passing of the buck, given the reports is under your remit. So I want to ask you, what have you and your department done to try and get the information to find out what's on these planes? There's serious public concern about this issue. There's monthly protests at the airport, and given the concern that raised about Shannon and Belfast International, I think it's within the duty of your department.
We've got the question, Mr. Carl, and we need to move into the speech. Mr.
Well, I say if the member has information to supply, I'm very happy to follow it up with the airport authorities. I'm not sure, because in relation to similar questions that I've heard, it's generally flights that are coming from the United States in through these airports. I'm not aware. We don't have any direct connection from the north to the United States. So if there are specific questions that he thinks that need to be raised, if he would send them to me, I'm very happy to see can the airport answer them.
Paul Crawford.
Speaker, Minister, can I ask what specific strategies are being implemented to support the rural economy in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Rural economy?
Yeah.
Well, a range of measures. Firstly, the recent strategy we launched in relation to regional balance means that the emphasis in terms of support needs to shift from very largely Belfast-based out to the rural economies and to the regions to the northwest, to the border areas, to make sure that there is support there. Some of the energy questions that I was answering earlier in relation to biomethane, wind, renewable energy generally have great opportunities ahead for them in rural areas, because that's very largely where a lot of these industries would be located. So we are trying to encourage, as I say, a focus and a refocus in Invest NI, not just in terms of FDI, but in terms of start-ups, growth of our Indigenous businesses, opportunities which we're promoting through dual market access for our companies to grow and export into Europe, right across the region. And as I say, particularly in relation to our drive towards green technology and net zero, I think that does lend itself more largely to the rural economies than perhaps the urban ones. And we will continue to promote those industries and try and secure support for them. So there is a lot happening in the rural areas. There needs to be more, and that's why we've set more ambitious targets for growth outside of Belfast.
Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Can I just ask, how does your department measure the economic impact of policies specifically targeting rural areas, and how often are these assessments carried out?
Well, the whole purpose of the review of Invest NI was to examine, Invest NI being the delivery mechanism for the department's policies, was to measure the outcome in relation to that. There was a significant critique in terms of Invest NI's focus, its relationship with the department, the misalignment of policy objectives between the department and that. So what we have done is we have changed the focus of Invest NI. We have set targets for outside of Belfast. We have ensured that we aligned departmental policy and Invest NI policy together, and all of the other agencies within the department, tourism, and all of those other agencies that work with the department are all on the same prioritisation that I laid out at the very start of my tenure as Minister for the Economy. So that is a new direction. That is one which we have measurable targets in relation to, and we will continue to assess the effectiveness as we move ahead.
Speaker, Minister, in the last 10 years, Belfast International Airport has withheld the development of greater than 21 wind turbines, which is 22.7 megawatt, or 24,000 homes in Northern Ireland. And bear in mind, that's only figures from 3 planning council areas, just 3. By either refusing planning applications or enforcing negative pre-operation planning conditions based on the status of their radar system. Are you aware of this restriction on development?
Well, I'm aware that I'm not suggesting I'm aware of the specific issue that he mentions, but I am aware that in relation, and it was in response to a question I answered earlier, that if we want to meet our targets in relation to net zero, and there were a range of areas and we're moving simultaneously, and one of them is wind, biomethane, hydrogen, geothermal, that we need all departments to be acting together, and planning is very much part of that, because there is no point in some departments pursuing and supporting growth in certain industries, and we find that there are planning restrictions or interpretation of planning policy that holds things up. So very much, when I spoke about the Mid-Ulster biorefinery, we were setting up a meeting between infrastructure, DERA and ourselves to work through these issues. So I think collectively executive departments need to work together to make sure that the accelerated growth we need in terms of meeting our net zero targets is an all executive approach, and that all departments are working together to make sure that is achieved.
Mr. Buchanan.
So far, Minister, will you commit with working to the airport to resolve this restriction on wind generation? It's the airport is restricted, the planning is there, but the airport is the restriction or the bottleneck on this?
You might find in the first instance that it is, if it's a plan issue, it's between infrastructure then, but I'm very content to work with other ministers. I repeatedly and continuously work with other ministers and have conversations with other ministers about collectively what we're doing in this area. And I know in terms of energy, in terms of DERA's interest, in terms of infrastructure's interest, we have a very significant collective interest in making sure that our targets in this regard and our development of wind energy and other energies it moves ahead at pace. So I'm very happy to be part of a discussion in relation to that. Whether it's our lead in that regard, I'm not precious about, but I'm very happy to be part of a discussion.
John Collier, I understand the Minister's meeting with ministers in London tomorrow. Can the Minister provide an overview of what issues will be discussed at that meeting? Minister.
Well, it's all of the interests of my own department, and as I referred earlier in terms of the question around the ETA, we will be meeting in relation to that. We're meeting in relation to energy, we're meeting in relation to trade. I think I've 5 meetings set up over the course of the day with different ministers in Whitehall. So we've had many engagements to date, mostly online, and we want to take the opportunity to go over and meet face to face to pursue some of the issues that we want to pursue, things like the enhanced investment zone, to make sure that we are, now that we've finally received word as part of the budget that investment is available to us, we want to make sure that we develop that at pace as well. So there will be a range of meetings across 5 different department areas which coincide with my own ministerial responsibilities to ensure that we advance in relation to all of that.
Mr. Boylan.
I could thank the Minister for his answers. Does the Minister agree that the Go Succeed programme is very effective in supporting small businesses, and that its budget should be maintained under the Shared Prosperity Fund?
Yes, and that's one of the engagements we'll be having. As I said in response to an earlier question, Go Succeed has been a very effective programme. The concern over recent months is that there has been a kind of a cliff edge looming in relation to funding. As part of the budget announcement, it was announced that it would be a full year of shared prosperity, but at a reduced 40% reduction. Now, I don't know if that applies right across the board or that applies to specific projects, and we want to tease that out. But Go Succeed has been a very successful project for us in terms of our ambition for start-up, for business growth right across the region. So we want to ensure that that programme succeeds, and that's the conversations we'll be having tomorrow.
Murphy.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, can you provide an assessment of the tourism stats that were published this morning?
Minister. Yes, as I say, the stats are just released by NISRA this morning. They relate from March 2023 to March 2024. It references 5.4 million overnight trips taken, with 1.2 billion spent. 52% of those are for holidays, 37% to visit friends, 7% for business purposes. People would have perhaps imagined that was a larger market. About 37% then were from outside of the island. And again, that lends itself to the promotion activities that Tourism Ireland is doing. There were 16.3 million day trips taken, and that's about a 1.1 billion spend. And that's largely made up of residents on the island itself. So these are encouraging. Our tourism figures are getting back to beyond where they were pre-pandemic levels. And obviously our tourism industry and our hospitality industry continue to struggle with a range of costs in terms of energy, trying to come back from the pandemic experience, and ongoing challenges in inflationary costs as well. So these are encouraging figures, and obviously we want to do all in our power to try and encourage sustainable tourism growth right across the north.
Ms Murphy.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer, and obviously given the fact that Fermanagh and South Tyrone depends heavily on tourism, those statistics are quite encouraging. Minister, would you agree that the success, or these successes, underlines the need for the British Government to withdraw their ETA scheme?
Minister.
Yes, I think that we need to ensure that there are no barriers placed in the way to tourism growth. Tourism is a very, very important industry in our island, perhaps much more than and in Britain, and I think they need to recognise the particular circumstances we have in terms of the entry point for most of our international visitors, the importance in terms of small businesses outside of our main urban areas that very much rely on tourism and tourism trade, our hospitality sector, which has been under the cosh for quite some time, particularly as a consequence of the pandemic and inflation. So I don't think any barriers should be placed in the way of that, and we will be, as I say, having discussions tomorrow with a range of departments in London to try and ensure that we promote all of our business interests.
Question 7 has been withdrawn. I call Carla Cullion.
Just very quickly, just for an update on the social enterprise co-design group, Minister.
Minister.
Yes, pleased to say that that design group is up and running. I think the Social Enterprise Awards were last Friday night, which I missed due to my travels, but again a very successful event. We have tried to put a focus, when I came into office, we increased the support that the department was given to social enterprise NI. We have put a focus, as I did when I was in the finance department, focus on supporting social enterprise. We put together a task force to work on a number of priority areas for social enterprise. I understand that report will be coming to me quite shortly, and I'm looking forward to receiving that and look forward to delivering on the requests that will be contained within that report.
Ms McKillian.
Thank you. So, Minister, just following on from that, can you confirm or even advise, when you look at this report, if social value in the procurement will certainly feature in the new action plan for this sector?
Minister.
Well, I think that already social value in procurement, it was introduced when I was Finance Minister, and obviously the responsibility and the interest in terms of increasing that percentage of social value within procurement will fall now to the current Finance Minister. But there's no doubt from the reports we received that has significantly increased the profile and the business and the growth of social enterprise. So I look forward to seeing that following through to the 20% that we had originally envisaged, and I know that the Finance Minister herself is very keen to support that.
That brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister for Economy. If members will take their ease while we change the chair.
Members, if we just settle ourselves. Okay, members, the sitting is now resumed. The motion, holiday hunger and the high cost of school uniforms, is before us. And the next speaker is David Brooks, who's speaking to Amendment number 1. David, do you need a reminder of the time you've got? You have indeed. Over to you. Just to move it. Oh, he's moved it.
Moved.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The issues before us today are issues that we would all like to see resolved. We all want the same outcomes: to reduce or remove the undue financial pressure placed on parents where uniform policies are unreasonable, and to ensure families are able to provide nutrition for their children. I would say that at a time when education budgets are under intense pressure, that addressing poverty, which is essentially what holiday hunger measures are about, in addressing poverty, which essentially is what holiday hunger measures are about, the Executive must bring forward its coherent and joined-up measures in regards to this across departments. It does not naturally sit, certainly not solely, with education. The member proposing spoke about this not disappearing into the Executive abyss. We, of course, should be holding the Executive to account, but the reticence of some departments to work jointly in the past should not deter focus on cross-departmental working on such huge cross-cutting issues or excuse a lack of it. It is not just on this issue. Other members have pushed worthy initiatives around children's health and well-being in the past, but it is legitimate to ask where those responsibilities sit. Just as it is not fair or reasonable that a teacher should have continually more non-educational tasks added to their duties, so we must also ensure departments or agencies are living up to their responsibilities as they pertain to young people. In Scotland, support is provided through local authorities and Social Security Scotland, and I acknowledge, as a former councillor myself, and declare an interest with a wife who is a current councillor, that if councillors are to provide support, then they would require funding. Again, that is something that would require Executive consideration. When we talk about disappearing into the Executive abyss, we should remember that the Executive is our government. Governing, including joint working, is their role. It is a government that the proposing member's party chooses to be part of. And even as we saw yesterday, not honouring necessarily the conventions, and I would argue the responsibilities that come with that office. In Wales, the Welsh Government has explained the extension of free school meal periods was a time-limited intervention in response to the pandemic, and have not indicated intention to reintroduce. What provision there is comes through holiday club schemes funded by their central government. It is just a fact that there were benefits that the Executive were able to roll out in unconventional ways during that period, where significant extra money was made available centrally. And it is not reasonable to expect, even where they were positive and things that we would all desire, that they would continue in the way that we all may wish. Many of us will have read the Trussell Trust Hunger in Northern Ireland report, and indeed engaged with Trussell and their member food banks on a regular basis. There has been a rise for their services that is steeper in Northern Ireland than anywhere else. In the last 5 years preceding 22-23, understanding the unique circumstances in some of that timeline, the Trussell network increased by 141% here. My office is just a few doors down from a local food bank itself, which, as a side note, Mr. Speaker, we understand we shouldn't need their services, but it is clear we do, and I want to acknowledge them and thank them for that work. But like other colleagues, my office and I regularly work with them to assist those in our society who are struggling, and for a variety of reasons and in very contrasting circumstances require their help. We all in this place want to, and I hope do, work to support families who are in a time of crisis and acute need. I understand why anti-poverty campaigners argue for the holiday hunger scheme, but I do believe that that scheme was always intended as a temporary and time-limited solution for such a time as the pandemic. That does not mean the need that existed before does not still exist. Campaigners will rightly argue and fight for anything they believe will help, and none of the campaigns they fight are exclusive of wider anti-poverty campaigning. I understand that. But this is an area that should be a whole Executive effort, a whole Executive priority, and which can only be properly addressed by whole Executive initiatives. Indeed, with the price of food rising globally, there are some levers that are beyond even the devolved government. We will all have noticed and felt that when packing our shopping baskets. The Consumer Council says 9 in 10 consumers are worried about the cost of their food shop. That said, I recognise that, as we all will, that frustration for some is a crisis for others. I have read amendment number 2, and again I have empathy with the ultimate aims and aspirations, but it calls for a plan of widening free school meals. All I would say, Mr. Speaker, is that there is a need for all of us in this chamber to be honest with people about what can be done, what choices are before us. Health speaks of the need for more money, but without significant movement on reform over many years. And in fairness to Minister Nesbitt, he seems to be making more positive sounds in this. But the point still stands. We can make similar points on water infrastructure, where we too oppose water charges, but other options have been ruled out without necessarily a clear plan to move forward. We are all sinners in this place, and in calling for things at times without outlining where money should come, without outlining clearly where money should come from. Other members have called for the reinstatement of the excellent Healthy Happy Mind scheme. Few of us will not have requested new schools or facilities in our constituencies. We all want more done faster for childcare. Yes, happy to.
The member raises a really good point, and I don't disagree with him in regard to being honest with the electorate and what can be achieved. But the member's party has, before the last 2 elections, announced significant build projects. It runs into hundreds and hundreds of millions. And there was a debate on the radio this morning about when those will actually be built. I agree with your statement, but we all have to hold ourselves to the same account.
My understanding is that there is a method and a pipeline in those particular projects that he's talking about, and it's about getting those things underway. But listen, I have said, I don't think anyone in this place is not guilty at times of calling for things enthusiastically and maybe quite genuinely, without necessarily thinking through the cost implications of what they might cut in that regard. But yes, we all call for these things, and some want the Minister to take on responsibility also for more responsibility for 19+, which is currently beyond his remit. I could go on to list the other projects which cost hundreds of millions of pounds that others in the Chamber have championed in recent months, but I think the point has been made. Of course, this is the job of the Minister and of a Minister, and the Education Minister is not one to duck those responsibilities. But for members, as I say, what will they propose cutting? What difficult decisions will they be inclined to make? Let me be clear: nobody is arguing for the needs of those who are hungry or in poverty not to be met. Nobody is saying the family should not be supported. But while we struggle to meet current provision, each request for the Department to do more must surely be in that context. Time is moving on, Mr. Speaker, and I accept I've laboured on that point. So on to school uniforms, and I think it's clear that the Minister is moving forward. He is rightly engaging with all stakeholders, has consulted, which is the duty of the Department, and that consultation closed in September, I believe, with significant feedback to be processed. Consultation, by the way, to comment on Mr. Butler's comments, is not merely procrastination. It is a duty upon the Department. Committee members from our own limited engagement on the issues will be aware that while all parties want to see improvements, there are complexities and impacts that are worthy of consideration. But I am confident the Minister shares our determination to support families in this area, and I look forward to the update he will provide this afternoon in this regard. The Minister is also on record as saying he would be delighted to match or go beyond other parts of the UK on the uniform grant. But this is a resource issue. It shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, least of all the Ulster Unionist Party in recent days, that no minister gets everything they want. Indeed, they may note that some have received considerably less than others. Indeed, if we indulge a return to holiday hunger, perhaps Mr. Butler could outline what contribution the Health Department wishes to make to what is ultimately a public health initiative. I suspect there are, however, issues that will take precedence. So our own amendment recognises the struggles that families are facing and asks the Minister for Education to provide an urgent update on the recent consultation on school uniforms, as well as steps the Department is taking. And in the context of the Executive's forthcoming anti-poverty strategy to tackle holiday hunger and reduce the financial burden of school uniforms and PE kits upon struggling families, and I commend it to the House.
Thank you. I call on Nick Matheson to move amendment number 2.
Moved.
The Assembly should note that the amendments are mutually exclusive, so if amendment number 1 is made, the question will not be put on amendment number 2. You will have 10 minutes to propose amendment number 2 and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on Amendment 2. Nick.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to propose the Alliance amendment to this motion. I want to thank the members who brought the motion to the House today, which gives us the opportunity to highlight the severe burden of holiday hunger and the high cost of school uniforms, and particularly PE kits and branded items that is placed upon families across Northern Ireland. We have brought our amendment today to the motion because we feel the motion is quite broad, quite general in scope, and lacks some clear, specific calls for action. So while we support the spirit of it, I think we wanted to bring the amendment just to add a little more to that. I want to be clear, we won't be supporting the DUP amendment today. It appears to me to be asking us to welcome action in relation to holiday hunger, when I've heard no evidence of action that has been taken to address holiday hunger. So it is calling us to welcome something that hasn't taken place, and I think that would be a very odd thing for us to endorse in this chamber today. And I fully appreciate, as Mr Brooks has highlighted, the funding pressures being experienced by the Education Department. Nobody's going to argue with that today, but I'm not going to stand and vote for an amendment to welcome something that has not taken place. And it's the fact that the department is strapped for cash doesn't make that any more a sensible thing to do. And I don't also think we can look to a future anti-poverty strategy, which I would love to see progressed, but it's as yet unfunded. The content of it is as yet unknown. Again, I can't accept that as I would give way.
Would the member also recognise, had this place not been abruptly put down for a considerable number of years, that we could have already seen action on these important issues?
Yes, absolutely. I agree entirely, and it's one of any number of strategies that we've been waiting for in this place for a long time, and the continued cycle of collapse of these institutions does nothing to progress any of that. But as I was saying, I'm not going to welcome an unfunded strategy, an unpublished strategy as a solution to these issues. So our amendment is therefore asking for something more specific, not just on the subject of holiday hunger, but we have tried to widen it out in terms of really the issues of food poverty that are being experienced by our children in schools more broadly. And we know, as I have emphasised, as Mr Brooks has emphasised, and I have no doubt the Minister will emphasise, the Department is cash strapped. But we are still awaiting the conclusion of the review, for instance, into the eligibility criteria for free school meals and school uniform grants, something that we've been promised for a very long time. I know from the point that I was elected in 2022, I've been asking, and I've been repeatedly promised that it is coming, but I've yet to see it. So that is not an action that has huge costs associated with it, but it would at least allow us to understand what are some of the costed policy options we can at least look at to try and tackle some of these issues affecting children in our schools. Our amendment also calls on the Minister to set out a plan to widen access to free school meals. Again, this for me is about setting a direction of travel in terms of how we start to address issues of food poverty affecting our children and young people. And I would want to recognise Unison's recent campaign, which advocates for universal free school meals, which I think is an aspiration we'd probably all be able to sign up to. I would, yes.
I thank the member for giving way. He mentioned just recently that the anti-poverty strategy, he said the anti-poverty strategy was funded, but obviously the Alliance amendment calls on the Minister to develop a plan to widen access to free school meals. Is that funded?
Thank the member for his intervention. I mean, if you'd let me maybe continue, I could maybe address some of those points. So I think that I was just making the point that the call for widening access to free school meals is something we could all support in principle, but of course the issue of funding is something that makes that more challenging to deliver. And I'm not suggesting that we would have an overnight flip from our current model to universal provision. But again, I think we need to be looking at whether or not we can look at policy options. If we can begin to actually set a bit of ambition about where we might like to get to, even if we know that we can't do it overnight, as it would be in many instances. I'm going to run out of time quickly, but I will give way, and then I think after that I may need to make some progress.
Would the member agree with, leaving aside the obvious moral benefits of universal free access to free school meals, you actually can make a saving economically in terms of preventing children from going to dentists, A&E and so on and so forth. So even in that very limited context, there's benefits to that.
Absolutely agree, and again, I hope maybe this is something the Minister can cover in his remarks. And I know this is not just for the Education Minister; it is for the Health Minister, it is for other ministers in this place. But if we were to look at more universal application of free school meals, there are benefits educationally, as the research has shown. There are benefits in terms of health, and I think that's, again, Children's Services Cooperation Act has been mentioned many times in this place as a mechanism that could be used to try and start taking that more joined-up approach to policy making. So the motion is right to express grave concern, I think is the phrase used, about the impact of holiday hunger, and I welcome the call for the Minister to update on how he plans to address it. And as I'd referenced in relation to Mr Carroll's comments, this area really does feel for me, and I don't disagree entirely with everything Mr Brooks has said. This is an area where health, communities, education need to be working together and to utilise the provisions of the Children's Services Cooperation Act and work together to tackle it. But I would like to see that moving beyond lip service. I think at the minute we have a scenario where officials will tell us that they are collaborating, and what that really means is that they're meeting. They meet and they talk and they discuss. That's not collaboration. I would like to see, are we going to see movement towards joint planning, joint commissioning of services, pooling of resources to deliver on tackling issues like holiday hunger? And I certainly don't say that all sits with one minister. This is about a collaborative action. And our amendment also goes further on the subject of school uniforms, and I want to recognise the Minister has put that out to consultation for legislation on that, and I welcome and commend him for that, that the action taken was rapid and is to be welcomed. I also welcome that consultation included the option of a cost cap, something that the Alliance Party has argued for. This does represent progress. Because according to Parent-Kind's most recent survey, which has been referenced a lot today already, 66% of parents here are registering school uniforms as a financial concern. That's not an acceptable scenario, that 2/3 of parents would find just that necessity of sending their child to school with the appropriate uniform is a financial concern for them. So the legislation is sorely needed, but the legislation must be, when it is delivered, comprehensive enough to make a meaningful difference. So it must focus on real solutions, and I think that should include an embedded price cap, and it should certainly contain robust statutory guidance that can be enforced to ensure uniforms are affordable. I think when we look to England and see the legislation that they brought forward in relation to school uniforms, the learning there would be that actually it is too light touch and there are far too many grey areas where parents don't actually end up with the protections that they need to see costs being saved. So I would say that Alliance welcome the legislation coming forward. We look forward to the Minister's update on that, but we will be keeping a very, very close eye to ensure that what is ultimately delivered is effective. I would also just want to highlight, Chair, the APG on parental participation in education. We are next week going to be launching our report into the cost of accessing education. It is not just about food, it is not just about uniforms. That report will draw out. There are many, many areas where parents bear undue costs around transport. I would also say in terms of voluntary contributions that many schools require our parents to pay, which can be eye-watering sums of money in some cases. So I think it would be good to maybe hear from the Minister, is there a wider plan to look at, can we ensure that we do not place undue cost pressures on our parents for accessing any aspect of our education system? And I look forward to sharing that report when it is launched with the Minister. So to summarise, there's absolutely nothing that I object to in the original motion, but I would just ask members to consider supporting our amendment, which we think calls for just a little bit more. So that's that clear update on the review of the eligibility criteria for free school meals and uniform grants, a clear plan and commitment from the Education Minister to address holiday hunger in conjunction with his executive colleagues. I want to emphasise that. A clear update from the Minister if he has a plan to look at even considering widening access to free school meals. And a call on that amendment to support legislations on uniforms that doesn't just tighten guidance or make recommendations, but places real, meaningful duties on boards of governors to address costs. So in closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is vital that we send a very clear message today that we are committed to Northern Ireland's children and our shared belief that no child should go hungry or face unnecessary financial barriers to accessing any aspect of the educational system. We cannot accept a situation where any child's potential is hindered by poverty or financial hardship. So I urge members to accept our amendment today on that basis.
Thank you. And before I call the next member, I would just remind members that can you keep your interventions short? You don't have to make them into speeches. And because we've got a lot of space on the speakers list, you can add your name to it if you so wish. to be able to make things run more smoothly. And I call on Pat Sheehan.
And I'm grateful for the opportunity once again to talk about the issues of holiday hunger and the exorbitant cost of school uniforms. Indeed, it's only a little over 6 months ago that my party colleagues and I took similar motions to this chamber to highlight the serious pressures facing so many families here. And it's both disappointing and frustrating that we come to debate these issues yet again with no meaningful solutions yet in place. It was the Minister's predecessor, Michelle McIlveen, who promised action on soaring uniform costs back in 2021. And over 3 years later, tens of thousands of families are still waiting for support. The research speaks for itself. The Irish League of Credit Unions investigated this issue, and they found that families are forking out on average £918 for primary school uniforms and £1,086 for secondary school uniforms. And this is an increase of £81 for primary school parents and £97 for secondary school parents when compared to the 2023 research. The situation is putting people into debt. It's forcing people to go without other essentials, and the whole situation is entirely avoidable if we make the right interventions now. It's also creating a financial barrier to some young people attending particular schools, because when parents see the cost of the uniforms and they know they can't afford it, they don't even think about sending their children to that particular school. We need to legislate to drive down costs by insisting schools have competitive tendering processes, and we need to remove requirements for expensive branded items, especially PE gear. The Minister has the tools at his disposal to do this. He needs to get a move on and support families now. On the issue of free school meals, I want to start off by commending my colleague Danny Baker, who has been a champion on this issue. In the absence of a plan or any action from the Minister, Danny is bringing forward a private member's bill to ensure children and families are supported during school holidays. If people are serious about ending holiday hunger, they should take the opportunity to feed back to the consultation for that PMB and support it when it comes to this chamber. The issue is vital. The Department of Education's own vision is that every child and young person is happy, learning and succeeding. Can anyone explain to me how a child can be happy, learning and succeeding if they can't get proper nutritional meals during the school holidays? And this is an issue which affects around 100,000 children and young people. That's tens of thousands of families who face that cliff edge when each term time ends. The links between educational underachievement and deprivation are well known, and the evidence suggests that some children returning to school can often be weeks or months intellectually and developmentally behind classmates who have access to a more wholesome diet during the school holidays. People will quote the financial situation that the executive finds itself in as a reason not to support ending holiday hunger or not to provide support in relation to uniform costs. But what is the cost of not making an intervention? The reality is that society will pay for this in the long run. So let's intervene early. The evidence for early intervention is overwhelming. Get these families and their children the support they need. We must strive to ensure that every single child and young person gets the opportunities to succeed and to reach their full potential.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak today on this issue. I'll firstly start with a number of harrowing statistics. Around 24% of children in Northern Ireland live in poverty, which is higher than all other places across these islands. Over 100,000 children in the north currently qualify for free school meals. That's around 30%, which I think showcases the high level of need in this area. A 2023 survey found that primary school uniforms cost around £173, while secondary school uniforms cost around £378 on average. This causes undoubtable financial strain on families right across the north, with 37% of parents in Northern Ireland going into debt simply to cover simple things around school expenses like uniforms, shoes and other necessary supplies. And yes, while we welcome there is aspects of government assistance with things like uniform support grants, often this does not go far enough and only covers the basics, and still parents feel a level of distress, particularly when they have multiple children. Families who work every hour God sends, but really struggle with covering these costs, covering things like electric, with uniforms, with new school shoes, and putting food on the table. Many feel as though they are suffocated and left without adequate support from this government. To discuss the needs today of holiday hunger and the cost of uniforms, I think I need to touch on the importance of concern around the lack of executive legislation that is currently coming out of this building. Since the restoration of Stormont in February, the majority of Assembly business has not been focused on legislation that is desperately needed to be brought forward. This week we have seen this important motion brought forward by colleagues across the way, and this will be the second time that these issues have been debated, and I think that reflects the severity of need for change through legislation. I think it also echoes across this chamber the real sincerity around this issue and the urgent need to tackle child poverty. We see the struggle each and every day that our constituents face, particularly on this issue. We must see legislation brought in line with the asks of this motion today. Less than half of the Executive's legislative programme for 2024 has been brought forward, and we're coming up to Christmas, we only have a few sittings left. Sadly, child poverty is and continues to be such a huge part of our society here. Children endure food poverty, poor mental health, and come from households in areas that are greatly deprived. We need tangible legislation to meet the needs of our children and young people here, with timelines and targets to ensure that the best possible outcomes are available to our young people. Transparency about education, I think, is vital. We are no stranger to challenges, and we do know the pressures on the department and its budget. But I am deeply disappointed that we haven't had the chance to catch up with the Minister at a committee level. I've talked about before how it opens us up for things like cross-party collaboration, where we can work collectively with the Minister and his department. We don't need a strained relationship. We need to come collectively together. And ultimately, I think that lack of communication is to the detriment of creating the best possible legislation coming out of the education department. So today I echo the comments of the Chair of Education. We will not be supporting the DUP amendment. We do not feel there has been adequate support for children or their families enduring poverty, and we will be supporting the Alliance amendment. Thank you.
And I want to start by thanking the members for bringing forward the motion. It's very important, and it has been debated just in recent months, and I suppose during that time our community and voluntary sector has been doing the heavy lifting, and it's just some examples of the great work being done. Monkstown Boxing Club, Lagmore Youth Project, and Lagmore, I volunteered during the summer, ran a programme for 8 weeks, and it was holiday hunger. Not that any of the children who were participating in the programme knew what it was about, but we were able to do it in a Belfast City Park where we had access to the play facilities and the pits. So we had the fun and games, but while putting food in their wee bellies. And we have deprivation in every part of our societies. All of us will have that issues coming into our constituency offices. But it really hit home when you are in the front face of it and volunteering. When one of the children was sort of pocketing food to the side because he wanted to bring it home for his older sister. And for me, that's what makes it so important, that by all of us working together, that we can make a difference, and the most vulnerable children in our society we can most certainly protect, even with the budgets that are very constrained. And that's why I have submitted a bill to the Assembly that aims to tackle holiday hunger and ensure that no child goes hungry. As the cost of living crisis is deepened in all of our pockets, and it was said by members in here, society is feeling it, and we want to help as many people as possible, but for some it hits a lot harder. And my bill seeks to ensure that that families and children who are in receipt of free school meals continue to get that during the holiday breaks through direct payments to their families. The provision of free school meals enables many children to access a nutritious meal, which in some cases will be their main meal of the day. This brings with it a range of both physical and mental benefits, as well as educational benefits. The links between educational underachievement and deprivation are well known, and the evidence suggests that some children returning to school from weeks and months of holiday are intellectually behind classmates who have had access to a wholesome diet during the summer during the school holidays. Legislation is needed now to make a long-term commitment so that children who need free school meals and their families are supported to ensure that they do get that nutrition they need to help fulfil their potential. The Minister will be aware that due to the cuts imposed from London, our education system has limited resources, and we should be targeting that additional funding to where it is needed the most. Unfortunately, based on my correspondence with the Minister, I do know that he has no intention of legislating to end holiday hunger, and hopefully that's changed. There is much work that we need to do in the time ahead. A number of important steps need to be taken, including encouraging children and young people who are entitled to a free school meal that they avail of it. And the Minister should urgently publish his Department's review of the eligibility criteria for free school meals and uniform grants. And Sinn Féin looks forward to responding to this review, and we are open to exploring all the options for increasing the numbers of children and young people who are able to access free school meals and uniform grants. The Minister's announcement of an interim change to the eligibility criteria for families applying for free school meals and uniform grants was a welcome step in the right direction, which will help workers and families access support. Tackling poverty and social inclusion and patterns of deprivation based on objective need is woven into the Good Friday Agreement, and legislating to end holiday hunger is underpinned by that principle. I fully accept that ending holiday hunger for only those children in receipt of free school meals will not go far enough. However, it is a fundamental first step which must be taken on a journey to addressing child poverty and meeting objective need. And as I said, by us working together, we can help to ensure families and ease that pressure, and no child goes hungry, and no matter what time of the year. And the consultation and survey has went live today, so I would like people to help out and fill it in and contribute to the private members bill, and I look forward to working with everybody on it. So thank you.
And I welcome the opportunity to be able to speak on this really important motion today. As each school year approaches, families across the north face the heavy financial burden of school uniforms and PE gear. We need to ensure that going to school is as easy as possible for every single child, which means removing unnecessary barriers, making school uniforms affordable, providing access to a good meal, and helping children to get to and from school with ease. Too many parents experience sleepless nights over the cost of school uniforms. Families are burdened with debt as they pay hundreds of pounds on uniforms for just one child, some going without to ensure their child is not left without expensive branded items. The evidence is clear, and according to Parentkind, 2/3 of parents in the north say that school uniforms and the cost of them is their top worry. Nearly 1/3 of families struggle to afford the full range of school-related expenses, with the Children's Society revealing that items from specified suppliers can be 50% more expensive. The financial strain is taking a toll on children's education. Save the Children found that 1 in 10 parents have actually kept their children out of school because of issues related to school uniform or PE kits. Families should not be priced out of schools, and children especially should not be burdened by financial pressures. The practice of requesting voluntary contributions that I know has been mentioned also adds to the pressure of families. Across these islands, the North has the highest number of parents concerned with the cost of regular voluntary contributions to schools. Our schools must be adequately funded, and this stark figure only cements the outworkings of years of Tory austerity and the impact it has had on our public services. The Department of Education's current guidance on uniform costs is failing to make a meaningful impact for struggling families. During my first number of weeks in this Assembly, this was one of the top issues that was brought to my attention, and following the Sinn Féin motion on the cost of school uniforms, I submitted a proposal for a PMB on this topic. And I do welcome that the Department has issued a consultation on this, and the Education Committee are due to get an update in the coming weeks. However, I do feel very strongly that the outcome of this must address this issue fully and urgently. We cannot be sitting here next summer with parents in the exact same situation. Any legislation that is brought forward must make an impact on families. It must make a real difference in their pocket and remove any unnecessary barriers to a child's right to an education. We need a strong commitment to support working families as school costs rise. The Education Authority's uniform grant as it stands does not keep pace with the cost of living, and it also needs urgent reform. It's time to establish a fair, competitive tendering process for school uniforms. We need high quality, affordable uniforms built to last, uniforms that can be passed down within households or to new pupils, removing requirement for branded items and allowing families to buy from high street retailers. Families deserve this relief now more than ever, and I am committed to working with everyone right across this chamber to make sure that this happens. The Education Minister and his department must act now. It's time for real action to make school accessible, affordable and fair for every single family right across the north.
Thank you, Kathy. I call on Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today's discussion goes beyond the perennial debate on rising school costs for parents. It's fundamentally about poverty and the extreme hardship that people face as a result of executive inaction and, quite frankly, appalling Westminster welfare policies which are hitting hardest for working families. We used to talk about the jams or the just about managing. Today's parents, many of them aren't managing, they're barely getting by. The worry of being a parent never ends. Yet for 71% of parents, affording school uniform costs is an added anxiety. But school costs don't stop there. Meals, school trips, extracurricular activities. The price of schooling can often seem insurmountable and for some impossible. My office has already been contacted by families anxious about how they'll get by over Christmas. Sadly, for some, Santa won't be coming this year. But gifts are the least of their concerns. Their real worry is that the local food bank, a lifeline for so many, will close during Christmas week. When I made the case for restoring the school holiday food grant ahead of the festive period this year, Minister Given cited the anti-poverty strategy, a strategy as yet unpublished, let alone delivered, but that has been heralded by all executive ministers, I think, as a panacea for all our poverty woes. It's appalling that food insecurity continues to impact families here, and even more appalling that the executive continues to sidestep responsibility. We get the impact of 14 years of austerity on the executives, on successive executives, and at times no executives' ability to deliver for people here. 95,000 children here, though, are living in poverty. Most of them have at least one parent in work. Food bank demand has reached record levels. Departmental research has previously shown the positive impact of this grant, especially for children with disabilities who are disproportionately affected by these cuts. Despite clear evidence supporting the need for this programme, the Minister's response following my correspondence last month reflects a refusal to acknowledge the dire situation that families face now. 100,000 children who qualify for school meals are going without this crucial support. The actual number affected is likely even higher when we consider many working families who don't qualify, but who are equally, if not even more, vulnerable. Statistics reveal a sobering picture, particularly now with the migration to universal credit system in full swing. In 2019, around 1,500 households were impacted by the callous two-child policy. The SDLP warned then of the escalating poverty that was to come. Sadly, I take no satisfaction from having been proven right, as now, as of May this year, almost 11,000 families were affected by this devastating poverty-inducing policy. Universal credit has also seen a reduction in the income threshold for free school meals and uniform grants from £16,000 to £14,000, and I do appreciate that the Minister did make an intervention and increased it back to £15,000, but that doesn't negate the fact that many vulnerable families have seen vital support cut. It's barmy that the time when we should be increasing that eligibility threshold as daily living costs soar, we actually strip that lifeline from a considerable cohort of our poorest children. What kind of society are we creating when children don't have the basics in school, food and clothes? So the Executive's persistent failure to act, coupled with an apparent apathy toward rising poverty, is an affront to every parent and child struggling to access basic needs. The school holiday hunger grant must be reinstated immediately, along with meaningful efforts to deliver effective legislative change that will protect, not punish, the poorest families. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Funding for the School Holiday Food Grant Scheme, which provided payments to prevent holiday hunger for around 100,000 children and young people, was withdrawn in March 2023. This came at a time when we in Northern Ireland were being told that we were overspending. What, however, was not acknowledged at the time was the fact that in April 2022, Northern Ireland became the first part of the United Kingdom to be funded below needs since the UK Government adopted its UK definition of need through the Hotham Formula in 2012. The cost of being funded £3 below need for Northern Ireland was £322 million block grant shortfall in 22-23, which then became a recurring deficit and so was rolled into the following year to be joined by the £431 million block grant shortfall for 23-24. Creating a compound of £753 million shortfall in that year. It was no doubt the £753 million shortfall in the coming year which informed the decision of the Education Department in March 23 to terminate the School Holiday Food Grant Scheme. Mr Deputy Speaker, if we look across the water to Scotland, we see a jurisdiction which, according to Treasury's block grant transparency figures, was then funded £21 above need, while we in Northern Ireland were funded £3 below need. Now, I could stand here today and argue that because Scotland is funded £21 above need, that Northern Ireland should be funded £21 above need, but I don't think that is a reasonable argument. What I think is reasonable is that being funded below need is so disruptive and so dislocating, as we have seen with the termination of the School Holiday Food Grant Scheme, that we should be afforded exactly the same protections as the other part of the UK whose funding has come close to need, i.e. Wales, to make sure it never happens again. This is particularly important for us as we think about the holiday hunger programme for the future, because at the moment we are denied those protections, and in the 26-27 our block grant funding is destined to plunge below need once again. So even if we manage to get a holiday hunger programme up and running for 25-26, the likelihood is that it would have to be terminated again in 26-27. In order to provide a holiday hunger programme on a sustainable basis, we need to gain the two protections that Wales enjoys, which meant that, first, we must benefit from a baseline fiscal floor, so our funding cannot fall below baseline need at 124 per head in 26-27 or any other time. Second, we need to have the 5% uplift, which has been worth over £1.17 billion to Wales over the last 8 years and has helped to keep block grant funding a bit above need. As we reflect on the painful implications of the Department for Education's decision to cut holiday hunger funding in March 23, we need to remember that at that time there was a UK Government definition of need and the provision of a UK Government mechanism to prevent funding falling below need that had been given to Wales but not to Northern Ireland. Had the people of Northern Ireland been afforded the same protections as the people of Wales in April 2022, then we would probably not be having this debate today. Can the Minister please tell the UK Government that the children of Northern Ireland who would benefit from a reinstated School Holiday Food Grant Scheme are just as valuable as the children of Wales? And of course, while we welcome the positive noises about future budget allocations, we deserve the same security as Wales, which knows its funding cannot fall below need in 26-27 or at any other time.
The Treasury needs to grant us the same protections, the baseline fiscal floor to need and the uplift, not possibly at some point in the future, but indefinitely and now, so we can plan for the future. Once we get the funding formula right, it then gives the Minister the opportunity to take decisions such as the reintroduction of the holiday food grant scheme and offer assistance to reduce the financial burden on families of school uniforms and PE kits on struggling families. Until we get our fiscal floor and our funding mechanism sorted, the rest of this is a talking shop. I agree, the burdens that are placed on families are too great, but the Executive in its current guise is limited to what it can do. So my encouragement from today is to use this debate as why we should be funded to the same level as Wales. Anything else is immaterial in the meantime. Yes, I want to see the Minister take action, but at the same time we need the financial resources in place to allow him to do so.
As been said, at the start of the pandemic, the North introduced holiday hunger payments, a cash-first approach that gave struggling families some dignity and control over their finances during school holidays. Tackling poverty, despite some of the counterpoints, isn't complicated. And over 100,000 people, 100,000 children benefited from these payments. And inexplicably, in March 2023, the Department removed a failed to allocate enough funding to continue this scheme in the middle of a post-COVID economic crisis, which saw food and price inflation soar and hasn't came down since. And not only has the removal for holiday hunger payments harmed children eligible for free school meals, it also has put huge pressure on community and voluntary organisations, as has been mentioned by members. The Trussell food banks in the north distribute over 38,000 emergency food parcels for children. 38,000 for children, that's just hard to believe. 150% increase in the last 5 years. And managers of food banks have identified one key reason for this Deputy Speaker, in the removal of the holiday hunger payment. Deputy Speaker, school holidays should be a time when families are excited, looking forward to spend time together, and instead too many are filled with dread, thinking about how they'll have to cover the extra cost of meals each day in 2024. All of us would hopefully agree that working class children don't deserve to go hungry over school holidays. The question is, what is going to be done about it? The solution is simple, Deputy Speaker. We need to stop punishing working class children and reinstate the holiday hunger payment in time for the 2025 summer holidays. I would call the Minister to do so, and contrary to the point made by the member from East Belfast, there's plenty of money to fund this. The will is lacking, in my view. Dare I say it, Deputy Speaker, we should be more ambitious and offer free school meals on a universal basis to all children a year. Sure.
The members' narrative not been for some time that there's been great austerity shown across the UK and its impact here, but now he feels that there's plenty of money available in Northern Ireland. Which is it? Is the UK government being stingy with its budget and not giving us enough, or is there plenty of money available?
The members should probably read our website and party statements, which say there's austerity, but also, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, but there's also plenty of money about. You don't even need to look across the water. Moy Park, £2 billion in income, in revenue, the richest company in Northern history, but you support that, you welcome that, you don't call for extra taxes or higher rates on that company, so there's money there, there's one company. Some schools, Deputy Speaker, have taken it upon themselves to offer free meals to all pupils, and I think it is a pity that cash-strapped schools are bearing the cost of this rather than the state. The Education Minister has long been promising a public consultation on these words again, eligibility criteria for free school meals and school uniform grants. I think it would be helpful if he could commit to a specific timeline for this. As we mentioned, the research from Parent Kind paints a stark picture of how parents across the north struggle to afford the cost of sending their children to school, and 2/3 obviously say the cost of school uniforms is their biggest struggle. I think, Deputy Speaker, non-binding guidance for schools on uniform policy simply won't cut it, isn't strong enough. There's overwhelming public support for a cap on uniform costs, and it's time for the Minister to deliver on this. The consultation on school uniform policy closed at the end of September. At the bare minimum, the Minister should provide an update on the outcome of this consultation so that legislation can be implemented by before September 2025, so that we don't go through this rigmarole next summer again. Deputy Speaker, Executive Ministers should be ashamed that some families in our society can't afford to send their kids to school, effectively denying working class children their basic right to education. On holiday hunger and the cost of school uniforms, this Executive needs to give people more than just empty words. But parties who have failed to alleviate child poverty for over a decade already know what's needed to stop people going hungry. They just have refused to do it. The long-awaited anti-poverty strategy will be brought before the Executive in early 2025. The Anti-Poverty Expert Panel, NI Audit Office, Public Accounts Committee and many others have told the Executive what it needs to do to tackle child poverty. My question is, will this Minister and will this Executive listen?
The 15 minutes.
Speaker, and can I just thank colleagues for the opportunity to respond to the motion, and to thank Mr Butler for bringing the motion forward. I think everybody that has spoken has demonstrated the real issues affecting our constituents, and there's very little that I will disagree with colleagues on in terms of what they have said, the passion that they have expressed in terms of the way in which they've said it. It is, how do we do it, how do we address it, and how do we address it in the challenging fiscal environment that we have. So just from the outset, I do recognise that there is an ongoing financial pressure on families, especially those with school-aged children. The issues of child poverty outside of school term time and the cost of school uniforms were debated in this House in separate private members' motions that were brought forward in March earlier this year. And since these debates have taken place, work has progressed well, particularly in relation to the costs of school uniforms, and I'll come on to that in just a few moments. In respect of how many families struggle with food poverty, particularly during school holiday periods, I do recognise how difficult it continues to be for those families who are on low incomes, where making ends meet is a daily struggle. And as an Executive, we do have a role to play in ensuring that we do whatever we can to support these families with a range of pressures that they face. And I've spoken on a number of occasions in this House of how the education budget is far short of what is needed to deliver on a number of my key priorities. However, my department still has a range of other policies and interventions in place to support children who may be impacted by social disadvantage or poverty. And we've worked hard to protect these interventions as far as we could, given the very challenging current budget. So policies such as £75 million for targeting social need is provided to schools through the common funding formula. This provides for a wide range of interventions to support schools with the additional costs faced by schools in educating children from socially disadvantaged backgrounds. Then there's also £8.1 million for the Extended Schools programme, which is supporting over 400 schools, 200,000 pupils, 80,000 parents and 30,000 community representatives. So the interventions, they're wide-ranging. They include breakfast clubs and also after-schools activities. Someone was wanting to intervene. Nick.
Thank the Minister for giving way. He mentions targeting social need funding. Would the Minister agree that given the very difficult financial position schools find them in, that often that funding lands into a deficit and it doesn't actually reach the children who need it?
Broader point in terms of how do we ensure that funding that is provided for a specific purpose is actually spent for that specific purpose. And I could make that same argument around the holiday hunger payments. There is no guarantee that payments that went into a bank account was being spent on actually providing food outside of school term time. So I agree with what the member has said. How do we ensure that that additional funding is used for the purposes in which it is designed? And that's a valid question. It's one I would also pose to members. Can we guarantee holiday hunger payments actually went to feeding children? We know in school settings that's exactly what it is used for, but we can't guarantee that that funding was being used for that specific purpose. I've no doubt in the vast majority of cases, by the way, it was, but we can't guarantee that. So my department also continues to support school-aged children through the provision of free school meals to those low-income families in receipt of certain benefits. So holiday hunger continues to be an important issue, and it's one that many departments have been seeking to address for now a number of years. The pandemic exacerbated the issue of food poverty across all of society, and in recognition of the challenge faced by many low-income families during school holiday periods, in 2020 the previous executive decided to establish a school holiday food grant scheme. This was funded by the executive to provide payments to cover the cost of food during school holidays for pupils entitled to free school meals. Now, while the Department of Education was identified as the interim lead department, it was agreed by the previous executive that a wider strategic decision on the way forward to tackle food poverty, including holiday hunger, was required, including the identification and resourcing of a lead department. So the ring-fenced funding that was previously made available to my department to undertake these payments on behalf of the executive ceased in the 2023-24 budget that was set by the then Secretary of State. So with no ring-fence funding in place, the Permanent Secretary had no practical alternative to discontinuing the scheme in March of 2023. We all agree that no child in our society should go hungry, and while my department continues to support school-aged children during term time to access healthy, nutritious meals, I believe initiatives to tackle holiday hunger or support with food outside of term time are more closely aligned to the social welfare support for families. So I believe it's therefore appropriate that the executive does take a wider decision about how it is going to tackle the issue of food poverty across society, and holiday hunger for children outside of term time should be an important part of that decision. I want to be part of that solution. I'm not passing it on to somebody else. I believe it is a wider executive issue that we do need to address. And that's why I've already met with the Minister for Communities on the issue. I met him in September. We agreed that the issue of child food poverty, including that experience during school holiday periods, would be considered as part of the development of an anti-poverty strategy that the Department for Communities is leading on. I welcome his standing up now of the cross-departmental working group on the anti-poverty strategy, and I echo the sentiments expressed by the Minister for Communities in a recent debate that was held here on child poverty in North Belfast, and he said, and I quote, "When thinking of child poverty, we cannot separate it from poverty in general. Poverty does not happen in isolation to children, it happens to families." And Mr Durkin, he used the same commentary whenever he was speaking. He said that this issue is fundamentally about poverty, and he's right. So therefore, I believe the executive should make it a high priority in the anti-poverty strategy to seek to explicitly tackle the issue of food poverty across all of our society, and not seek to isolate child food poverty in particular. To seek to do so solely for school holiday periods is to miss an opportunity to tackle the issue more holistically. I will.
Thank the Minister for giving way. I'm enthralled by his speech, actually, because he's fulfilling part of the purpose of the motion, which was to get an update. Can the Minister give us a guarantee, because I'm a bit perplexed in what he said in terms of the conversation with the Minister for Communities. So it's been wrapped up in the wider poverty sense, but we must not lose the absolute fact that there is holiday hunger. Can the Minister give a guarantee that in those conversations with the Minister for Communities that it will not be lost, it's not been set aside, it'll just be formed part of the wider strategy?
I can, and I have, in that meeting, I expressed a view that there needed to be a particular strand focused on children food poverty. I've talked about how do we make sure then that in addressing child poverty during those holiday periods, can we access community facilities? Can we open up a school during term time so that we ensure the interventions that we would want to make is for that specific purpose? And that's when I go back to the point earlier that the chairman of the committee made. How do we make sure our intervention actually achieves what we want it to achieve? So I want the department to be part of the solution. That's why I'm positively engaging with the Department for Communities, because I do think we can bring options that will actually help address the issue of child food poverty, specifically during those holiday periods that the member has alluded to. So as the anti-poverty strategy is developed, it'll be for the executive to agree how food poverty, including that for children, is tackled. It will also have to decide which departments should take forward the holistic actions to address food poverty, and importantly, whether it is prepared to fund these actions. And that's where members, and I absolutely, I have been there, I have campaigned on issues, and I have often said to ministers, your responsibility to get the funding, I'm bringing the issue and advocating for it. So members are right to do that and to challenge me on it. Sometimes I think we forget that, apart from a few, 90% of us are actually in the same executive, and I make this argument then internally, and other ministers from other departments push back on some of the things that I want, not often reflected by their own colleagues in this assembly, who then push me for the very thing their own colleagues have maybe challenged me on in terms of what I'm prioritising. But I thought Mr Gaston made a really important contribution. I don't blame the Finance Minister for not giving me the funding that I need. I didn't get what I need in the monitoring round. That's not the fault of the Finance Minister. I made the case, I've argued, I've received an allocation, I'll seek to work through it. But we as an executive have been underfunded. And it goes back to April 2022, whenever the definition of need and the approach that was taken in Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland, not for the first time, was treated as the poor cousin within the United Kingdom. I think that's a poor reflection, actually, on the United Kingdom as a whole, that Northern Ireland hasn't been treated the way that I think it should be. So we need to get that additional resource. We've made progress on the fiscal framework that the Finance Minister has led on. I've supported her on that. And there is more work that we need to achieve. That will allow us all in our departments to do more. So I'm not going to stand here and blame the Minister for Justice or the Minister for Health for not being able to do certain things, because I understand the pressures that they face, because I face them. I only ask for other colleagues to reflect on the same financial pressures that I have, that their own ministerial colleagues have, as we seek to try and take this forward. I want to make progress just on the school uniforms. So between June and September, my department has undertaken a 14-week consultation on proposals to reduce the costs of school uniform. There were just under 7,500 responses to the consultation, and I plan to publish a summary of those findings in the coming weeks. The online element of the consultation received 3,444 responses, the majority of them supporting the proposals that were being consulted on. The Education Authority Youth Service took forward engagement with children and young people on my department's behalf, and there was a specific survey with young people through youth groups, IOTA centres and via the Child's Individual's Online School C2K account. This resulted in just over 4,000 children and young people with cost and comfort emerging as the key priorities within those responses that came. The general survey online had 7 questions with a free text response, and that generated over 4,000 comments. So my department is going to continue to analyse these responses, in addition to the 19 standalone reports from interested organisations. The online survey results show strong support for the introduction of cost control measures that some members have referred to. And it's important that I do take into account the views of all stakeholders to consider the most effective methods of cost control before coming to a decision on the best solution for this important issue. It's also clear that there's strong support for school uniform policy guidance to become statutory. Just over 77% of respondents online agreed with the proposal that schools should be legally required to comply with departmental uniform guidance. So we can update the House that I therefore plan to bring a paper to the Executive in the coming weeks, seeking agreement from my officials to formally instruct the Office of Legislative Counsel to draft a bill about school uniforms. It's my intention that this bill gives statutory effect to the guidance on school uniforms. With the support of my executive colleagues, I intend to bring then the legislation forward as soon as possible within the coming months to this Assembly. It then will be for the due process to be followed and scrutiny through the Assembly stages. And I look forward to working with you all in progressing this to make a difference for families in most need of our assistance. Maybe in doing that, we'll extend the mobile phone school policy to the Assembly. That wasn't in the speech. Well, we'll find a way to seal them. So this is something that should bring us together in terms of taking action, in terms of that collective effort. So we want to make that difference for children and young people and their families, and I look forward to each of us playing our part in developing in terms of the school uniform legislation, but also in delivering the anti-poverty strategy to provide the best means of tackling poverty, including food poverty. And I look forward to the support in terms of the work that I can do to bring forward that legislation, working with you to do that. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, can I thank members just for the way in which they've engaged in the debate. I think we are making progress. I want to be able to make much more progress. We collectively, as an executive, will make the case for further funding. So just to assure members, it's very much on both issues, ones that I want to make progress on. I know colleagues asked about the consultation on terms of eligibility for free school meals. You should see that coming forward within the coming days. I intend to put that out for consultation so that we can have more engagement around that particular area. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. I'm calling Michelle Guy to wind on the amendment for number 2. Michelle, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the colleagues in the UP for bringing forward this motion, as others have done, because it has given us, especially getting so close to Christmas, an opportunity to talk about such an important issue. My colleague noted why we have brought our amendment forward and why we're not supporting the DUP amendment. And I would echo the words of the Minister in terms of the tone of the debate, but also his willingness to take a bit of challenge on these issues as well. So members have quite rightly vividly articulated the impact of poverty generally on families and the need for executive level resource strategy to deal with this. And we should look to the child poverty strategy for lessons and what not to do. There was a recent audit office PAC findings that have highlighted some of the lessons to learn around accountability, monitoring and partnership working. A lot of the members here did raise and highlighted some of the statistics. Mark Durkin looked at the 71% of parents in Northern Ireland who were concerned about the overall cost of school uniforms from the Parent Kind survey. The Trussell Trust figures were noted by David Brooks, and that 24% of children are in poverty is something that Cara Hunter raised with us. The removal of the holiday hunger scheme is something that was discussed, and this kind of chronology around this was noted. It ended on the 31st of March. A long-term plan was not agreed, so the collapse of the executive meant that had to be withdrawn. When the executive was restored, then there was a choice to reinstate that funding, and that choice was not made. I know others have talked about ministers facing choices, and that was a choice that the minister chose not to take. And yesterday, in response to a question that I asked about the childcare strategy, the Minister said that he was about action and not strategies, and yet action here is being delayed while we wait for a strategy. And we all recognise the major resource constraints on all our departments across the Assembly, and I agree with Timothy Gaston when he remarked about the fact that we're not properly funded here in Northern Ireland and the need to address that. And Danny Baker raised the issue of how our community and voluntary sector are picking up the slack on some of this failure from our government. We then kind of looked at some of the actions that have been taken around this. So there has been an interim change to the eligibility criteria for free school meals and uniform grants, but that was an interim measure, and we are still waiting on the outworking of the full review of this, and that's something that we want to see. We also want to see, people have noted, the expansion of free school meals and aspiring to a universal model around that. And Jerry Carroll noted the benefits of expanded provision in terms of other areas such as health. In terms of school uniforms, there is action being taken here, and we've all welcomed that. The school uniforms policy consultation was published in 2024, and Cara Hunter noted the urgency of action here and was right to note the multiplier effect on families with more than one child. Cathy Mason highlighted the issue of parents getting into debt, paying for the cost of sending their children to school, and how that's just not acceptable. The new ground that's been broken here in terms of the uniforms is to be welcomed. And Pat Sheehan, he noted the commitment of the previous DUP minister to bring this forward, and again it does raise the issue that Andy Allen raised in terms of not having an executive or an assembly in place and the difference that could have made to progressing these issues. There's agreement, I think, around, and certainly reflected in the consultation that was noted, that the statutory cap on school uniform costs and bringing that within the statutory guidance is welcomed. Removing branded items from PE kits, again, seems to be something that members reflected across the chamber as they would want to see. We've also asked for additional support for extra uniform costs for children with special educational needs. So in summary, I do believe everybody here really is on the same page in terms of supporting actions here. We want to see action on holiday hunger. We know it will improve educational attainment, it will improve health outcomes, and it will reflect our measure of early intervention. Again, we want to see funded policy proposals that come through, and again, just to underline again the need to reform these institutions so that the circumstances that saw this withdrawal not happen again. We cannot have us going backwards in terms of issues like poverty because of our political disagreements here. I welcome the positive engagement described by the Minister in terms of how we've conducted the debate here today, and I agree with him. Okay, certainly. Just the need to have holistic solutions to this. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
On Peter Martin to move on, wind on Amendment 1. And Peter, you have 5 minutes without musical accompaniment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I apologise to you for my phone going off? It was on silent, but my 13-year-old daughter has found a way to override that function. If any member knows how to un-override it, I would really appreciate it, and you can see me afterwards. Thanks for that, though, Lucy, when she watches this later. Look, I am heartened that, as I listened to the debate this afternoon, that everyone in the chamber essentially wants the same thing, and that is movement around food poverty and uniform grants, and the fact that these things need addressed. I concur with both the Minister and Ms Guy that actually the debate has been, I think, very, very positive. And I suppose the context of that is really how we move on these issues. That's where perhaps there has been different views. But certainly I'd want to welcome the Minister's commitment, especially in terms of bringing forward legislation around school uniforms. And I'm not going to rehearse all the debate around that. Just to quickly summarise some of the things that has been said, and I'll make some general comments on our amendment. But the member for West Belfast highlighted Mr Baker's work regarding holiday hunger, and I would want to acknowledge that in the chamber. He's very passionate about it, and I want to thank him for that. My friend, the member for Lagan Valley, asked about clear movement on this, and I suppose that's something that we would all want to see, that the Minister wants to see, that our party wants to see. But again, it led us into the frame of essentially how we pay for this, and that's one of the key things I think that came out this afternoon. Mr Durkin, who's disappeared, warned of the current and future challenges around parents who are facing poverty. One thing that maybe wasn't mentioned much was low-income families, or actually the working poor, and how we incorporate them into any future measures. Mr Carroll, I think, suggested that Moy Park should pay for holiday hunger. I hope Moy Park are already paying corporation tax. I'm sure they are. But that's kind of I will give way, of course.
I appreciate the member giving way. Slightly facetious, but the real point that I made to his colleague was that you've repeated the mantra that there's no money existing, and the point I was making is that corporate profits are a record high, and if you really want to fund universal free school meals, you can do it with very quick measures. So that's the point I was making.
Do I have an extra minute, Mr Speaker? No? Because I'd love to get into fiscal policy with Mr Carroll, perhaps over a cup of coffee some other time. So, look, in terms of summary, I've got 2 minutes left. In terms of summarising then the sort of arguments that we've discussed, every minister has budget choices, and in fact, as we went through, Ms Guy mentioned that when the executive was re-established, for example, the minister didn't reinstate this, but he did reinstate lots of other things. Two that are very close to my heart are extended schools and nurture funding, which provides amazing interventions for kids who are really, really challenged in school. And as I look around the chamber, the majority of people here, members here, have ministers in the executive, and they all have really tough decisions to make about how they use their funding and how it's most effectively targeted. I'm really glad this minister is protecting the most vulnerable kids in our schools, and I've cited just two things that he has done to make sure they are protected. As has already been mentioned, a uniform grants has been talked about this afternoon, and I just want to welcome the Minister's commitment around bringing forward legislation in that regard. And finally then, just in terms of our amendment, with the 40 seconds I have left, we are clear that the best place to do this is in the Executive's anti-poverty strategy. I know people perhaps didn't agree with that. However, isolating holiday hunger from food poverty in a wider sense is disjointed. And in fact, some members did talk about, in fact, I believe the committee chair talked at some point during his remarks about joint working between departments and connected policy. And that's what this strategy is seeking to do, and it's probably the best place to actually achieve what everyone in this chamber wants. So, anyway, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, and Peter. And I call on Colin Crawford to wind on the debate and the motion. And Colin, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my party colleagues for bringing forward this important motion to the House this afternoon. Members, it is absolutely right that this Assembly meets to address the significant impact of any child going hungry, something that should not happen in today's society in Northern Ireland or indeed anywhere else throughout the world. These challenges are not just statistics, and we've heard many statistics mentioned this afternoon. They represent the daily struggles of families proving or trying to provide for their children in a world that sometimes feels increasingly overwhelming. The National Parent Survey 2024, recently compiled by Parentkind, states, and has been quoted before, that 1 in 5 parents struggle to afford the cost of sending their child to school, and 41% of parents surveyed have rationed their heating over the past 12 months for financial reasons. The reality is, members, that when we delve deeper into the issue, it's not just the child who could go hungry. In some instances, parents and carers also skip meals to ensure their child is fed. As Danny Becker, I want to add on record my thanks and pay tribute to all those in community initiatives, community groups who not only provide activities and often the educational events during holidays, but offer healthy meals to children the length and breadth of Northern Ireland. Hundreds of families are grappling with the anxiety of providing basic necessities, food, shelter, and adequate clothing for their children. I will.
Would the member accept, and I agree with all of these saying, that the very fact that there are those wider issues is the reason why it should be catered for within the anti-poverty strategy rather than simple measures from the Education Department?
I do take that on board, and as our good friend, the chairman of the Education Committee, says, that there is cross-departmental, but it's going to take someone to start it, and that's why we're here today, to ask the Education Minister to give us an update. And I do thank the Minister for being in his place today, but holiday hunger is a profound problem that looms over all of our communities, where far too many children do not have access to nutritious meals outside of school term. This is leading to many children missing out on opportunities in both the short and long term, and they are more than likely to have poorer health, educational and wellbeing outcomes than their more well-off peers. Members, it is imperative that we act. We need comprehensive support systems in place to provide meals during the school holidays. This means expanding our holiday food programmes enhancing community initiatives and ensuring that no child goes hungry simply because school is not in session. In addition to addressing holiday hunger, we cannot overlook the burden of school uniform costs. As we know, in Northern Ireland, uniforms are often mandatory and can place a heavy financial strain on families. The average cost of a school uniform can leave parents choosing between basic needs and sending their children to school in appropriate attire. This is not just an economic issue, it's a matter of social equality and dignity. We must advocate for policies that alleviate this financial pressure. Let us not allow a piece of clothing to determine the child's sense of worth or belonging. This includes exploring options for funding grants, creating second-hand uniform exchanges, and encouraging schools to adopt more flexible and affordable uniform policies. No child should feel different or disadvantaged because of their family's financial situation. Education should be about inclusion and not exclusion. Members, you'll be glad I am not going to go through every member's contribution this afternoon. The two previous speakers have done that so well. So all I will say, members, is thank you for the nature in which this debate has been carried out today. I'd also like to thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber and staying for the duration and replying to members' contributions. Thanks, Minister. I will.
The member will recognise that other members around the House have placed significant emphasis, and perhaps rightly so, on the anti-poverty strategy. But do you agree that it's important that the Department has learnt the lessons or takes forward the lessons from the recent Public Accounts Committee report on child poverty?
Yes. Yes, absolutely, and I hope that is something that the Minister will take on board and deliver. Members, in closing, all I want to say is we add it to our children to create an environment where they can focus on their education and enjoy their childhood without the overshadowing stress of hunger or financial hardship. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. Before I put the question on Amendment 1, I would remind members that if it is made, I will not put the question on Amendment 2. The question is that Amendment 1, standing in the name of David Brooks and Peter Martin, is made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those contrary? No. Aye. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order. Members will resume their seats. The question is that Amendment 1 be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? Okay. Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Peter Martin and David Brooks. Tellers for the noes are Kelly Armstrong and Nick Matheson. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. That's you, Owen. Thank you very much indeed. Clerk, could you please read the results?
75 members voted, 22 members voted aye, 53 members voted no. The amendment therefore falls.
Okay. Unfasten the doors. The question is that Amendment 2, standing in the name of Nick Matheson, Michelle Guy, Connie Egan and Sean Mulholland, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Therefore, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah. Okay.
Members, item 6 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Keith Buchanan to raise the matter of financial support for rural communities in Mid-Ulster. I call Keith Buchanan, and you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Representing a largely rural constituency, I make no apologies for highlighting the need to ensure there is adequate financial support for rural communities in Mid-Ulster. Many simply do not understand the needs of rural communities. They see country living as idyllic and for those with financial security. I feel it is important to highlight the challenges facing many of our rural communities. It is imperative the Government recognise the financial support needed. It is important to help improve our rural communities to ensure they are thriving, sustainable and inclusive places to live. A study by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation has found that people in rural areas typically need to spend 10 to 20% more on everyday requirements than those in urban areas. The more remote the area, the greater these additional costs. The biggest difference is the greater access to public transport in urban areas. Whereas rural households depend more on cars, domestic fuel costs are also higher in some rural areas because of older, less fuel-efficient housing and lack of mains gas. The consequence of these higher costs is that families in rural areas need earnings well in excess of the minimum wage to afford the necessities of life. Yet low pay is more common in rural than in urban areas, creating a double disadvantage. There is an increased focus on improving regional balance across government, which is welcomed. However, it should be argued that departments should be delivering regionally anyway, and this should not be seen as a replacement for rural development. Our rural communities have an intrinsic relationship with farming, and farmers are seen as the custodians of the countryside. Farming is critical to the agri-food industry in our country, and the many agri-food industries in Mid-Ulster, from the large factories like Dunman Creamery and Cairo, as people locally know it, the bacon factory, that provide hundreds of jobs to local people, to smaller food production companies such as the Big Pot Company and Clough-Bean. Our farmers and producers are vital to the Northern Ireland economy. Indeed, I worked in this sector for over 22 years in the engineering department, and you can't mention Mid-Ulster without mentioning engineering. Farmers also play an important role in protecting our environment and promoting biodiversity, but the farming community across Mid-Ulster, Northern Ireland and indeed the UK feels it has been badly let down. The autumn budget delivered by Chancellor Rachel Reeves has undermined farm families and their business. The President of the Ulster Farmers Union, William Irvine, said, "This budget is a blow to our agricultural sector." The Chancellor has failed to grasp the essential role our farming community plays in the UK food security, rural economy and environmental stewardship. The weakening of agricultural relief will heap further pressure on the future of family farms. This will accelerate the breaking up of farms and drive more young people away from farming at a time when more are needed. This will affect our food security going forward. The DUP is asking the Government to review this decision, and maybe the Minister in his remarks later can confirm what he can or is doing to put pressure on the Labour Government to address this issue. Our farmers in the rural economy needs our help and financial support. There is limited specific rural funding for communities in Mid-Ulster. When Minister Poots was Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, he did take forward a rural policy framework in consultation with rural stakeholders, outlining a proposed new 7-year programme, but to date this has failed to materialise. Rural development is a proactive approach to working with rural communities to improve the social, economic and environmental development of rural areas, and this is best served by engaging communities in a bottom-up approach, which the LEADER programme did. The only specific funding, particularly coming from DAERA into the rural communities at present across Northern Ireland, is under the Tackling Rural Poverty and Social Isolation programme, TRIPSI as it's known. The DAERA Rural Microgrants, which to be fair thankfully was released yesterday, which is up to a maximum of £2,000. The DAERA Rural Business Development Grant Scheme, up to a maximum of £4,999. These are all very welcome, but they are not a replacement for LEADER. I would like to thank the Minister for releasing these funding streams again and the benefit they do make. The EU Peace Programme Rural Scheme has opened for applications, and currently under assessment this is a regional programme with no specific ring fencing of funds within Mid-Ulster and very much targeted at larger scale organisations and statutory bodies. The Rural Community Hall scheme that the previous Minister launched and completed supported 113 halls and communities. This created a major impact to rural communities, and I would urge the Minister to open this scheme again and to follow on from that great work started. A few weeks ago I highlighted the need for additional funding for local community groups and support services. These groups are vital in rural areas. One group that needs support and sustained funding is our rural community transport providers, who do vital work transporting those in rural communities to hospital appointments when the general public transport does not meet that need. I highlighted the figures I received from the Northern Health and Social Care Trust, showing that it spent £2.3 million on private taxis and, to be fair, private ambulances in 23-24. Again, I would urge the Minister of Health and Infrastructure to push forward with their officials to investigate and engage with community transport providers and others to identify the most practical way in which they can support delivery of their services, especially to the rural community. Rural community transport could be more beneficial to the public purse if these issues were looked at. In conclusion, many within this chamber live and work in rural constituencies. We want action to address the challenges and financial difficulties that our constituents face. I want to see delivery for our rural communities. It is important and essential we continue to breathe new life into rural communities across Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
And thank you. All other speakers will now have approximately 7 minutes, and I call Emma Sheeran.
And I thank the member, my fellow member for Mid-Ulster, for bringing this debate to the chamber this afternoon. I, like Keith, have a passion for Mid-Ulster, a largely rural constituency, and anybody who knows me will know that I am from a farming family, and I'm very proud of that fact. As has been said, Mid-Ulster is a largely rural population. About 155,000 people live within the confines of our district, and 69% of those live in what is deemed a rural area outside our big towns of Marifelt, Dungannon, Cookstown and Killeland. And I suppose when talking about support for our rural communities, it would be difficult to get through it. I note my constituency colleague did, without mentioning the elephant in the room that is Brexit, because that is what has pulled money out of Mid-Ulster, and we've seen massive benefit from EU funding down through the years, both in terms of the single farm payment, which was invaluable for our farming community, and I always make the argument that the money that is put into agriculture not only benefits those employed in farm businesses, but in a whole host of other industries that rely on farmers and on agriculture to consume their products. So you think of engineering in Mid-Ulster, which is a massive employer, and the trailer producers and the people that make other bits of machinery that are then bought and used by farmers. You think about our machinery dealers or tractor dealers. all of whom rely on our farming community, and all of the other people who are employed in various aspects of contributing economies. We don't have the replacement funds for our single farm payment. We know that it's down 18% this year, and now it's not going to be ring-fenced any longer, and it's going to be competing with other pressures in our block grant, something that is very unfair and causing an awful lot of anxiety amongst our farming population. And other measures that we heard about the week before last in terms of the British government's budget, the change of double cab pickups, the inheritance tax change that's going to have a massive impact on a lot of family farms across the north, all of which contribute to a lack of confidence within our farming community and a lack of ability to make changes and make improvements to their farms that are so badly needed. Leader has already been referenced. I had the privilege of sitting on our local ag board in Mid-Ulster in the past and could see the amount of benefit that we were able to see locally through the Rural Development Programme. Estimated up to 15 million over 5 years between 2016 and 2020 going into our local groups, our GAA halls, our mother and toddler groups, all sorts of local community groups. And I think of Anradu in my local constituency, groups like the Six Towns Cross Community Group, Workspace, and a load of other social enterprise groups working throughout South Derry, bringing employment into the area, furthering the aspirations of local people. And that money has now been lost. And again, a ground-up scheme that allowed local people to have an input as to where investment should go. And I welcome the announcement with TRIPSI and the additional 2 million that our Finance Minister, Dr. Kiva Archibald, was able to put in to that scheme just this week. But we haven't seen any confirmation of the Capital Works programme, which I know in my own area was able to see an awful lot of development of Moudamlet Forest, and we want to see the furthering of that and await news of that scheme going forward. But I suppose, like so many things in the wake of the Brexit debate, we were told the Shared Prosperity Fund would be released and we were going to see a replacement for all this money in our rural areas, and not a penny have we seen in terms of the Shared Prosperity Fund, and that's a real concern for local groups. And I know, speaking to the likes of Agewell, Marie in Marfelt does an amazing job with our older population, and we've got a massive older population in Mid-Ulster who are dispersed and living in very rural areas. Their funding has gone, and where is it coming from in the future? And that's the anxiety that rural people are faced with. And we're now coming into the winter, and everything's a wee bit harder when you live in the hills, when there's snow falling and there's frost on the ground. And again, that's another challenge that we have to deal with. So I suppose I would reiterate and join with the calls from others around this House for increased funding into our local communities, both for agriculture and for other rural affairs, and for the people who live outside of our agricultural families, and I don't envy the task of the Minister in trying to provide that funding when we have left the EU, but I am committed to working with him and all of our executive colleagues to try and get some funding into our rural areas. Gormila Magat.
Patsy McGlone. Deputy Speaker, thank you very much indeed, and I'd also thank Mr Buchanan for introducing the motion for debate here today, or for discussion today. The financial support for rural communities in Mid-Ulster is very clearly an issue, and sometimes we feel a bit forgotten there, but the good industry that there is there, whether it's Dale Farm, whether it's those manufacturing industries which have really set us there top of the pile, they've excelled by themselves with support, surely, but because they've shown such initiative, they've shown such clear vision, they've seen and established such clear needs in markets, they are now in many instances world leaders, and we don't lose sight of that. But they did start small. They started, many of them, from their own backyards, from their own farmyards, and expanded from that. And that innovation, that creativity, that initiative has to be recognised in many of our rural areas. What we're talking about here today is getting that support and making sure that people are fully endorsed and seen through their work, because there's new generations coming up virtually every year, people who want to start business, and I'll come to that after a wee while. I do welcome the inclusion in the constituency, the inclusion of the constituency, the recent Mid-South West growth deal. This proposal has the potential to deliver much needed investment in infrastructure on skills, innovation and indeed investment in the tourist economy, all necessary investments themselves. But as a mostly rural constituency, the local economy is heavily dependent on agriculture. And as a result of the Brexit that the DUP campaigned for, a Brexit the SDLP and others opposed, funding for agriculture has suffered real term cuts. The annual funding allocation to replace the EU's Common Agriculture Policy payments has been capped at approximately €330 million since 2020. Within that, there is around €300 million direct payment to farmers. The Ulster Farmers Union have calculated that to maintain the real value of this funding, the overall funding should have increased to €389 million by the end of 2024. That's a cut in real terms of €60 million this year. From next year, the funding for agriculture will be included in the baseline figure for the block grant. Funding that had been ring-fenced and guaranteed over many years will now be part of the annual negotiations between the parties and the executive. In future, executive funding to support farmers will be competing with health, with infrastructure and with education. This will almost inevitably lead to cuts in the direct payments farmers and farm families receive. And that's not good news. This is at a time when the total income from farming recorded by the department across the north fell by 44% from €609 million in 2022 to €341 million in 2023. That's 14% lower than the average total farm income for the last 20 years when inflation is taken into account. As a result of Brexit, we have also lost access to Pillar 2 of the Common Agriculture, the Rural Development Fund. And that is, we've approximately around €100 million rural development funding since leaving the EU. Funding that was available to support rural communities and Mid-Ulster elsewhere. The British government hasn't replaced that lost funding. And that rural development funding is very, very important. I want to make this point. While Invest NI are very supportive, and indeed recently I have to pay tribute to their local team in helping with a local business get support and funding to create a number of jobs. We have to look at the indigenous market, those indigenous firms that we have here who aren't for export, and how they are supported, and how those, particularly in rural areas, can get extra support, often not huge amounts of money, but money which will help them to train up staff, help them to support staff, and help them with the growth of their business. Often, in many instances, professional help that's required. Now, that's dealing with, if you like, the economic aspects of it. However, despite legislation designed to protect rural services, there have been repeated cuts to services in rural areas. Health and social care in rural areas has been gradually stripped of services through a lack of funding or staff. And on this point, there's an increasing factor. It's persistent every year, and that's the need for properly paid domiciliary care workers. And I emphasise properly paid, because the number of cases that we get, invariably it's starting earlier in the year, but it's usually around autumn and winter time. The number of cases we get where domiciliary care packages aren't available to support people to return home after a spell in hospital or other care, and therefore you have the usual stuff, bed blocking. You have the need then for people to move into nursing home at increased cost. It's really a false economy. People aren't being paid enough to do that vital work of in all hours, in all weathers, all seasons, uphill, downhill, all hours at night particularly, being there to provide care to people in many instances who are living on their own and they can't be got. So that's one aspect of the health service. And this is in circumstances where we're supposed to have legislation governing the absence of services to our rural areas and having some sort of control over it to make sure that our rural areas are properly treated and looked after. Just recently, the GP practice at Fairhill Health Centre in Marfeld was forced to close because no one could be recruited to take over responsibility for those 2,330 patients it served. They've had to be dispersed, I think is the word that's used, among other practices in the area, increasing extra pressures on those. And we'll not even get into how it was done, because that's whole other world stuff, which was in many instances very poorly handled by the department. But as I've said, back to the investment that we now see from the Midwest growth deal. I'm looking forward to that. That creates the infrastructure that we so need for our manufacturing sectors, for our base, to give hope and to give prospects and a future to our young people, many of whom are self-starters themselves. And education just isn't academic education. Education is the skill set that people obtain from the training that they get in our FE colleges. And that too is a vital service which is providing, if you like, the workforce to those excellent companies that already exist within the community. So what I say is, on the economy, keep doing it, keep supporting it, and allow some sort of diversification of funding to make sure that those companies that aren't exporting have that support. On that point, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Andy McMurray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for bringing this. I suppose really, while a member for South Down and a proud member of South Down, I think my roots, as some of the people I've told you before, are certainly in Mid-Ulster, so it's good to speak here. And I know the value of communities and the role of community, especially in rural locations, as I being a member of South Down. Rural communities are facing many pressures, not least the recent changes to farm support budgets and inheritance tax for farms. Indeed, again, hamming up my Mid-Ulster roots, I was in communication with a lady from Mid-Ulster and Cookstown regarding the inheritance tax, and I know the Minister here will come on to deal with that, but it is an important point and there's ramifications across the board. But I do want to take a slightly different angle and have a look at the community and community groups. And communities, are defined in quite a few ways. We can be of a community due to a geographical location. We can be of a community due to a shared belief system, and we can be of a community that for a common interest that affects us all. Either way, the term community really does engender, strong feelings and association, which are not simply attributed to sort of family ties. Communities are also provide important support for individuals within them. I have no doubt that every member in this chamber regularly signposts constituents into a whole host of small community groups and organisations in their local area. And I think it's an understatement to say that these groups are a pillar of our rural communities. Nevertheless, many of them depend on volunteers and have few financial resources to support their services. Only the other day, Deputy Speaker, I was privileged to attend the event which is held in the Long Gallery, which was a celebration of the 8 rural support networks which are active across Northern Ireland. These support networks act as a go-between to connect rural community groups and organisational statutory bodies. However, on reading their synopsis of the 24 membership survey, their concerns over a matter of issues of finance is palpable. Survey shows that rural communities face many of the same challenges Northern Ireland as a whole is experiencing. Mental health was a major issue identified over the member organisations. Other major issues were poverty, physical infrastructure, physical health, transport and housing. A lot of the things that have been maybe touched upon already. And some of these challenges are particularly acute in rural communities. But these are cross-departmental issues, and it's for the whole executive to address them as a priority. And community groups already work hard to buffer some of the impacts of these challenges. And yet they do so with very little support. 75% of the survey respondents had no paid staff, and 64% said they didn't have enough volunteers. More than half operating on less than £10,000 a year, and 65% of member groups had said that funding from day-to-day costs is a top challenge. 70% of funding to run local programmes was a top challenge. At the same time, 61% said they needed more training and more support to complete the funding application. So I think that really highlights the issue of the support that is required. I also want to draw attention to the Rural Micro Capital Grant Scheme, which the second tranche opened for applications yesterday. This scheme provides micro capital grants of between £500 and £2,000 to rural community-led voluntary organisations for projects such as tackling issues of local poverty and social isolation. This is a valuable scheme which will provide important support for some of our local community groups. But before I do conclude, I also like to highlight the impact of Brexit and the loss of the EU funding, as is the elephant in the room. Pillar 2 of the Common Agricultural Policy was specifically for rural development. I welcome Minister Muir's recent discussions with the Finance Minister on seeing how we can restore that funding through a locally ring-fenced budget. Alongside farming, fisheries and the environment, I hope this efforts will be supported by the Executive. Thank you.
Diana Armstrong.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing this motion to the Chamber today. Now, I am obviously not a Mid-Ulster constituent, but my constituency, part of it falls within a Mid-Ulster area. So, like members here, I represent a rural constituency of Fermanagh South Tyrone. There are many parallels between Mid-Ulster and Fermanagh South Tyrone in terms of rural peripherality, location, isolation, health inequalities, deprivation and access to services. And members have rightly referenced the significant hardships that rural communities are facing, but no less with the recent budget announcement with regard to the agricultural property tax and also the no replacement funding, as has been referenced, for the single farm payment. And these are issues that are really looming large on the minds of many dwellers within rural communities. But this evening I'd like to address more on a holistic fashion what is going on in the rural communities. Members have touched on many of the issues that I was going to address, but critically, access to services in these communities does matter. The rural community in the mid and the southwest of Northern Ireland are seeing services stripped away. We see closure of banks, small Indigenous businesses, the challenges of securing funding to support rural transport, as has been referenced, and the encroaching degradation of towns and villages through closures and lack of rejuvenation support. And all these issues impact heavily on those living in rural areas. Indeed, they impact on the ability to attract investment, to support the agricultural economy, and these services are critical to promoting rural regions as attractive and affordable places to live, work and raise families. And with the agricultural property relief tax inheritance being removed, we really do not want to see farmers leaving that particular area, an area rich in produce in Mid-Ulster. So fair and equitable funding needs to be provided so that a regional balance can be evidenced for these areas. Without funding to promote and sustain vibrant rural communities, we will see further closures of GP practices and small schools, which are anchors for rural residents. Rural transport is a major issue. Without the provision of rural community transport network, lots of people just would not get to appointments, whether they be medical, personal or for socialising. And it's vitally important that these rural transport services are adequately supported with guaranteed funding. Connecting rural communities with central services in the most time-efficient way can only be delivered effectively with further investment into upgrading rural roads. So there are many cross-cutting issues here and cross-departmental issues. Depending on timings, it could take up to 7 hours, I've been told, for someone leaving Cookstown to visit Antrim Area Hospital. Similarly, in Enniskillen, a transfer in an emergency situation to Altnagelvin Area Hospital can take 2.5 hours. Notwithstanding this, I do acknowledge the Mid-South West Growth Deal will improve infrastructure in the West, with the Cookstown and Enniskillen bypasses now receiving the go-ahead, and the skills and the skills development and innovation projects that will come through with the Mid-South West Deal. The reopening of the TRIPSI Rural Micro Grants is welcome. That will be well received in the community, and I imagine heavily oversubscribed, as the first tranche was. And so that is very welcome for community projects to sustain and keep community life at the heart of the area. However, this funding falls far short of the previous EU funding under the European Regional Development Fund, such as the Leader projects that others have referenced to, which did provide valuable capital and technical support for small businesses in rural areas, also for community organisations and sporting organisations. I myself was involved in the Leader project and saw at first hand how this funding enabled businesses to grow and scale without which the survival of these Indigenous businesses would have been jeopardised. Many of these businesses do owe their survival to this funding investment, and it's imperative that DAERA can step forward with similar rural business funding schemes as a successor to EU funding programmes. In conclusion, the publication of the Sub-Regional Economic Plan is welcome, with its promise to deliver balanced and equitable investment, particularly to rural regions. This plan will provide investment in Indigenous industries to increase money coming back into rural economies to support families and small businesses. I support the member's motion for calling for more financial assistance for Mid-Ulster, as there is much work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for raising this very important constituency matter and for the other speakers in terms of their contributions to this debate. At the outset, I will say I will address the issue in terms of the changes around inheritance tax and the loss of earmarking of funding from Westminster towards the end of my speech. I'd also give thanks to the member who's brought this. He is a strong advocate for his constituency. He does it any time I encounter him in the corridors of this building and also on the phone, and fair play to him for bringing this adjournment debate. To begin with, I think it's important to reassure members that my department remains focused on supporting the sustainability and growth of our rural communities, including those in Mid-Ulster and beyond. This is not something my department can do alone, and it does not have the policy levers to address all the issues and challenges facing rural communities, as many of these are with other departments. With the introduction of the Rural Needs Act in 2017, all departments now have a duty to have due regard to the social and economic needs of people in rural areas when developing and implementing policies and when designing and delivering public services. It is only through collaborative working across government that we will be able to deliver sustainable growth in rural areas, and in particular in relation to Mid-Ulster, which is our focus today. I assure you that my department will continue to work with other departments in its role as the rural champion to drive, influence and deliver better policies for rural communities. I am very aware that the closure of the Northern Ireland Rural Development Programme, which ran from 2014 to 2020, continues to be a concern to our rural communities and stakeholders. I hear this regularly, particularly at question time. Mid-Ulster received approximately £25.5 million of investment through this programme. The loss of rural development funding is a key issue, and I am lobbying hard on behalf of rural communities for the support that they need. While the delivery of successive EU rural development programmes was a long-standing feature of DAERA's rural policy, the closure of the Rural Development Programme has created the opportunity for my department to consider its future rural policy remit. On the 1st of April, I established a new rural policy unit within Rural Affairs Division within my department, which is tasked with developing future rural policy for Northern Ireland. This will involve engagement with other departments, councils, public authorities and stakeholders to inform collaborative policy proposals that are mindful of the changed rural landscape and the current and future needs of rural communities. My department is committed in this year's business plan to developing for consultation a new evidence-based rural policy. I have met with officials recently to discuss the draft rural policy proposals. I am committed to engaging closely with rural stakeholders to provide an opportunity for them to inform future rural policy. My officials will continue to engage with these rural stakeholders, and it is my intention that draft proposals will be consulted upon early next year. While rural policy development is being taken forward, there are a number of ways in which we are supporting sustainability and growth in our rural communities, both locally and regionally. We are currently delivering a number of initiatives under the TRIPSI framework, and that's been mentioned today. I'm delighted to have been in the position to allocate £6.1 million to the TRIPSI programme from the Department's 24-25 budget to deliver on initiatives outlined in the approved TRIPSI Action Plan. To support voluntary and community sector organisations across Northern Ireland, the current Rural Community Development Support Service contract provides funding support of £935,000 from the TRIPSI programme to 6 rural support networks. The Rural Support Network in the Mid-Ulster area, Cookstown and Western Shores area work collaboratively with the community organisations South Throne area, which is known as COSTA, network to ensure support to build the capacity of all rural groups within the Mid-Ulster District Council area and make sure that's available. For this work, Cookstown Western Shores area received £165,000 per annum. In June, I approved the opening of the Rural Micro Capital Grant Scheme, and that was after many people, including the member who brought this adjournment debate, pushed me to do that. And we got that out, and it's been very popular because letters of offers were issued in August to 916 voluntary and community sector organisations, awarding £1.5 million of TRIPSI funding. Of the 916 letters of offer issued, 202 letters of offer were issued in the Mid-Ulster area to the value of £343,000 to voluntary and community organisations for the purchase of capital items which will help address localised poverty or isolation issues. I am pleased to advise that the second call for applications to the scheme opened yesterday, and I would encourage you all to highlight this amongst your constituents. I also recently approved the opening of the Rural Business Development Grant Scheme. It is too early to provide a breakdown of funds allocated by Pacific Council area, but overall I anticipate total funding to be in the region of $1.55 million to support sustainability of rural micro businesses. Other regional initiatives, such as the continued funding for the Rural Support Charity, which is based in Mid-Ulster, the Farm Families Health Checks Programme in conjunction with the Public Health Agency, and the Assisted Rural Travel Scheme in collaboration with the Department of Infrastructure, all positively impacting the lives of people within Mid-Ulster. Looking forward, my department is currently undertaking an independent review of the TRIPSI framework, and this will inform us going forward. In the meantime, a TRIPSI action plan for 25-26 is currently being prepared for my consideration. When a budget for the next financial year is approved, I will allocate funds accordingly to initiatives which meet the TRIPSI framework priority areas for intervention, and that takes into account the priority that have been outlined today. My department has also been working with DFC and DFI to deliver the COVID Recovery Small Grants Regeneration Programme. From the £26.5 million of cross-departmental budget, 3.15 has been allocated to Mid-Ulster. During the 24-25 year, this funding will deliver 7 capital regeneration projects identified by Mid-Ulster District Council, a great example of local government determining local priorities. I'm also looking forward to attending a celebration event to launch one of these projects tomorrow in Manor Park in Moneymore. So Mid-Ulster is very much on my mind today and tomorrow. This transformation project has been successfully completed with funding from the COVID Small Settlement Scheme initiative with a total project cost of £260,000, which included £127,000 from my department. I also wish to highlight that funding policies across my department have an impact on rural communities and the wider rural economy. I don't have to mention them all now, but I would like to furnish I don't have time to mention them all now, but I would not like to finish without mentioning the valuable injection of funding into Mid-Ulster, for example, £26 million annually in direct payments to farmers, and the £25,000 grant from Mid-Ulster and Fermanagh and South Tyrone constituencies under their annual water quality improvement strand of the Environment Fund. Also, the funding that will now come forward on projects under the Mid-South-West Growth Deal and investment areas of Peace Plus. In conclusion, I still think there is more to be done, and I'm committed to working collaboratively across government to do so. It's important to note that policy development work has been undertaken by my department and it is more about adopting a strategic and a collaborative approach, because we need to work together across government departments to deliver for rural communities. I have some time left, and I want to address the issue of inheritance tax and also the issue in terms of the earmarking of the budget. And it's been raised by a number of members in the chamber here today, particularly Patsy. We were talking about this yesterday in the corridor. In terms of the inheritance tax and the changes in terms of agricultural property relief, I've made it clear, and I've been on the record and consistent in relation to this, that the budget which was announced on the 30th of October was a bad budget for farmers. The decision to change the entitlements to agricultural property relief are causing real concern, not just to me, but also to the farming community and rural communities across Northern Ireland. I have already raised this with the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland and urged a rethink in relation to this. I support the Ulster Farmers Union wholeheartedly in their campaign to urge that this decision is reversed. I will be attending their rally next Monday night at the Econ Centre in Lisburn, and it's important the UK Government listens to the disproportionate impact that this is having upon Northern Ireland. This is having real impact upon the mental health of farmers within Northern Ireland, and the UK Government should listen to that, and I'm glad the Secretary of State took up my request to engage with the Ulster Farmers Union and has been meeting with them next Tuesday. The UK Government needs to listen and they need to act in relation to this. With regards to the earmarking of funding being removed by Westminster from the next financial year, this is a very new landscape that we're entering into. And I totally get and fully appreciate the level of angst and concern amongst the farming community in Northern Ireland in terms of the change that is occurring. I have already spoken to the Finance Minister and we've discussed this at the Executive, and I'm making a very strong case that whilst the earmarking of funding may be removed by Westminster, it is within the power of the Executive to earmark funding for agriculture, agri-environment, rural development and fisheries ourselves here locally. And that's something I will continue to make. We need to do this together as an executive, but it's important that we have this money set aside so we can support rural communities in Northern Ireland. I look to the future, and I look to the future with confidence, because as an executive we can work together and deliver for people. And thank the member for bringing this debate. I think it's been constructive, and it's important that all rural communities in Northern Ireland are not forgotten and their voices heard. Thank you.
Minister, thank you for that response. The Assembly is adjourned.